Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the National Anthem.
Learning begins with curiosity and grows through persistence. Each lesson, challenge, and breakthrough sharpens our skills and deepens understanding. Tradition grounds us, while innovation reveals new possibilities. True learning evolves, shared, shaped, and passed on. Like an instrument, knowledge must be tuned, practiced, and nurtured. As the melody strengthens, so does our potential, rooted in the past, reaching toward a limitless future. As we learn, we grow, in knowledge and in connection. No journey is solitary, and every melody needs many voices. In support, we find harmony. In diversity, strength. Belonging reminds us we are greater together. Every voice counts. Every story shapes the whole. We rise by lifting each other. Knowledge fuels us, belonging grounds us, but action creates change. Our choices shape industries, communities, and the future. Every movement starts with a single act. Every transformation with one idea. Now is the moment to lead, to innovate, to act. The future isn't awaited, it's created. From knowledge, we grow. In belonging, we find strength. Through action, we create impact. But true transformation begins together. Today, innovation meets ambition. HCI and EdX, two visions, one future. This isn't just the next step. It's the start of something greater. Together, we embody what it means to go beyond readiness.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, wherever you've travelled from today, let us extend the warmest of welcomes to you to the second edition of the Human Capability Initiative. This is a pivotal moment, not just for Saudi Arabia, but for humanity itself. My name is Anjali Rao, and I'll be accompanying you through this journey towards Beyond Readiness over the next 2 days. And what an incredible opening ceremony that really brought to life the pillars that we're talking about over the next 2 days. Harnessing the ways we learn, honoring the ways we belong, and harmonizing the ways we act.
And I'm Mark Barton. I'll be leading some of the conversations today and tomorrow, right here in the Beyond Readiness arena. We also welcome our online audience around the world from right here, right now at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center in Riyadh. Under the patronage of His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince, Prime Minister, and Chairman of the Human Capability Development Program Committee, we gather with a bold mission to reimagine what's possible when we unleash human potential in an age of unprecedented change.
Well, Beyond Readiness is not just our theme, it is our challenge to the world, because today, merely being prepared is no longer enough. The future demands that we move beyond preparation to transformation, beyond adaptation to reinvention, beyond skills to capabilities that haven't yet been defined.
Now look around you. In this room are ministers, CEOs, educators, innovators, and thought leaders from over 50 countries. We have over 300 speakers across 6 states. We have ministerial meetings. Together, we represent a formidable global force with one shared conviction that human capability is the ultimate renewable resource.
As part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and in partnership with the Ministry of Education's EdX exhibition, we're creating more than an initiative. We're building a movement. Human capability leadership, skills for the future, lifelong learning, learning ecosystems. So the conversations that we have and the connections that we make, the commitments that we undertake right here will ripple across economies, societies, and generations. We stand at the threshold of a new era where human ingenuity, creativity, and adaptability will determine our collective future.
So, I ask you, are you ready to go beyond readiness? Are you prepared to challenge conventions, break barriers, and reimagine what's possible for human potential? Then let us begin this extraordinary journey together. It's our honor to declare the 2025 Human Capability Initiative officially open.
And now, for our opening keynote to kick off this marvelous event, please welcome His Excellency Yusuf bin Abdullah Al Benyan, Minister of Education and Chairman of the Executive Committee of the Human Capability Development Programme, Saudi Arabia.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
Of God, the most gracious, the most merciful.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh and welcome to HCI 2025. The initiative is held under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, and the Chairman of Human Capital Development Programs. The HCI 2025 features new additions, including introductions of HX, the Education Global Exhibit hosted in a partnership with the Ministry of Education. And not only that, also we do have a ministerial roundtable discussing very important topics, is the implication of artificial intelligence on human capability development. These additions will enrich the overall experience and enable stronger engagement on human development programs. We gather here today at a pivotal moment, defining not only by the challenges, by the extraordinary potential opportunities we're going to have. Our world is evolving faster than ever, driven by technological leaps, environmental sustainability challenges, and also demographic shifts and global uncertainties. Yet, amidst of this complexity, one important constant remains: human capability, the boundless potential of our people. Development of human capability is the essential element for skills, knowledge, and values, enabling individuals to lead productive lives. Is both our pathway and our destinations, enabling generations to not just ready for today, but also beyond readiness. During this edition of HCI, we reaffirm our collective responsibility to ensure the human capability remains at the core of our shared vision for sustainable economic growth. The journey towards unlocking human potential begins with transforming how we approach capability developments. We must embrace lifelong learning, creating adaptive systems that empower people to continuously upgrade their skills through their lives. Our aspirations can only turn into lasting impact when we act together. The complexity of today's challenges demand an unprecedented level of collaborations between governments, educational institutions, and business, and more importantly, communities. When we work together, I can assure you we will make a major transformations. The HCI is a part of Saudi Arabia 2030 vision, which is at the core, recognize the importance of instilling human capability that can only drive the nation forward. The HCI is one of the Kingdom initiatives to advance the human capability agenda. I invite you all to use this global platform to consider how can we collectively act on the three conference important themes. First, by harnessing the way we learn. Second, honoring the way we belong. And finally, harmonizing the way we act. I think this is going to be a very important showing commitment for us moving forward and define the best trajectory of our collective futures. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, allow me to welcome you to HCI 2025 and invite you to visit EdgeX as well. I extend my gratitude to His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, and the Chairman of the Human Capital Development Program for his leadership and continuous support. Finally, let's leave this conference inspired and determined, committed not only to confronting challenges ahead of us, but also turning these challenges into lasting opportunities. Together, we can shape a resilient and prosperous future for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Excellency, thank you so much for that wonderful opening address for what's sure to be an invaluable and thought-provoking event. We turn now to the first of our special announcements here at HCI. The World Scout Messengers of Peace initiative is designed to bridge ethnic and cultural boundaries in conflict-affected communities. In alignment with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's continued support for this global initiative, we're proud to announce an annual grant paving the way for lasting peace and cooperation. Please now turn your attention to the screens.
Launched in 2011 with the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with an amount exceeding $37 million, to become one of the most important global projects concerned with peace, dialogue, health, environment, and conflict resolution among communities. This is achieved by empowering Scouts to become advocates of peace through the establishment of a global scouting network that seeks to promote peace. More than 57 million Scouts and volunteers have managed to implement more than 2.7 billion service hours in their communities. Through the execution of over 16 million projects and public service initiatives, the initiative honors the Messengers of Peace heroes, who are young individuals aged between 11 and 26 years old, who have made significant contributions to their local communities through their actions, which should include activities and direct contributions to achieving one or more of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Saudi Arabian Scouts Association has given the initiative great attention and has implemented many projects that serve the initiative. And Saudi Scouts of both genders have won the Messengers of Peace Heroes Award. Today, we celebrate the signing of this agreement between the Saudi Arabian Association and the World Organization of the Scout Movement and World Scout Foundation, which is allocated $50 million to be granted over 10 years.
Just tremendous. And so we've seen how initiatives like the World Scout Messengers of Peace are transforming communities, reminding us that building human capability really does begin with empathy, understanding, and collaboration, crossing boundaries. Saudi Arabia's continued support for this program reflects a deep commitment to nurturing peace as the foundation of progress. Few countries have embraced this challenge more boldly than South Korea, where digital transformation and educational innovation go hand in hand. To share his insights on bridging education and innovation and what the rest of the world might learn from South Korea's experience, please welcome Dr. Joo-ho Lee, former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education.
Esteemed participants and distinguished guests, good morning. I am Lee Joo-ho, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education of the Republic of Korea. It is a distinct pleasure and honor to be here with you today at this significant Human Capability Initiative conference. Before I begin, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations and profound gratitude to His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, for his vision in establishing this meaningful conference, and His Excellency Yosef bin Abdullah Al Banian, Minister of Education of Saudi Arabia, for bringing together such distinguished individuals today. Korea is a nation that has achieved remarkable national progress grounded in the power of education. Korea's per capita income in 1962 was a mere $1,000. However, fueled by our national passion for education and consistent government investment, this figure rose to $32,740 in 2023. This economic ascent, often referred to as the miracle on the Han River, is truly impressive. Korea's economic transformation from agriculture to manufacturing and ultimately to a technology and knowledge-based economy was made possible by the strength of our people and our education system that proactively nurtured the very skills and talent needed to lead these structural changes. And now we stand at another critical juncture, embracing the opportunity of digital transformation to propose a new paradigm for education. With the recent surge in generative AI and other digital technologies, these tools have seamlessly integrated into industry, healthcare, and our daily lives, becoming a natural and indispensable part of our existence. Now the question we must ask and address is not whether to utilize digital technology, but rather how to effectively leverage it to shape our future for the better. And this, of course, holds true for the education sector as well. Cultivating the human capabilities needed to thrive in this evolving digital age is therefore a defining challenge and critical imperative for Korea, as it is for the global community. Digital transformation in education entails more than simply expanding the use of digital devices as a supplementary tool in education. It signifies a complete revolution of the entire classroom. Korea has introduced AI digital textbooks to enable personalized learning within the public education system, driving a classroom revolution that maximizes the development of each learner's unique potential. All schools in Korea utilize textbooks that have been rigorously reviewed and approved by the state as core learning resources. Around the world, particularly in more affluent regions and schools, there are already quite a few cases of teaching and learning that incorporate various digital technologies. However, Korea's introduction of AI digital textbooks as state-approved textbooks, with the government directly managing their quality, accumulating and utilizing data, and providing comprehensive support for their use, represents a bold and pioneering shift. Currently, in approximately 1/3 of Korean schools, students are learning subjects such as English and mathematics using AI-powered textbooks. Starting next year, AI digital textbooks will be expanded to all schools and across more subjects. Throughout this process, I, along with many other global education experts, am placing great emphasis on the role of teachers. While experts in instruction, teachers are also transitioning into the role of learning designers, leveraging digital tools to provide personalized guidance to each student. To support teachers in this evolving educational landscape, we have developed a teacher competency framework for this classroom revolution, empowering them to proactively prepare for these changes. By effectively utilizing AI digital technology, teachers can analyze student learning data to provide customized learning opportunities tailored to individual student needs. The learning data generated through AI digital textbooks extends beyond individual classrooms. It provides the foundation of education innovation for all of Korea. Data from each AI digital textbook, including learning time, learning plan completion rates, assessment results, and AI tutor utilization, is transmitted to the National Learning Data Platform. Through these insights from digital-based teaching and learning processes, we'll promote data-driven education policies to further enhance the academic competitiveness of our students. To foster sustainable innovation in digital education, we must clearly define the competencies required in the digital age and carefully consider strategies for their implementation. Korea recently established the Digital Competency Framework to ensure that all members of society can mature into digital citizens with the fundamental skills needed to thrive in the digital era. This framework defines the core digital competencies, including digital safety and ethics, digital citizenship, and digital literacy for every stage of life. Based on this framework of clearly defined competencies, we will support everyone in becoming empowered digital citizens capable of utilizing digital technology in a responsible and healthy manner. Korea's innovation in education extends to higher education as well. Above all, innovation in higher education begins with universities themselves. And the government, acting as a public venture capital entity, invest in and support their innovative ideas. Since 2023, Korea has been promoting Global 30 project to support universities in their bold innovation efforts. Approximately 30 regional universities are participating in this project, receiving about $70 million in support over 5 years. These universities are spearheading disruptive innovation in various fields, including structural reform, curriculum innovation, industry-academia collaboration, and global cooperation. They are nurturing the next generation of digital transformation leaders while serving as hubs of innovation ecosystems, driving advancements throughout Korean higher education. The education reforms that I have outlined thus far represent a shared challenge that the global community must address together. In this new era, establishing a platform for sharing our respective experiences and visions and collectively preparing for the future is of utmost importance for education transformation. Last year, as Saudi Arabia launched HCI, Korea also initiated Global Education and Innovation Alliance, GAIA. Through platforms like HCI and GAIA, we hope to work hand in hand with the global community to explore ways to innovate public and higher education, unleashing the boundless potential of our learners, and to ensure the responsible integration of digital technologies. I have shared with you today Korea's experience in education innovation. To all of you gathered here, sharing a deep conviction in the remarkable potential of education. The future is not approaching, it is already upon us. The time for preparation has passed. Now is the time for collective action. In an era where digital technology is rapidly evolving and knowledge is shared in real time, communication and trust are more valuable than ever. Ultimately, people are at the heart of change. And the way to inspire change in people begins by listening to others with humility. This is one of the lessons I have learned from my humble experience in public service. And it is a principle that applies not only to individuals, but as much to organizations, nations, and the global community. Let us learn and live by acknowledging different perspectives within our communities, respecting our differences, and harnessing diversity as a driving force for change. This, I believe, is the core message of the three pillars of this conference: to learn, to belong, and to act. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Le vice-ministre, le vice-premier ministre, merci beaucoup, monsieur le vice-premier ministre et ministre de l'Éducation de la Corée du Sud. Maintenant, nous allons lancer le curriculum national pour l'identité visuelle, pour développer un curriculum, un programme qui assure la qualité et aussi la durabilité, la soutenabilité. Merci.
Remains essential, one that guides the way with clarity and confidence. A compass that begins with the individual, with their earliest dreams, their pursuit of learning, discovery, and progress through a comprehensive education system that focuses on building minds and developing capabilities. With every step on the path of knowledge and every skill acquired, the compass turns once again, leading towards broader fields and further horizons. The circles stretch wide and the tracks are multiple. However, the direction is clear toward knowledge, skills, and values that realize the nation's ambition and contribute on the development of human capital. The National Curriculum Center is driven by research and guided by the highest quality standards, charting the right course and leading the transformation of education in collaboration with our partners. We empower teachers to make difference and support students to become global competitors. National Curriculum Center. Ambition supported by reality. Empowerment made by an ambitious national vision.
Wonderful to see all the investments.
C'est agréable de voir tous ces investissements qui ont eu lieu à travers le royaume, à travers cette multitude de projets, à travers le curriculum. Mesdames et messieurs, prenons un moment pour revisiter les 3 premiers piliers de cette initiative en 2025 qui consiste à développer la manière dont on apprend, pour développer une fondation pour la proactivité et aussi pour ceux qui n'ont pas d'âge pour apprendre. Maintenant, honorer le fait où on appartient, c'est-à-dire développer des communautés inclusives et développer aussi la résilience dans des places pour soutenir le développement des capacités. Last but not least, c'est-à-dire comment faire pour susciter des actions collective pour développer à tous les niveaux un partenariat et une synergie à grande échelle. Nous avons maintenant des approches nationales différentes qui ont été prises au niveau du développement des capacités humaines. Cette initiative, maintenant, nous allons aller à la mise en œuvre de notre assemblée pour nous préparer et la prochaine session sera modérée par son Excellence Margaretha Chambrook, ancienne ministre des Affaires numériques de l'Australie.
Digital Saudi Arabia, and her special guests from the Maldives, Nigeria, the UAE, and last but certainly not least, Saudi Arabia. I welcome Her Excellency to the stage.
Thank you, thank you. Please. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses. I would like to welcome my panelists for this panel, including His Excellency Yusuf bin Abdullah Al Benyan, Minister of Education of Saudi Arabia. Thank you for joining me. His Excellency Ahmed Shafoueh, Minister of State for Higher Education, Labor and Skills of Development in Maldives. Her Excellency Sarah bint Yusuf Al Damira, Minister of Education, United Arab Emirates, and Minister of Education of Nigeria, His Excellency Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa. Thank you for joining me. Your Excellencies, thank you very much for joining me today on this panel where we are actually discussing about the most valuable thing each country has, the biggest treasure each country has, namely its youth. In Saudi Arabia has undertaken a huge change during Vision 2030 and education reforms, and so have the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency, innovation and digital transformation and STEM education is a huge part of your education. So you have included AI, robotics, and also coding into school curricula. Your Excellency, Alamira, will you tell us a little bit more about this, achieving this technology transfer into your education system? Mic, we have the mic. Can somebody help us with the mic? Oh, yes.
Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to everyone. First off, I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this wonderful initiative that puts at the forefront human capability development above and beyond the how and the means by which we achieve it. To your question, Your Excellency, the UAE has been, and not by choice, but by a means to expedite development, a quick adopter of technologies across every single sector. The education sector has also been a vital sector to be a technology adopter in. We have invested quite extensively, well over a decade in EdTech. Our EdTech has infused within it AI capabilities to provide a personalized learning experience within the classroom, enable educators to be able to push forward the education process, and more importantly, create more impactful development of capabilities. But I'd like to reform and reshape the discussion based on the advent of a new technological tool, artificial intelligence, which is quite different and a paradigm shift than every single other technology that has either infused or come into the lives of the children in each nation and each community, and at the same time into the education sector. What AI brings forward is a new mechanism to harness our approach to education, a new mechanism to have more information at your fingertips, but there is another side to that conversation. What we need to focus on in education is the following. Today we're talking about the development of capabilities and skills. AI brings forward to it an ability to reason or a different formulation of reasoning. If it's introduced too early, we might not develop the right skills in students at an early age. Therefore, there needs to be a revisiting on what skills do we need to work on. There's a strong lifeline link between reading and writing and the development of reasoning. That should not fall through the cracks in our priorities in education when we're adopting technology. Second, AI can harness and expedite our learning process, but there's a cognitive development process that goes into the lives of every student and child as they're growing up, which is combating challenges, being able to seek knowledge in the toughest of mechanisms, and not always having the answer at the tip of your fingertip. It is that builds creativity, builds resilience, builds an ability to continuously learn in the future. Our paradigm shift as policymakers in education today is not to think of AI as another edtech tool that will support our education process, but to rethink the mechanism for the first time on how we evolve our education policy development, our curriculum development, centered around the human, ensuring that AI is a tool that is introduced at the right time to expedite that development. This is what we're currently doing in the UAE when it comes to introducing further technologies into education in a purposeful mechanism, understanding the human development journey and ensuring that the capabilities are enhanced and addressed at the right ages as we're moving forward so that we can appropriately embrace the power that AI will bring to our communities and to our economies.
Thank you very much. So AI is definitely key to our lives, but the other thing, what we need to lead a very good life is, of course, nature. And I would like to come to His Excellency from Shafeu, from the Maldives. So you have the most beautiful islands in the world. We all love them. But you have also a challenge with it. This is the geography of your country, the islands which are dispersed. And I've heard you have satellite schools, and you're doing a lot and investing a lot to include all the students into the same type of education using digital tools for that. So can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yes. Thank you. Let me also echo our gratitude to His Excellency Minister, the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for inviting us and to be among such a distinguished panel. Yes, Maldives is a very small country, vulnerable to climate change. We are about 200 islands people live in, while we do have over 1,200 islands altogether in the Maldives. So our communities are separated by sea, one from the other. So this, of course, in terms of bringing in education, it provides us with a lot of challenges. However, within the last 30, 40 years, we have put a lot of effort in ensuring that education, human development is made a key priority in the nation and ensure that there is schooling provided in every island, including access to even technical vocational education. And for this, of course, we have to harness the technologies that come in. Even with the islands with populations or schools populations of less than 50 students, we ensure that there are teachers made available, there are resources that are made available in them. And I think the internet has paved the way to provide us with that. In the earlier years, we, of course, started using radios to ensure that we reach out, but I think over the years, things have changed a lot. In 2017, around that time, as a key new initiative, we made sure that we provided one-to-one tablets to every student in the Maldives, and it came as a blessing when COVID hit us, because that provided us the opportunity for us to provide online learning for every kid in the system to continue their education. Well, talking about challenges of distance and isolation, getting a teacher of the capacity that we require in every school remains a challenge. And that's the reason why a satellite school that was provided through online learning for specific subjects. It might not be a full length of or full school programs provided, but we may have a shortage of a physics teacher, a biology teacher, or a language teacher, in which case what we do is we then partner or identify key teachers that are there who could support in the process, and through using the technologies facilitate that access. Fortunately, however isolated we are, I think we have good connectivity across the Maldives. I think thanks to the tourism sector, which is well advanced in terms of providing internet access to these places. We also ensure that there is 5G, 4G internet access being made available to all islands. So it facilitates in us ensuring that these technologies are made use of in order to provide these essential social services to the people. Thank you.
It's great to hear how the life of young people change all around the world due to the digital transformation. Now let's come to Nigeria with one of the youngest and fastest growing population. Your home, Your Excellency Alausa. You're doing a lot of programs in Nigeria. I've read before, and we have also talked. You have Skill Up Nigeria. You have a universal basic education program. So how do you achieve this, that you offer both the foundational education on the one hand side for all the young people, and then the high-level one, like STEM, for those who are continuing in their education? And you have so many young entrepreneurs there. We are passionate about to hear about you, what you're telling us.
Thank you so much. Let me first begin by thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this expansive conference on human capability initiative, where leaders, policymakers, educationalists, and business have gathered together. This is extremely important, spreading this learning experience and opportunities beyond Saudi Arabia to the entire part of the world. We, on behalf of the government of Nigeria, I thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and more importantly to our host, His Excellency Yusuf Abdulaziz Abayan. Thank you so much for this invite. Now, to go directly to your question, we have a unique demographic in Nigeria. About 220 million people, with 70% of these 220 million people below the ages of 30 years. Very unique. We have a huge untapped demographic, 65 million people between the ages of 15 and 29, 5 million people entering the workforce every year. And unfortunately, we also have the problem of having one of the highest out-of-school children in the world, with about 15 million people. So what this government, we have directional and longitudinal focus on what we're doing as we tackle as we advance our universal basic education skill. I'll give a little bit synopsis of what the universal basic, at the foundational level, we have the pre-primary education at about 5 years, and we have 6 years of primary education and 3 years of junior secondary education. We have this translating into 9 years of compulsory foundational education. So what are we doing to imagine and equip this youthful population for the future? We've recently undergone extensive curriculum review, where we've incorporated digital literacy and some emerging technology like AI into our curriculum. We We've also added 12 new trades into our foundational learning so that we can begin to build children at a earlier age as they grow up to develop, to give them lifelong skill sets. And what we've also done with our curriculum review is to focus on how we move our teachers in terms of content delivery and lesson plan. We're giving a tablet to all the teachers in the foundational level school, the primary school, and the junior secondary school aspect of our foundational learning. And also, we're moving from static-based education to more of complementary and experiential learning. We're also moving our examination from standardized testing more towards competency-based testing and professional testing. As we do this, we hope to expand the knowledge we're giving to our young children at the foundational learning. And you talked about a Skill Up Nigeria, which, because we know we have a huge young population, we have to prepare them for the job of the future. We have a National Skill Council now, headed by the Vice President of the country as the chairman and myself as the vice chairman. So what we've done is to amalgamate all the various skills that we're giving our children. We have an expansive focus on TVET, Technical Vocational Education and Training, where we've designed the entire TVET program in incentivizing young Nigerians to seek technical skills and also building a new value chain in the education system where government is paying for the tuition so that there can be more funds available to those schools to build new workshops, recruit new teachers, and help improve teachers' professional development. And as well, we're focusing heavily on practical training, where the curriculum is designed, where 80% of the curriculum is on practical skill and only 20% of the curriculum on didactics. And as we do this, we aim to give them life skills that they will use in being able to be useful to themselves, to the community they live, and the country at large. And also, we have expansive focus on a digital technology academy, where we're equipping young Nigerians with skill sets like in area of proactive security, cloud computing, IT automation, AI, and machine learning. So as we do this, we hope that to prepare these young children for Nigeria, not for Nigeria alone, but for the global society. Thank you.
Yes, so you're investing a lot and you're creating a lot of startup entrepreneurs, I've also heard. So thank you for sharing with us. So Your Excellency Albanian, we've heard a lot from your guests about their programs and what they do. And we have something in common. We both come from industry, and I know you share this passion. And as part of Vision 2030, how is now Saudi Arabia working to align the education system with the future needs for the jobs that are here, especially when we look at the technology needs and the innovation?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. If you look at the HCI theme, one of it is learn. And I'm very pleased today sitting next to their excellencies that we are sharing their knowledges, and I think we are activating one of the main theme of our conference. We need to learn from each other in order for us really to create a stronger outcomes for the most important elements, the current and the future generations. I mean, let's be more candid. We are blessed that we have a very clear vision called 2030. The vision has been able to articulate for us the end of state. We want to have a vibrant society, we want to have an ambitious nation, and a thriving economy. If you want to achieve this destination, is the only way for you to focus on human capital development. And I think this is a very important recognition how the vision has taken this into considerations. And this is clearly by having a dedicated program, it's called Human Capital Development Program, shared by His Royal Highness. It's a very clear message how we put the right emphasis. And if we look at the programs, has really looked into the entire ecosystem and make sure that we activate the entire elements that is required for us to beef up our human capital developments. And make sure also we have the right focus and the right resources, and we put the right energy where it really matters. And I think this is very important because human capital development programs or initiatives is a wide range, but we need to make sure there is a specific focus that is going to activate and enable you to achieve your objectives. And of course, this is based on each nation's opportunities and challenges. And if we're going to make sure that we are fully aligned with the market, with the labor markets, I think it's very important that we have to get an agile system that has the ability to really respond to the local requirement and the market needs. But also our vision not only to meet the market needs, our vision to make sure that our education system, and more importantly, the higher education system, to create a new industry that can create a new jobs. I think education is not only responsive of what the market needs only, but also has a responsibility to create a new industry through R&D. And this is one of our main focus. But if I want to specifically point certain elements related to market alignments, we have to look at it from the beginning, the early start. If we look at, for example, today we announced launching our National Curriculum Center. We want to make sure that we do have the right mix between knowledge, skills, and values. And we need to distill this on the beginning, on the early childhood programs, where we have, at this point of time, we have been able to achieve 36.7%, where we started on 2019 around maybe 21%, and our aim to reach 90% in 2030. We need to start from the early childhood. We need to start also from changing the curriculum and make sure it has the proper focus on developing the skills requirement. Not only that, also the government has created a labor foresight unit. And this unit has a responsibility to make sure there is a good level of alignment and synergies between different agencies and the private sector, and also our education system, to make sure that we have the proper inputs for us to act accordingly. But again, I think it's the most critical piece for us to look at the entire journey of our education system. And I think one of the most important elements as well in the education part, we need to accept the fact that we need a body to continuously assess our performance and give us the signal whether we are moving in the right direction or not. And I think we have also been blessed by having ETIC, one of the most important organizations that continuously assess our performance, our schools, our teachers, and the output of our education system, and provide us with the right insight in order for us to change accordingly. And one of it, whether we have the right output on our education system, either in K-12 or higher educations or vocational training that can meet the market requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let me take your point on the lifelong learning. You mentioned that it is a process and the different ages. So, Your Excellency Alamiri, when you look at the UAE and the reskilling projects you are doing, also during the different stages from very young also to adults in companies, which is definitely needed. I'm not born digital. I'm still one of the ones not born in the digital world. So we need to take all people with us, especially to reskill them in these new talents like AI and so on. So what are you doing there? May you share with us?
I would like to second what His Excellency mentioned. We need to look at the lifelong education process as a continuum and not a disruptive or disconnected realignment. So for those that are currently in the market, and for those that are in higher education, and for those students that are in the last few years of secondary education, it is an easier mix because you're responding to market demand in terms of the gaps, in terms of skills that are currently being developed and how you develop them. I won't tackle that part because I think we've all got it down to a science. I'll talk about the children, the 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds, that today we need to educate in a completely different way and develop in them skills because we are responding to an unknown. AI is not a disruptive technology that you can map out. It is a paradigm-shifting technology. The same thing the microchips were, the same way the internet was. So it's going to create a future for us that is unknown to us today, that we can imagine what it's going to be, but it's not necessarily going to be that way, which means the skills and the values, like everyone here mentioned, becomes foundational and fundamental on how we educate them to become lifelong learners intrinsically. You build in them the necessary resilience, the means to acquire knowledge, the means to discern ethical values. Values have become ever more important in the lives of all communities and societies. And now, for the first time, education is going to play a vital role in developing that. And what does that move into? It moves us into us changing the role of the educator. His Excellency, the Minister of Education in Korea, mentioned something quite vital, which is what we're doing in the UAE as well. We're changing the educator's competency framework. They are now turning into deliverers and enhancers of knowledge and skills to ones that would also work towards enhancing and further developing values and instilling the right character and personalities in students. So we are operating today in two different paradigms. One of bridging gaps, ensuring the utilization of technology and those that are closer to the job market today, because we understand the job market and its demands. And one which is completely unknown to us, where we need to go back to basics, like I've mentioned earlier, and hone in and design the right skills and change the entire system to be able to do that.
Thank you. So changing the framework for the Maldives, it also meant introducing environment education. That's key in your curriculum also. Can you share with us this? Because we have on the one hand side the digital world, which is transforming, but of course we have the environment, which is transforming. And you have a special focus on this. Please share with us.
Yes. From the very beginning, when our first curriculum in the Maldives was introduced, even at that time, that was early in the 1980s, so when our first curriculum came in, even at that point, environment was a key aspect of our life, living sustainability, and also ensuring that the very vulnerable environment that's around us is protected. So with the launch of the first primary curriculum, national curriculum in the Maldives, we had environmental studies as a subject area, continuing from the very early years of the primary education and continuing so on. But the recent shift that we have, however, brought is, while knowledge content has been the focus earlier, now we moved into more of a what we call as a competency-based curriculum, where we want to see skills being reflected in terms of their life. So when the major revision was brought into the curriculum, in our curriculum in 2015, as part of the key competencies that had been identified. So there had been 8 key competencies identified at our school curriculum, and environmental sustainability, living with the environment, understanding the surrounding, is one key competency area that we have identified, which goes across all levels of curriculum or all learning areas. But still, we do have a dedicated subject that addresses into it both environmental studies and social studies combined together, working in it. So it starts even at the early stages, at the foundation stages, and go all the way up to the secondary level. So it remains a key. So what we do within the curriculum is trying to help students to understand sustainable lifestyles. There are life skills aspects that had been integrated into the curriculum, again, which ensures there's both conservation, but more to do with the self-practices. So what in fact are the skills one need to have? What are the habits that one need to acquire in order to ensure that we live harmoniously with with the very delicate environment that is there. And I think the need is more important. It's not just in Maldives, I think anywhere in the world, because they need to understand the surroundings, they need to be able to respect and live with our surrounding, our environment, in order for us to live our lives better. And more importantly, at this age where we do talk about and where all of us have been impacted, not just small island or low-lying islands like the Maldives, but I think globally we see the effect of climate change. So there are more important reasons why environment, sustainable living has to be part of our daily lives, and more importantly, included within our curriculums. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we can learn a lot of you. You have started really early with this, and His Excellency allows. I cannot let you go without telling you, you have a special program in Nigeria which is called Teach for Nigeria, and I myself, I have done once a school lesson as a minister with students on this, but you're also investing a lot in apprenticeship programs, and I'm passionate about those. Because in Austria, for example, 50% of young people choose an apprenticeship program, and you are also investing a lot in this in your country with all your young people. So I wonder what you do and what are the next steps in this type of very important type of education, the apprenticeship.
Yeah, thank you. Two important things you've mentioned that we're doing in our country today, Teach for Nigeria and giving a lot of life skills to tens of millions of our young population. As I said, we have a very youthful population, very unique demography in the world, with over 65 million people between the ages of 15 and 29 years, and 5 million people entering new people entering the workforce every year. So as a government, we have to be very pragmatic and very directional and longitudinal in how we cater for this young citizens. I Teach for Nigeria is a major plan that the government is deployed, where we get teachers, a form of teacher corps, going to the rural community to teach. And what we're also doing, we're deploying online digital lessons, training at the foundational level, where we have live lessons in English, arithmetic, science, basic sciences, and at the senior secondary level, also in mathematics, chemistry, physics, biology. These lessons are designed for kids in the rural area to be able to log on and get instruction from one of the best teachers. And they're also carefully designed in such a way that they're live lessons, very interactive, where the children can ask the teachers questions at real time. And whatever they're not able to learn well, those lessons are saved. They can go back to review those lessons and learn more. And also, we're working on some AI technology that also help customize those lessons to the needs of each student. They can now go back, get summary of those lessons, as well as other reference points where they can go, check those references to expand their knowledge in such courses. So this program has been going on and is very successful, and we're planning on expanding it to every part across the country. And as we use these online lessons in the foundational levels of our education, we're also deploying that in the skill, where we are expanding 20 different skills to focus skills in areas of construction, automobile, renewable energy, solar panel assembling, and also transitioning to new energy, compressed natural gas, where we're retrofitting a lot of our cars to be dual energy between the PMS and CNG for better efficiency. And as we do this, and also, we're also focusing on areas of agri-tech and as well as livestock production, so to skill up a lot of these young people so that they can begin to be useful to themselves. And as we do this, the government has also put something together in forms of entrepreneurial grant to them. As they're finishing this training, this technical training, they have opportunities to get a grant And in such way, if the grant is not enough, we're working with our Bank of Industry to give them single-digit credit so that once they're trained, they can become entrepreneurs. You have young, energetic, very ambitious people, and we need to engage them, and that's what we're doing aggressively in engaging these citizens and giving them life skills to be useful to themselves, to the country, and the global world at large.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Becoming an entrepreneur is a dream of a lot of the young people all around the world, in all your countries. Also, of course, in Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency, a lot of young Saudis, especially women, dream of and are going to set up their own companies, startups. They are going abroad, they come back, they bring the knowledge back. And this program, the Human Capability Program, is translating this vision into the very concrete world of them and is helping them. So to finalize our round, would you like to share with us your thoughts and your targets, your dreams, and what you're going to do on this?
Well, first of all, as I said earlier, I think we have a program that is going to provide a very good assessment of our ecosystem and make sure that we benefits from these programs in order for us to achieve the direct. One of it is basically diversity. We need to make sure that there is enough diversity in our education system and our market labor force, and in the same time, even in our leadership positions. So this is one of our main objective in the vision and also in the human development programs. But also we need to look at a very important aspect in order for us to achieve these objectives. First of all, the program has provided a very good initiatives and wide range of enablements. But there is a very important mix that we need to keep in mind, at least from my own experience. The first one, we need to make sure that we do things simple. Complexity, by the way, is easier than doing things in a simple way. Second, we need to make sure that we go to the basics. We need to think about the basic that is going to make the 80-20 rules. Third, there is always limited resources, and you want to make sure that you put your resources where it's really going to give you higher return. This is why in our education system today, we have focused on 4 main pillars. First one, which you just recently announced, is basically our National Curriculum Center. We want to make sure that the curriculum has the entire elements that to make sure we have the right knowledge, the right skills, and the right values. And this is very, very important. In the second, also we're going to announce, hopefully after the sessions, is basically the developments of our teacher institutions. Right now, this institution is going to be the gateway to school. We want to make sure that our teachers are well prepared and have the entire competency requirement in order for them to deliver. Because teachers and curriculum is a very important element for any education system. A third element, the ecosystem in the school. And I think today the technology is going to play a major role. Today we have put team together to envision how is the school will look like on 2030 and 2035 and beyond. Maybe we're going to have a different setup of school. In the same times, we need to define the future roles of the teachers. Today, teachers is coming as a delivery model. But in the future, I don't know whether we're going to maintain similar model or they're going to be facilitator. And this is require a different set of training, different set of really expectations. And as Her Excellency mentioned, I think we need to look at the competency model of current and future teachers. And finally, we need to have a very strong, robust assessment model. We need to measure our performance. If we don't have a very strong system that measure our performance, we will not be able to really measure whether our initiatives and our works are really giving us the benefits or the expected result. And this is where the program, Human Capital Development Program, is going to play a major role. And in fact, this forum is one of it. Today, we think about learn, belong, and act. And I think this is one of the outcomes of from this program, to bring a lot of brains and experts and talents into one roof and try to make sure that we have the right outcomes for not the current future of our generations, but also for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for sharing all your experience with us, and I'm convinced the audience will take it for the whole day and will accompany them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much, Your Excellencies. Fascinating discussion there. Our next guest is one of the world's most foremost authorities on educational policy and economics. For decades, his groundbreaking research has fundamentally reshaped how we understand the relationship between education, economic growth, and human capability development. His landmark studies on teacher quality, educational achievement, and economic outcomes have influenced policy discussions in countries around the world. Please welcome, all the way from San Francisco, Professor Eric A. Hanashek, Senior Fellow, Hoover Institution, Stanford University.
Thank you for that introduction. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, delegates from around the world, I am truly honored to be here at this important and timely conference. When I was first asked to come to this conference, I could think of no more appropriate place to have this conference than Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a rich country. But 10 years ago, with the publication of Vision 2030, the Crown Prince recognized that the future of Saudi Arabia depended upon more than pumping oil out of the ground. It involved changing and adding to the industrial base, the technology, to the information basis of the economy. And Vision 2030 also recognized that in order to do this, it had to deal with the quality of the labor force and the quality of its schools. That is the theme that I want to highlight today. It's a theme that is echoed in a majority of the countries of the world today, and it's a theme that is properly echoed. So I want to make three points today, and I'll provide you a little bit of data on the economics of improving the quality of schools. The first point that I would make is that the only way to move an economy into advanced manufacturing and technology and information systems is a high-quality education. Second, redirecting systems of the world, school systems of the world, is challenging. And third, that it is possible to make changes. It's not automatic, but it's possible. Those are the themes I want to hit today. The historical lesson is pretty clear. The vast majority of differences in long-run growth rates of countries around the world can be explained simply by the quality of the labor force and the societies that underlie those countries. Importantly, we can judge that quality for economic purposes largely by the standard PISA and TIMSS scores that we have. And because of that, it implies the whole analysis implies the importance of adopting worldwide standards for education systems of the schools in every country. This involves underlying that, emphasizing the quality of the curriculum and the teachers. But these things are absolutely important. Just as a footnote, I recently have been trying to develop a program to improve the education quality in sub-Saharan Africa. Lots of countries and lots of individuals are interested in the development of sub-Saharan Africa. But today, 90% of the school children in sub-Saharan Africa do not have the skills to participate in a modern society. Development in sub-Saharan Africa will only happen if the quality of the schools improves. So let me turn to the challenges. The challenges are obvious, I think. I'll illustrate the challenges by Saudi Arabia. It's easy to do because Saudi Arabia has a vast majority of its youth in secondary schools. But if we look at what their skills and knowledge is at the end of secondary school, we see that fully 2/3 of the youth will not have the skills to participate in a modern information technological society. Now, if it was possible in the next 10 years to bring the quality of the schools up so that all Saudi youth, in fact, reached minimum levels, it would imply faster growth of the Saudi economy. It would mean that the present value of added growth to the society is 8.5 times the current GDP of Saudi Arabia. Now, what does that mean? That means that the average GDP for the remainder of the century would be 17% higher. Each and every year, 17% higher. Now, I'm not trying to actually single out Saudi Arabia. It just happens that the quality issues in terms of what the skills that the youth get is exactly the average for the world as a whole. 2/3 of the youth in the world today do not reach the quality standards that we think is important for active and full participation in society. Now, Saudi Arabia is ahead because 1/3 of the youth in the world never get to secondary schooling, so that the rest of the world has a bigger challenge of first getting kids into school and secondly, getting the quality there. But it's important that this transformation start early and quickly. Let me give you what history suggests about the impact of improving schools around the world. First, the standard recipe for dealing with education issues is get everybody into schooling. And that would have an important thing because important impact because, as I noted, 1/3 of the youth around the world are not in secondary schooling today. If we could get everybody into secondary schooling around the world, it would boost growth around the world and equal a little over 1 times the current world GDP from getting everybody in school. The present value would be that large. But if I thought of the situation of trying to get all youth in school, in secondary schools, and got the quality up to minimum standards, it would boost growth around the world so that the present value is over $700 trillion US. That's 5.5 times world GDP today. 5.5 times from getting everybody up to minimal skills. Now, I mentioned sub-Saharan Africa. If sub-Saharan Africa could do that, it would be 28 times the current GDP in sub-Saharan Africa. But there's obviously a challenge there. Getting the schools up to that level is, in fact, difficult. There are examples. We can look at the PISA scores and see that there are examples. Lots of the world was set back by the pandemic. I should note that Saudi Arabia did better than most countries of the world during the pandemic in terms of not losing ground. And maybe it's a statement about the early start that came from Vision 2030. But we have some lessons, and the lessons are pretty simple. The lessons are that there is no substitute for having good assessments of where the schools are and accountability systems that relate to the performance of schools. Accountability systems that aren't based upon just counting the inputs to schools and how much we spend, but are based upon what kids are learning at the end of school. Secondly, it's getting quality teachers. Now, there's been a lot of discussion, even this morning, about the use of technology in schools, and maybe AI is going to reform the schools of the world. One thing that we learned from the pandemic was pretty straightforward. Today, if we look at the schools during the pandemic, the schools that went back to in-person instruction systematically did better than the schools that used a hybrid system of some in-person and some technology. And both of those did better than fully remote systems. We are not prepared to replace quality teachers at this point in time. Now, developing the quality teachers, of course, is itself a challenge. And I don't think that I have time to discuss this in great detail. So at this point, I hope that the lessons about the quality of schooling are clear. The economics, I'm leaving out the important issues of culture and the values that schools impart. But looking at just the economics, the quality of schooling is the key. And so I will leave here. I know that there are a number of ministers of education here from around the world. I have in my hands the data for every country in the world about where the situation stands and what is to be gained by improving the schools. And I assert that this is the information that is needed to take to the Minister of Finance to support the investments in school, because it is the future of every nation of the world. Thank you.
Well, such an insightful session there from Professor Hanushek into how educational quality really does have such a profound knock-on effect on social returns that surpass purely individual economic benefits. It does remind us of how vital cognitive skills development is, not only to national economic success, but also to our collective prosperity. Well, that brings us now on to our third of our special announcements today, the University of New Haven Investment License Handover. This aims to develop and support investment in the education sector, leverage and utilize educational assets, and attract international universities to enhance educational outcomes and provide high-quality international education. Please welcome back to the stage His Excellency Yusuf bin Abdullah Al Benyan, along with His Excellency Khalid bin Abdulaziz Al Faleh, Ministry of Investment, Saudi Arabia, Dr. Jens Fredrickson, President, University of New Haven, United States, and Mr. Mohammed Abba Hussein, Deputy Minister of Investment. Mr. Abba Hussein, I believe, has the honor of presenting the investment license to Dr. Fredrickson. If I could ask you both gentlemen to join us on the stage. For what is indeed a momentous moment in these proceedings here at the Human Capability Initiative. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Excellency Albanian and Mr. Abba Hussein, if I could ask you to please retake your seats in the audience, that would be most appreciated. Your Excellency Al-Faleh and Dr. Fredrickson, please stay with me on stage for the moment as we get into your panel. And to host that, please allow me to welcome Sadia Zahidi, Managing Director, World Economic Forum, and her fellow panelists for a session on investing in and redefining human capital in the age of automation.
Hey. Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome, everyone. I was already introduced, so I won't repeat that, but it's an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here with you and to have the chance to guide this particular conversation, perhaps one of the most important in our agenda today. I'll quickly introduce our panel and give a very short introduction and then move on to what I hope will be a lively conversation with the full group. We have with us His Excellency Khaled bin Abdulaziz Al Faleh, Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia. Welcome. We have Dr. Jens Fredrickson, President, University of New Haven, United States, and obviously you saw them both with the very important announcement earlier just now. Justina Nixon-Saintil, Vice President and Chief Impact Officer, IBM, United States. And last but not least, Andreas Schleicher, Directorate for Education and Skills, or the OECD. Welcome to all of you. Now, we're talking about this particular topic in the midst of major economic shifts and major changes in terms of how certain or uncertain the economic and investment outlook is. In that particular uncertainty, there is potentially less cross-border investment. There is potentially less fiscal firepower in certain countries. And yet, there couldn't be a more important moment to think about having a new kind of investment, new types of innovation, building out new industries, and most importantly, investing in human capital and workforce transformation. And that's going to be very much our topic for today. And let me first turn to our host country to share more about how you see that relationship between investment and human capital and workforce development. Over to you, Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Sadia. And I think while you're here moderating, let me also reiterate our appreciation for the role that the World Economic Forum plays in bringing all of us in the global community ready for the challenges and the opportunity that the world brings, and the focus you've had within the WEF on human capital amongst the many crucial issues that you've been addressing globally. Let me also extend thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Minister Al-Banyan, both from a human capital program role where he leads the executive committee, but also as Minister of Education. And as someone who's been both an investor and a human capital leader in his earlier career with SABIC, he and I worked together on, when I was in Aramco and he was on SABIC, on preparing the kingdom's workforce for the future that we're seeing today. And I have to say, we did not anticipate all of the change, but certainly we worked with the government at that time. This is going back 20 plus years. This is how far back he goes in terms of his passion and commitment. I also, since I'm the first speaker, I want to congratulate him and the education community of Saudi Arabia for the fantastic performance yesterday at the Geneva Inventions exhibit, where Saudi Arabia, I think, was one of the largest winners. I think the 6 prizes, 120 medals, both from primary education as well as from our great universities. So congratulations. But you know, this is a continuation of an ecosystem investment in the kingdom that is deeply rooted from the creation of the kingdom and His Majesty King Abdulaziz, the founder, who built into the first priorities of the government, the concession with Aramco. Everything that was done 80, 90 years ago was about building the capabilities of the Saudi people. Going specifically to your question, I think, and I know, having been on both sides, government, private, as well as a parent and responsible for educating my children, that investment and education are very much symbiotic. Investments, and I shouldn't say education, but skill development, lifelong education, are very much symbiotic. Investments create a demand pull on skills development, which influences how the universities, vocational schools, and people find what are the signals from the market that these investors are doing. And that creates a talent pool that in itself becomes the magnet for attracting new investments. So it's very much a virtuous cycle that we have seen at play in Saudi Arabia. And to just give you some data points about the focus, the dual focus that Vision 2030 under the leadership of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, who I think if you need a signal, he chairs the Human Capability Program. I think it's probably the only program amongst the VRPs that he chairs. So this is the priority he gives it. But he also gives a lot of focus on investment. And if you see what we've done over the last 10 years in investment, our FDI has quadrupled in terms of flows. Our FDI stock has gone up almost double to where it is today. And as a result, jobs within these foreign investment companies have gone up by 40%, and Saudis in foreign investments have doubled. Our investor licenses have gone up by about a factor of 9 to 10. And also, our regional headquarter number has gone up to 600 from 5 before the vision was launched. So investments are taking the signals that the kingdom is not only rich with capital, it's not only rich with natural resources, oil, minerals, it's not only a large market integrated well with our GCC partners, but it's a country that increasingly has the magnet, as I mentioned, for efficiency-seeking investment, not just resource-seeking investment, which is undisputably today, in a world where there is competition for talent, the magnet for efficiency-seeking investment is talent. And not only do we have domestically the indigenous resources of Saudi Arabia, 60% of our population are below 30, and they're getting one of our largest investments by the government in education across the value chain of education. But we're also an open economy. So being open means your markets are open, your investment flows in and out are open, but also your talent pool is open for investment. Last point, we see human skill development value chain from education to executive programs to vocational school. We see that as one of our most important investment verticals. I spend more time trying to create investments in human skill development, including education. We just witnessed the last and the latest great fruit of this investment we make in our time of attracting human skill developers. We see that as a key vertical within our investment because it's a vertical, but it cuts horizontally across every sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A lot of very important points. And Justina, let me take it straight over to you from your vantage point in the private sector, in the United States in particular, but also elsewhere in the world. How do you see this relationship between investment and human capital and workforce development?
Yeah, so, IBM has recognized that we need to invest in upskilling and reskilling, especially when you have a disruptive technology like AI, to make sure that we are preparing people for the jobs of today, but also the jobs of the future. This makes a difference for GDP. This makes a difference for hiring the right talent into the private sector, and really makes a difference for economic mobility. So we have a partnership with MCIT where we made a commitment to skill 100,000 Saudis over the next few years. And we're actually over halfway to that target of 100,000. And it's in partnerships with the National E-Learning Center, with MCIT and many other organizations and universities in the kingdom that is enabling these types of partnerships. When you think about AI as a disruptive technology, we have invested in the kingdom, for example, a recent partnership with Lenovo to innovate around Gen AI, but we also implemented on our Watson X platform an Arabic LLM, large language model, to really spur innovation and new ideas around AI. But with that comes the focus on skilling and upskilling and making sure that we have people that understand AI, both from AI fluency and literacy, but also AI builders, people who can actually create these models, understand AI, and could really innovate for the next solutions that can really make a difference around the kingdom. IBM has a platform called IBM Skills Build, and it's freely available to anyone. And we partner with universities, we partner with nonprofit organizations, we also partner with K-12 school systems to provide access to free training, free learning pathways, and credentials that enable them to be skilled in AI, in cyber, in analytics, data analytics, and so much more. But of course, AI is in demand. It's what we hear about the most. It's what universities are incorporating into their curriculum. They're launching new career learning paths around AI, and we are providing that partnership and that access for free because we understand the importance to invest in community and make sure that we're upskilling all of society. So that is a huge focus of ours, not just in the kingdom, but globally.
Thank you very much. So we've covered there the demand side. Let's talk a bit about the supply side, and I'd like to talk both upstream and downstream, and perhaps come to you first, Jens, about the more downstream element around higher education. And how do you think things are faring there? Is that view around investing for the future truly present, or are there major gaps and shortfalls in your view?
Well, I think there is absolutely gaps, right? If we look at, if we take on board the notion that human capital is our greatest asset, in terms of investment, the University of New Haven is a private not-for-profit. So in some ways, we're not the beneficiary of public sector investment. And it's in some ways, paradoxically, sort of an advantage because the business model is intimately tied to our ability to deliver ROI, right? And so in some ways, our investors are parents and students, our private sector, corporates, industry, and then ultimately philanthropy, right? And so the fact that the business model is so intimately tied to it creates a degree of innovation and experimentation and entrepreneurship around ROI and really leaning into delivering on that. And so I think for institutions like ours, I mean, I'm sure everybody follows sort of higher education news in the US, and public confidence is obviously at an all-time low. And in many ways, that's tied to the question around relevance of higher education. Does it translate to outcomes, the inflationary costs? There are all these alternatives now in play. And so I think it's incumbent upon institutions to really lean into this notion of delivering ROI. And the ROI metric has become more complex in terms of it's not just socioeconomic, it's civic, it's personal, it's psychological. And so you take on board a mandate to deliver as a private institution in a way that warrants that investment of your students and ultimately families. And part of that is tied to the whole model is now focused on not just A's and B's, but experiential learning. We talk about AI, both being market ready, but in some ways also being ahead, helping to forecast what is to be expected. And so I think, I mean, if we just look at the ROI of those three investor groups, students and parents, and their expectations have changed dramatically. Industry and private sector, we hear a lot from private sector, there is this gap between academia and industry. We're not providing sort of market responsiveness, so really building in industry and the corporate sector into the curriculum in really thoughtful ways of providing that to students, to where it's not just detached, and at the end of the day, when you graduate, there is no expectation that you contribute from an economic development standpoint. And so I think, and then sort of last but not least, philanthropy, right? Impact investing, they want to see an ROI. They want to see the fact that it's not opportunity costs and students aren't ready, and we have 40 million Americans that began college but didn't, I mean, you want to talk about opportunity costs, right? And so there is an expectation around relevance. There is a paradigm shift that I think is happening and has to happen with this shift in public confidence. So I'd say from an investment perspective, yes, I mean, again, taking on board that it's the greatest asset, the more investment, the better, but targeted and really thoughtful around deliverables and a general paradigm shift.
Thank you very much. Our conversation is really meant to be forward-looking, taking a view into where things are headed, and take a bit more of a long-term time frame. The types of changes that you've just described that happened over the last decade here in the Kingdom. Andreas, from your perspective, what types of gaps, concerns, risks, and opportunities do you see when you think about that younger cohort that will be part of the workforce in 10 or 15 years' time?
Yeah, you know, one of the hardest decisions that we as individuals and countries have to make is the balance between investing in the present and investing in the future. And I think you just heard Rick Hanushek, you know, investing in skills in the future really pays off. Now, I think he quoted numbers. If this country, the Kingdom, would raise the quality of its skills among young people by just one school year, that's over $4 trillion over the working life of people. You get everybody to the baseline level on our global PISA test, and that's almost $10 trillion. So the promise, the value proposition is very, very clear. The trouble is that just putting more money into our current institutional structures is not necessarily the best route to get you there. And I give you an example. You know, the United States spends over 10 times as much per student than Vietnam. But Vietnam gets better results these days when you look at subjects like mathematics. So it's really about how do we reconfigure, you know, the people, the time, the technology in education to get superior outcomes. And we're just at the beginning of that. You know, Justine, you mentioned the power of AI. It's not just changing the demand for skills. It's very much changing also educational opportunity, what we can actually do. And I think about nurse plus AI equals doctor. Now, think about vocational education and training plus AI equals engineer. Think about average teacher plus AI, expert teacher. Someone who's also a good coach, a mentor, a facilitator. And I think that's the way we need to look at this. And I think reconfiguring, the inputs in education to get superior outcomes. The world provides a great laboratory. Find amazing systems that have over the last decades seen incredible progress on this. Unfortunately, most of them are in Asia. It's very, very hard to find that on the Western world, but that's really important. The second part, I think, when you talk about investment is anything you can do to move away from lumpy degrees and qualification to better signals that tell you what people actually know and can do, and that give people greater ownership over what they learn and how they learn and where they learn and when in their learn is going to pay high returns. Now, micro-credentials will take over, some of that, very heavy degree structures. Now, sometimes, college degrees these days little more than the receipt for the tuition you paid. You have lots of young people who have great degrees who have difficulties finding good jobs, and employers tell you they cannot find the people with the skills we need. And better integrating the world of work and learning. I think we talked about this. Those are the kind of investments that hold the greatest promise. Making learning more granular, giving people greater ownership in shaping their pathways. The last point I want to make, and I think it hasn't come up yet, but I think it's incredibly important, is investment in shaping the demand for skills. Take the two largest economies of the OECD, United States and Japan. Japan is probably the best human capabilities now. Very, very talented kind of young people, but its labor market is so siloed, so rigid that people never get a chance to use their skills, women particularly. You take the United States, where the skills pool starting from school is actually very patchy. Some extremely greatly skilled people, but also some really large trail at the bottom of the distribution. But no economy is better than the US in extracting value from the skills of people, translating better skills into better jobs and better lives. And I think that's the part, where investment is incredibly important, and that we, otherwise you just invest in people and they're going to leave your country.
Thank you very much. We have about 10 minutes left, and I want to try, if we can, to squeeze in 2 rounds of questions from both of you. We'll see. We'll try. Jens, you've mentioned ROI, and Andreas, you have mentioned one of the potential best investments around artificial intelligence and augmenting human work. Minister, perhaps over to you. If you were to be constrained in terms of resources, and of course you're in the happy situation of not necessarily being constrained, and if you were to think about the advice that could be offered to other public sector entities, where do you think the biggest bet should be around investment in human capital?
I think, as we've heard from our great panelists, making sure that the development of the human being going into the workforce and continuing to develop that human being and that human capital through their lifetime, not just through their careers, has to take into consideration a balanced approach where discipline skills are the deep vertical that we need to educate people with, but I think more importantly, and just as importantly, is equipping them with the ability to continue to upgrade those skills, because the world is changing so fast. The half-life of the knowledge you learn from school is getting shorter and shorter. And so rote learning of the past is no longer appropriate. Experiential learning, as Jens said, and then bringing in the corporate, as we heard about the IBM experience globally and the great effort they're making here. And I think just as important is building the character, the values of the individual. We heard it from Her Excellency SEIR from the UAE. Values are key. People have to survive. Life is getting more competitive, not less, with all of the luxuries of technology and comforts of life. People are under continuous pressure to compete in the workplace. So building the character of the individual is something that we as parents need to do from birth. We need to nurture. We need to follow it through the school. So making sure that teachers are also able to build that human character and that resilience, and then unleashing that human capital in the world with the agility to move. People used to always think of vertical upward mobility of human capital. And today, it's not an upward, it's zigzagging. People are mobile across disciplines, but they're also mobile across organizations, and they're mobile across countries. And this is going to only accelerate. And we have to build it into our people that that's not only acceptable, that's good. Develop the skills, know the pluses and minuses, and go and enjoy life, and don't be too much stressed, because also mental pressures are mounting. Sorry I took too long.
Thank you very much. And that's actually exactly what we found in our work on the future of jobs at the World Economic Forum, that there is a need, of course, to focus on technological skills, but character, leadership, social influence, analytical thinking, creativity, values, these are the things that will also really matter in the intelligent age. Jens, your thoughts?
Well, I would echo those statements, right? I think in interesting ways, when I talked about sort of a more comprehensive sense of ROI and expectations around higher education, it is that you're stuck in these dueling demands that the marketplace has. We hear from employers all the time that students aren't ready to walk in, right? So you need the readiness and the responsiveness to the market, but you also need to, in some ways, be forecasting what are those roles, teaching. So there is an intense focus on the technical. But if you disregard that, in some ways, you're obsolete and outdated within a short period of time, right? So the ability to teach critical thinking, agility, flexibility, global awareness, a real understanding of the dynamism, if you will. And those are in some ways sort of contrasting and dueling, competing. And I think that's the ask of universities, that you both have to be demand-driven. I mean, it's beyond readiness, right? So it's, in some ways, it's exactly that, right? It's capturing that we live in times where the uncertainty and the tectonics on which we stand are moving at such a rapid pace, and then you add AI to that, and the redundancies, the job displacement that will, so the ability to have flexibility and also develop, in some ways, the human component of taste, awareness, interpretation, and really being able to ask the questions, because in many instances AI can certainly answer them, right? So are we asking the right questions, the ethical questions? And so in those regards, I think a lot is being asked of higher education, and those institutions that rise to that moment as at this inflection point, I think will thrive, and students will gravitate towards it, as will industry.
Thank you. Justina?
Yeah, I think the biggest opportunity for ROI for the corporate sector is in two ways, right? First, how do you upskill and reskill your own workforce? And that is a priority, I think, for every company, making sure that everyone has the right skills. Again, right now, right, huge focus on AI, but how do you make sure your workforce is ready? But all of the other skills we mentioned, that is a priority, right? And lifelong learning, I know this is a theme we hear a lot, but right now it's AI, next it will be quantum, right? So how do you make sure that you have a workforce that is always ready to learn and adapt? And I think that's a huge priority for corporates. The second thing is, how do we help society? And that's a huge part of the work that we do as well, in partnership with universities. Bring in our platform, Watson X, to universities, helping with capstone projects, making sure students understand how to innovate, how to create new ideas, leveraging AI. But also, more broadly, how do we make sure everyone has AI literacy and fluency? And I think that's going to uplift the workforce overall. So those are areas where we want to invest and make sure that we have that ROI for us, for our clients, but also for society at large.
Thank you. Andres?
Yeah, I think His Excellency is really, put the finger on the point, it's all about, identity and belonging beyond all the kind of technical skills. Now, if you do not know who you are, you're not going to be open to uncertainty and change. If you need to learn to live with yourself, to live with people who are different from you, to learn to live with this planet. Now, those things we must not forget, and that's why, education, skill development is always going to be a relational experience, never just a transactional business. And that brings me to the point, as much as I'm a believer in, technology and transforming learning, AI is not a magic power. It's just an incredible accelerator, an amazing amplifier. It's going to amplify, good ideas in the same way it accelerates poor ideas. And that brings me to the point, if I had to ask, where to invest in the K-12 education, it is still in the quality of teachers. You know, you cannot bypass this. I think the quality of education, the quality of learning will never exceed the quality of the people working there. And I think that is where I would, put my bet at the moment still.
Thank you very much. We then do have time for that one final round. And the thoughts that you would want everybody here to carry throughout the day as they think through the broader picture around workforce development and investment. And I'll reverse the order here and give the final word to His Excellency. So Andreas, back over to you. In 30 seconds, the one thought that you'd want everybody here to carry with them today.
You know, invest in yourself. I think that's where things start. And invest in the people around you and invest in your country. And I think the development of knowledge and skills, attitudes and values will be the foundation for our future as countries.
Justina?
So I would say find opportunities to take advantage of free platforms that provide access to different learning pathways, right? Again, AI is extremely critical right now, but workplace learning skills as well. And IBM has that through IBM Skills Build. And the other thing I would say is there's a sense of urgency around this. There are disruptive technologies. We need to invest in countries and society, and we want to make sure no one is being left behind. So I would say let's move with a sense of urgency around skilling and upskilling and making sure everyone is ready for the workforce.
Yes.
I'd quickly say I don't think higher education has ever been more important. I think these dueling demands will determine as we move this through this incredibly dynamic period. I think higher education and the expectations of what higher education can do.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Well, I would just two thoughts. First of all, reinforcing what we have been saying on the panel and even before the panel, that this is a collective responsibility. Human beings have been, are today, and will continue forever to be at the center, no matter what the technological advancements, AI, quantum, they're just a continuation of tools that are available to us and advancements. And some of them are step changes, some of them are gradual, but let's put it in context. It is humans at the center, and it's a collective responsibility. We should not point at the education and say they need to prepare the workforce for the future. It's the responsibility of individuals, of parents, for young children, and certainly of corporates. And public-private partnership in this area has never been more strong. My last thought as the Minister of Saudi Arabia is to predict that we have moved from a place where people were looking at the kingdom as a place to extract natural resources and invest in those, to a place where people invest because of market and capital. In the future, with this great effort and these partnerships globally, domestically, and this awareness and enlightenment that His Royal Highness is leading around human capital, I predict that in the next decade, Saudi Arabia will be the destination for investment because we have that magnet. We have that great local, international talent blended in an ecosystem that promotes continuous learning and readiness for a future we cannot define.
Thank you very much. A very powerful vision for us to end on. Thank you, Andreas, Justina, Jens, and Your Excellency.
A very big thank you indeed to Sadia and her panel for that very insightful discussion. Thank you, everybody. So we've just explored how strategic investment is shaping the future of workforce development, from global economic shifts to local impact and long-term human capability. It's clear that building the workforce of tomorrow requires not just vision, but also collaboration between governments, academia, and forward-thinking industry leaders. So that brings us on to an exciting announcement, which covers a framework agreement between King Saud University and the DigiPen Technical Institute. The DigiPen Technical Institute in the Gulf Cooperation countries is an exclusive partnership between King Saud University in the fields of computer science, interactive technologies, game development, animation production, digital arts, and design. This initiative aligns with Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and aims to meet labour market demands for specialised talent and professionals in the video game industry. I would now like to request on stage His Royal Highness Salman bin Bandar bin Abdulaziz, the Chairman of DigiPen Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Yusuf Al-Benyan, Minister of Education and the Chairman of King Saud University. Dr. Abdullah bin Salman Al Salman, President of King Saud University. Dr. Claude Comer, the President of DigiPen Institute of Technology, to join us on the arena stage. Thank you so much. And do we have Dr. Claude Comer with us? Indeed. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Mr. Comer, we now invite you to acknowledge a framework agreement in the presence of His Royal Highness Salman bin Bandar bin Abdulaziz and His Excellency Yusuf Al-Benyan as sponsors. Thank you very much indeed for making this such a significant moment. We celebrate your shared vision for progress, and please do retake your seats. Well, such a powerful symbol of collaboration. It really is important to stress the momentous nature of what we are doing here today. It is now my distinct honor to welcome to our stage His Excellency Faisal Al-Ibrahim, Minister of Economy and Planning for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As the architect of strategic economic initiatives that have positioned Saudi Arabia at the forefront of economic transformation, His Excellency understands deeply that sustainable economic resilience is built upon human potential. Please join me now in welcoming His Excellency Faisal Al-Ibrahim to share his insights on the critical intersection of economic strategy and human potential.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me begin with this. Countries don't succeed because of fortune. They succeed because of decisions. Hard, deliberate, long-term decisions. And the smartest decision any nation can make in any era, under any circumstances, is to invest in its people. This is not a slogan, it's not a vision statement, it is sound economic strategy, backed by concrete evidence, and proven again and again across continents and decades. Human capital is the strongest driver of national wealth. In advanced economies, it fuels productivity. And in countries that still rely heavily on natural resources, it is the untapped advantage and the growth multiplier. Land may contain oil, but only people create value. Infrastructure may enable trade, but only talent drives innovation. And technology may open doors, but only a capable workforce can walk through them. And when we talk about investing in people, we often focus on knowledge, credentials, technical skills, which are all important. But there's something we often ignore, and it may be the most important of all: leadership. I'm not talking about the formal kind that comes with position or seniority, but the quiet kind that shows up in decisions, merit, and responsibility. The ability to lead yourself, lead others, and move through uncertainty with purpose. The truth is, we don't have enough of it. Not because we lack the potential, but because we haven't made it a priority. We've produced engineers who can calculate, developers who can code, analysts who can optimize, but how many can challenge, persuade, inspire? How many are taught to ask why, not just how? We've produced talent that can follow the system. Now we need talent that can rethink it. This is not a soft skill. It's a hard requirement. And in a volatile world, Leadership is the scarce resource that sets nations apart. And unless we build systems that deliberately grow it, we will keep falling short, even when everything else looks great on paper. If we want a model, we don't have to look far. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman is not only leading reform, he is redefining what leadership means in this era. Bold, energetic, laser-focused. He doesn't manage for status quo. He moves with vision and urgency, exactly what this moment demands, and exactly what we must multiply. Moving on from leadership, too often we still treat human capability as a second-tier issue, something to deal with after we've handled the real economy. That thinking is outdated, and frankly, it's dangerous, because the world is changing and it's not waiting for us to catch up. Today, I want to focus on one truth. If we do not transform how we develop our people, from how we educate to how we retrain and reskill, we cannot compete, we cannot grow, and we will not last. Let me share 5 forces behind this truth. 1, automation and AI are not coming, they're already here. They are reshaping every industry. Tasks that once took entire teams are now completed in half the time by software. What remains is work that demands human judgment, agility, and originality. In other words, education systems built for routine and stability are no longer fit for purpose. And that's not a future problem, that is now. 2, every job is now a digital job. It's not about training coders, it's about ensuring every worker in every sector can utilize digital tools. A farmer using precision agriculture, a nurse diagnosing with AI, and a teacher running hybrid classrooms. Digital fluency is now as fundamental as reading and arithmetic. For countries, falling behind in digital skills is not an inconvenience, it is economic jeopardy. 3, demographics are not neutral. They're either an asset or a liability. In countries with aging populations, the economic pressure is clear. A shrinking labor force must sustain an expanding group of dependents. The only way to maintain output is continuous retraining. And in young countries like Saudi Arabia, the priorities may differ, but the need for action is just as urgent. The question is, will youth find systems and jobs that match their potential, or will that potential go unused and eventually be lost? Demographics can only become dividends when we invest. 4, employers are no longer hiring credentials. They are hiring capability. The world has moved on. A degree is not a guarantee. It's a starting point. What employers value today is performance, readiness, the ability to contribute from day 1 and adapt on day 2. That requires an education system that evolves as quickly as industries. Too many graduates are prepared for a job market that no longer exists. That gap between what we teach and what the market needs is a growth killer. 5, we live in an uncertain world, and talent is on the move. Today's geopolitical instability, shifting policies, and fragmented global systems are driving unprecedented migration of talent. This isn't just about tariffs or taxes, it's about where people feel safe, valued, and able to grow. High-skilled professionals are looking for stable homes, places they can thrive and build. And this is a real opportunity for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. If we build attractive environments with clear pathways, inclusive communities, and forward-thinking policies, we don't just retain and grow talent locally, we gain talent. In a competitive global arena, that's how you win, by being the place people choose. So how do we respond? Not by half measures or quick fixes, but through bold, long-term structural reforms. Let me share 4 steps we must take. 1, we must drastically realign education and economy. That starts with asking fresh questions. Not what should we teach, but what will people need to do? Not what's traditional, but what is relevant. Curricula must be shaped by real labor market data in partnership with employers. Fields like AI, climate tech, logistics, tourism, digital finance, they're all expanding. And our classrooms should reflect that today, not 5 years from now. This also means giving students hands-on experience, internships, and apprenticeships. Education must prepare people not just to know, but to perform, to question, and to create. 2, we must elevate vocational and technical education to be part of the national strategies. Let's be honest, too many systems still treat hands-on careers as a second choice. That is a mistake, and it's an expensive one. Technical and vocational training is not an alternative to higher education. It is a critical pillar of a modern workforce. And it's time we recognize vocational education for what it is: economic infrastructure. 3, we must make lifelong learning the default, not the exception. The shelf life of skills is shrinking. People entering the workforce today will need to reskill again and again. That means connecting flexible courses and training to real labor market value. And it means governments and employers must co-invest, because this is a shared responsibility. Learning must be treated not as an early life phase, but as a lifelong asset. 4, we must institutionalize public-private collaboration. No one can do this alone. Not government, not business, not academia. We need systems where all key players sit at the same table. Because when we align incentives, share accountability, and build for the long term, we don't just produce the skills we need, we produce competitive advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the direction Saudi Arabia is moving in. We have created this platform to share our experience and learn from others. Under Vision 2030, education systems are reforming. They now emphasize digital skills, entrepreneurship, and critical thinking. Vocational training is expanding. Women's workforce participation is rising. Young Saudis are reshaping entire sectors. And all of this is supported by the Human Capability Development Program, a serious systems-level investment in national talent. But we know this isn't a one-time effort. It's a continuous race, one that requires consistency, urgency, and the shared national will. Every country will face this test on its own way. But the question is universal. Do we treat human capability as a headline or as the foundation? Do we prepare people to chase opportunity or to create it? Do we simply manage the economy or do we dare to build a new one? Because no matter how much we invest in infrastructure or technology, there is no return without the right people to lead it. And those people don't appear by chance. They appear because we chose early, clearly, and repeatedly to believe in them. This belief is our investment. Speaking on this stage a year ago, I emphasized that the kingdom's people will remain its most valuable asset, its biggest pride, and the greatest source of energy. Today, we continue to invest and we continue to believe in our people, in their capabilities, and in their ability to go beyond readiness. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. Please join me in thanking His Excellency Faisal Al Ibrahim to share his insights on this critical intersection of economic strategy and human potential. Now we have another announcement, an announcement of the Institute for Professional Education Development. Now, in line with its commitment to enhancing educational capabilities and elevating the quality of education under the slogan, "Develop with Passion, Teach with Inspiration," the Minister of Education has launched the strategy of the National Institute for Professional Educational Development as the gateway to the teaching profession. Now, the strategy is built on fundamental pillars: teacher preparation, professional development for teachers, educational leadership development, and research and consultancy. This launch took place during the International Education Exhibition, EdgeX. Now, through this strategy, the Institute aims to achieve a qualitative leap in the development of educational personnel by offering specialized programs and fostering local and international partnerships, all based on global best practices in professional educational development. This event coincides with the unveiling of the Institute's new institutional identity, which reflects its ambitious vision and strategic goals towards a sustainable teaching profession. This step responds to the requirements of continuous development in the education sector, aiming to prepare generations capable of competing globally and equipping educational capacities to meet future challenges. It contributes to achieving the objectives of Saudi Vision 2030 in the field of education. The Institute reaffirms its commitment to developing educational capabilities by equipping them with the necessary professional standards, thereby enhancing the quality of education and delivering outstanding educational outcomes.
In a nation where the future is envisioned and its leadership champions education as the foundation for individual growth, the story of development unfolds, beginning with the teacher, empowering the student, and enriching the nation. The National Institute for Professional Educational Development, a national beacon illuminating the path to educational excellence as the most vital element within the pillars of the education and training system and the dynamic heart of its educational processes. Operating under strong governance within this framework, we equip teachers, empower them, and cultivate future educational leaders to serve as agents of impact and catalysts for change within our educational institutions. With a renewed identity and a forward-looking strategy, the Institute embarks within an ambitious vision. This strategy is informed by cutting-edge educational research and developed in partnership with stakeholders across the educational landscape, ensuring alignment with national goals for developing student values, skills, and knowledge. All of this is made possible through the generous support of a leadership that prioritizes education as a national imperative. At the National Institute for Professional Educational Development, our impact extends far beyond the classroom toward an education that competes globally and a nation that rises to meet the future.
Thank you for your warm applause. Just want to reiterate and revisit the three pillars, the three key pillars of HCI 2025. Number one is harnessing the ways we learn, L, the learn word. This, of course, looks at the foundations and innovations in learning science that prepare creative, critical, lifelong learners for an ever-changing world. Number two, belong, the B word, honoring the ways we belong, looking at ethical practices that nurture personal well-being, inclusive communities, and resilient environments. And finally, last but not least, harmonizing the ways we act. Right, we have another panel for you. Macroeconomic Insights, the New World of Work and Future of Labor Markets, hosted by Kavi Chawla, Chief Executive Officer of Foresight Economics in the United States. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for taking time to join us. As you heard this morning, the future is created. And I'm fortunate enough to have a wonderful group of economists and practitioners to really start to dig into how do we create this future based on macroeconomic trends and execution excellence when it comes to businesses. Given we have 30 minutes, with your permission, I'd love to dive right into some questions for our panelists. And so with that, Paul, as Chief Economist at S&P, perhaps we can start with you. I'd like you to kick off our conversation and talk about what macroeconomic factors and megatrends are shaping the future of labor markets, both broadly, but also here in the Gulf region.
Great. Well, thanks very much. First, congrats to the Kingdom for putting on this wonderful conference. And on behalf of S&P Global, it's great to be here. Let's talk about the mega trends. We're not going to talk about the trade war, so that would take all day. But let's think about these big changes that are happening to the global economy and how they're mapping into labor markets. We have a geopolitical realignment. We have an energy transition. We have a technology transition. We've already heard about AI this morning, and we have demographic transition. So the question is, as a macro guy, if I look at countries, sectors, companies, what does that all mean for the labor market? And just speaking personally as an economist, we all need to be multidisciplinary now, right? We can't be sort of textbook trained and we go out into the world and we're effective at what we do. So we need to be conversant in geopolitics and energy and technology and everything else. So this is a sign of success. So countries that are able to do that, companies that are able to do that, are going to succeed. Here for the Gulf, obviously this is an energy producing region, so it's front and center for the energy transition as we decarbonize. Vision 2030 plays right into that. And also this region has some demographic headwinds that aren't really present in the rest of the world. In the rest of the world, there's the challenge of shrinking population. So in a nutshell, that's how I kind of put together the macro and the labor markets.
Perfect. Thanks, Paul. And Eric, you're also an economist, right? As chief economist and economic counselor at the IDB, from your perspective, again, what are some of those macro factors and mega trends that are affecting markets in general, but in particular, again, as we focus on labor markets?
Thank you, Carrie, for the question, and many thanks for the invitation to be here. It's a real pleasure. Paul already covered the mega trends, and I would say probably this can be also seen as a mega threat. And that's important because countries need to be prepared in some way. They need to have a plan. And Vision 2030 is having a plan. So this is an important message in terms of sending good examples to the world. Mega trends or mega threats, one related to technological change. Very, very important because it could be a productivity enhancer, but at the same time, it could replace many tasks and occupations. So that's one important thing. Demographic shifts, all the countries, or at least the majority of the countries, we have an aging problem, probably not in GCC, probably not in Saudi Arabia. But this is also a challenge because you have to have very dynamic labor markets and prepare human capital. Third, trade fragmentation and geopolitical tensions, very important, but now the message is to build bridges and not to build walls. I think that's important in terms of regional integration, but also try to match different regions in the world. For instance, try to have a better connection between Middle East and Latin America. Fiscal policy is under pressure everywhere, very important to tackle this issue. And sometimes we have to think about revenues, but also we have to think about efficiency. And finally, one important trend is the role of the private sector. Since the fiscal sector doesn't have much ammunition, we need a very active private sector. So I think countries need to be prepared and need a plan, and I think Saudi Arabia is doing that.
Perfect. Thanks, Eric. And Noof is Managing Director of Economic Research at Jadwa Investments here in Saudi Arabia. Right, Eric mentioned, again, the necessity of the private sector. So as you look at some of these economic trends, can you speak a little bit about what those trends are here in the kingdom, and again, how those are transforming, creating new labor markets and conditions around there?
Of course. Thank you, Eric. And many thanks to the Human Capability Program for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in this conference. To start with, Eric, there is, just to build on what has been mentioned by Paul and Eric, it's the major trend that has been seen here in this local economy is Vision 2030 and it's all of its related initiatives. So by the aim of Vision 2030 to diversify the local economy, many sectors have been established, many sectors have been expanded and driven forward. By doing this, it's paving the way to creating more job opportunities for the youth, for everyone in the kingdom. and also creating more investment opportunities by local and foreign investments, and also creating some opportunities for the SMEs, which are all an important source of job creation. By looking at the local, how we see it in the local labor market specifically, we can see three major trends happening in the past few years. First is the declining, significant decline in unemployment rate, down from 12% in 2018, 2017, down to 7% by the end of 2024. And of course, by doing this, it's already reaching the Vision 2030's target of 7% by 2030. And I believe now that this target is being revised down. And associated with this decline in unemployment rate, there is also noted a higher or an increase in labor force participation. Labor force participation, especially among females, has been increasing, changing or actually taking the opportunity of the offered jobs and varied jobs offered in the local economy. The second trend is the...
Well, if we could pause there for a second, I'd like to just pick up on your comment around labor force participation, and maybe, Sadia, transition to you, right? Again, at the World Economic Forum, you run the New Economy and Society, the Center for the New Economy and Society, right? And again, part of that, from what I've understood, is building a future where economies and societies work for everyone, right? So can you talk about, when you look at labor markets, investments, and talent, what is the center doing to drive that sort of change that, again, Noof was talking about that they're trying to do here and succeeding here in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you very much. One of the things we're trying to do is just give us all better foresight. And our latest Future of Jobs report from 2 months ago, we analyzed about 1.2 billion jobs around the world, and we found that there will be a growth of about 170 million jobs and a loss of about 92. So while that is a net gain, there's a lot that's going to churn across those jobs. So the second thing we try to do is then work with governments and work with businesses to create the kinds of public-private collaborations that will, on the one hand, look at the reskilling, upskilling, and education sectors, and then on the other side, look much more at how we can take a more coherent approach to job transitions. If we know that these shifts are going to be happening, and we know that there will be millions and millions of people who will be impacted, let's ensure that they have the tools to help themselves, but let's also ensure that there's a system that supports them.
Thank you. And maybe picking up on your comment around job transition and job creation, turning to you, Safa, with the World Bank. The World Bank president has recently said that a key to the World Bank's approach for development is making job creation an explicit target. Could you say a little bit more about what that means as countries like Saudi Arabia look at being future ready in the new labor market?
Thank you. Thanks, Kevi, and thanks for the invitation to be part of this panel. Look, the world is facing a jobs crisis. There are about 1.2 billion young people who will reach working age in the next decade. And we also know the current trajectory of job creation, and Sadia mentioned some of that, there won't be enough jobs for this group. So the World Bank is keen to put jobs at the heart of what we do. And how do we do that? We help countries to continue with their growth agenda. For countries like the GCC, which I cover, including Saudi Arabia, it's about the diversification efforts, which are going super well, but they need to stay that course. It's about ensuring that the private sector generates enough jobs, and so there's a conducive environment for the private sector to grow. And it's about ensuring that the skills that are provided actually prep those young people to not only gain the jobs, but to create those jobs themselves. So we're focusing on that in support of not just the GCC countries in terms of our advisory technical work, but around the world through financing, through a keen focus on results, that it's not just financing, and it's not just projects, but we want to see the results that actually will provide better chances for young people.
Perfect. And Lucrecia, of all the panelists, yours is probably the job I would like the least, is Chief Talent and Organizational Effectiveness Officer at MasterCard, right? Because again, a lot of the mega trends, and to Eric's point and Safa's point about some of the challenges out there, your job at MasterCard is essentially to, despite those challenges, or perhaps because of the opportunities they create jobs and essentially ensure MasterCard from a talent and org effectiveness perspective is successful. So could you talk a little bit about how those trends are being addressed within the context of, again, making MasterCard competitive?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And thank you for all the great insights that all of you create that we practitioners can apply in the context of our job. So at MasterCard, our focus is really making sure that our employees are, I would say, enabled and empowered to leverage AI to augment their work, right? To see AI as a productivity, a well-being, and a career development partner. So we know that, our employees are in different stages of their use of AI or familiarity with this new technology. So we have implemented a 3-tiered learning strategy that is really focused on meeting our employees where they are in their journey, whether they're, beginners or they are like technical experts. So our first layer is really all about building these AI fundamentals. So really making sure that all of our employees have AI literacy in the foundations of AI, so they can really use it in their daily activities. So that is sort of like, I would say, tier number 1. Tier number 2 is much more contextualized in the context of different jobs. So whether you are in product, in engineering, you're in sales, you're in HR like myself, or you're in marketing, basically our focus is on really making sure that you can see how to use AI in the context of your job. So it's a lot about driving adoption to role-specific AI tools, like, for example, a coding assistant if you are a software development engineer. And then third, and this is something that I think Sadia spoke about, right? It's like obviously our responsibility to really make sure that we're really preparing our employees for the future, and it's really a lot about reskilling for new roles. So this is where, as we see certain jobs likely to be impacted by AI, we are basically helping prepare those employees for jobs that are emerging, that are being created, and where we really see the highest demand, both from a job creation standpoint and also from skills.
Perfect. So maybe, Sadia, based on Lucrecia's comments around AI, right? So at the center that you run at the World Economic Forum in general, could you talk a little bit about AI and how it translates into your initiatives and kind of your strategy as you look forward as an organization and your value proposition to the changes that are happening in the global labor market?
Sure. Maybe one data point. We found that the core skills across any role, on average, are going to change by about 39% in the next 5 years. So to think of it another way, if any one of us was going into a 5-year degree program today, 2 years of that degree program would be outdated by the time we're graduating. Yeah. And so that's the way we're trying to think about this. How do we bring more speed, more agility into all kinds of learning systems? Yes, at an individual level, make that information very, very public, but ensure that it is, by working with the private sector and having that responsibility for providing some of that reskilling and upskilling, as you are doing, but also working with the public sector to put that in place. Now, I would say one other piece around the AI element. Yes, we see a huge demand for understanding AI, for being able to work with AI. We see huge demand for augmentation through AI, but we do also see some displacement and automation that is going to completely make redundant certain roles, and I think we all know which ones those are, and there's quite a long list. But we also have to keep in mind that there will be growth in areas that require very human capabilities while understanding technology. And I think it's that duality that we have to now build our systems for.
Okay, perfect. So maybe following up on that point around duality and that some things are going to change, some need to stay the same, maybe, Noof, I'll transition back to you. Right, again, in November of last year, the Kingdom announced a $100 billion initiative into AI, and is clearly, as part of Vision 2030, positioned itself to be the region's leading hub when it comes to AI. So I know you do a lot of work and research into policy as well. So when you look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's economic, investment, human capital policies, what's some advice or some changes that you think need to happen to ensure that, again, given the AI initiative and strategies here, there's the adequate human capabilities able to execute on it successfully?
Yes, actually, the work has been already started since the efforts of the Vision 2030, and so many initiatives and programs and policies have been already initiated. And for evidence of this, we saw that for example, the digital sector's share in GDP has rose from 11.5% in 2018 up to 14% in 2022. And then with the awareness as also with the digitalization and expanding the digital awareness, we also saw, according to latest estimates or surveys, that the population use of internet, for example, has increased from 68% in 2015 up to almost 99% in 2023. So by showing this, I'm trying to say that the community or the environment is set for any advancement in technology in the local economy, and with the right policies in place, the advancement would also go further. For example, with all of these efforts and trying to integrate AI into different sectors, let it be healthcare, financial institutions, government services, and also with the diversification efforts that has been led by the Vision 2030, we've also already seen some offering employment opportunities. So, for example, employment opportunities or job creation or employment in the private sector has already increased by 5% in 2024, followed by another 5% in 2023, which shows that the expansion is broad-based across all the sectors.
Yeah, perfect. And so maybe, Eric, I'd like to transition to you and maybe pull the thread on what Noof brought up around sectors, right? So the Inter-American Development Bank recently, and I think you helped author it, came out with a paper around how AI is going to be disrupting certain sectors, et cetera. Could you talk a little bit more about that paper and its implications or insights from it?
Sure, and I wrote that paper, so I know what we put together there. And we're trying to answer the question about how occupations are exposed to AI. Okay, so if you have one occupation, you have a vector of tasks, and those tasks can be replaced in some way or another with AI, some of the tasks. So we did this, and we didn't have enough resources to have a huge survey globally. So the novelty of the paper is that we ask AI what is the position of each occupation. And the numbers are striking because 28% of all jobs in the world are exposed in some way or another within 1 year. That doesn't mean that they are going to be replaced, but it means that they're exposed in some way. This is increasing up to 38% within 5 years and 44% in 10 years. If you take jobs globally, it means that the exposition is 1 billion jobs are exposed to AI globally. I did the calculation for Saudi Arabia, and within 1 year is more than 4 million. And in 10 years, it's going to be more than 7 million. Again, it doesn't mean that it's going to be replaced, but it means that you're exposed in some way. The hit is not evenly distributed. Women, more hit by AI. Poor groups, more hit by AI. So we need to do something. And as I said in my first answer, I think it's important to have a plan on that. So I think this is important to take care about this, and to have a plan in terms of education, in terms of skilling and reskilling, and in terms of a continuous plan for the implementation of AI to be a productivity enhancer and not to be replaced by that. Yeah. And an important issue that it's all type of professions, even more complex occupations like medical doctors. So you can see a lot of heterogeneity among medical specialties. And for instance, radiologists or dermatologists are really exposed to AI, more than pediatricians or psychologists. Yeah. And if you ask me, I would prefer to go to an AI radiologist rather than to a radiologist, because it will have millions of cases, and not only some of the clients, which can be hundreds.
So, I mean, AI is transformative, and as you said, up to 4 million, I think, jobs here in Saudi Arabia are exposed to AI. So, Safa, maybe taking a step back, again, still understanding AI, but looking a little more broadly, what are 2 to 3 things that countries like Saudi Arabia and here in the region can start to do today to be future ready for that potential disruption?
Thank you. So, look, I mean, for me, we need to be looking at basics. So if you tell me 1, 2, 3 things, I would say continue with the diversification agenda. Yeah. Because whether it's AI or any other technology, we need to have growth and we need to have jobs. Yep. Secondly, I think it's really important to think about fiscal discipline. In a world that's so volatile today, countries like Saudi Arabia or any other country in the world really needs to keep on track on their fiscal discipline. And third, I think it's also, or related, actually, I wouldn't say third, related to that is really debt management. A second core area that's also important, we all spoke about it, is really around the private sector. I think the private sector is where jobs will be coming. And the new kinds of jobs, I don't think AI will take over all of the jobs. Mm-hmm. And so countries will need to focus on ensuring the investments coming to the country and creating jobs, right? And in the Middle East and North Africa, while we hear Saudi is doing a great job, but it has the highest rate of youth unemployment. And female labor force participation rates are the lowest in the Middle East and North Africa. Saudi did an impressive job in a very short period of time, almost doubling that rate. But it still is an issue. So jobs are critical. And then the third and final, I think, area that needs focus is around skills development and education. Education that meets the requirements of the future labor market, education that takes into account technologies. And we all know that it's education that generates innovation, right? So I would say these are really critical aspects, core, basic, but important for the region.
Perfect. So Paul, as Safa was talking, I saw your head nodding. So I guess same question
I was ready to jump in. Yeah. So I think, well, first of all, this is a human, human capability, human development conference. Sometimes the jobs are created, but the education system isn't producing the types of people that we need to fill those jobs. So I was at a wonderful World Economic Forum conference last week in the US, and they were talking about not the universities, but kind of that middle bit that gets disregarded sometimes. So they were talking about community colleges, they were talking about trade schools, and in the US, there is this kind of gap where we almost have too many college graduates and not enough people learning the trades and these other things. So the community colleges and the trade schools are starting to step up. They're working very closely with the industry, to your point. They're kind of curating their own coursework to fit the needs of industry. It also kind of solves this problem of how, job skills are evolving over time. So again, it would be very consistent with the lifetime learning we're talking about today. And I think more importantly, it's going to help the income distribution, because we started by talking about all these megatrends, and these megatrends tend to drive inequality, and they tend to drive a deterioration in income distribution. So if we take care of that middle or lower middle with the trade schools and the community colleges working with industry, we can make sure that the education system is providing the skills that the employers need.
Perfect. Thanks, Paul. And again, Lucrecia, going back to you, again, I don't envy your role, right? But again, as kind of the key practitioner here on the panel, you are responsible, again, for building that future talent pipeline that everybody's talked about, at least the economists have, right? So when you look at the private sector in general, but again, thinking about the region and thinking about Saudi Arabia in particular, what's some advice or guidance that, from your experience, that you would give them in terms of helping build that future-ready talent pipeline?
Thank you. That's a really great question. I would say that given the rapid change in the talent needs that I think we're creating in this panel and the prior panels this morning, I would say that, and most of them are unknown, right? Some of the changes we know, many of them we don't know. I would say focusing on the agility and the flexibility of your workforce, in my mind, is like number one and couldn't be more critical. Focusing on skills versus experiences or degrees or titles. I think skills are the currency that are going to really help us drive greater agility and flexibility in our workforce. I think that as practitioners is something that, it can really help us address talent needs in a faster way, in particular those that are not really unknown, as well as being probably better and much more agile in how we really plan the future needs of the workforce. Many of them, as we said, they're unknown, right? So that we can be much more proactive and be more ready in terms of how can we redeploy, reskill, upskill the workforce. And lastly, I would say that we're living in highly unprecedented times that I think require big and bold thinking. It really requires for us to think very differently, thinking outside of the box. For us at MasterCard, it meant implementing an AI-driven talent marketplace that really puts the skills at the center, puts them on center stage, and also puts the employee at the center of their journey. So through this talent place, employees get matched to different types of opportunities depending on the skills they have and the skills they want to build. So what this has done for us is probably from an employee perspective, it really has opened their eyes as it relates to the different career paths that they could have, and also has provided them with greater access and greater information as it relates to the sort of supply and demand of skills and jobs so that they can proactively take action in how they chart their career. And then from an employer perspective, it has also given us greater access and much more proactive access to the skills that we have versus the skills that we need so that we can get kind of ahead of the game in getting our workforce ready. So I would just invite all of you to really think about, in the context of your organization, what does big and bold mean? And take advantage of, I think, all the incredible innovations that are being shared this week.
Yeah, perfect.
Can I jump in for just 30 seconds?
Yeah, please.
S&P Global is a very similar firm to MasterCard. We're kind of in the same space, so we're on the receiving end of a lot of these things, but we also have very active AI training program. We have required courses. We have internal competition. We have reverse mentoring where the young digital natives are training old guys like me. So I think it's very much part of the corporate culture these days to do a kind of holistic look at AI and try to upskill everybody from the top to the bottom and also globally.
And maybe, Noof, I'll ask you to pull the thread on that big and bold a little, right? Again, as the Saudi representative on this panel, a woman very successful at Jadwa Investments, if you were to give some advice to young Saudi women out there about being big and bold, just 10, 15 seconds, what would that be? And the rest of the panelists, I'll be coming to the rest of you as well for a quick 10-second, 15-second comment on that.
Well, I believe that the opportunities out there that has been provided by Vision 2030 is immense and diverse through many sectors around the local economy. So I think with the right education, with the right skills, the opportunities is everywhere.
Safa, big and bold.
Great. So I'll follow actually around education. I think it's not just education, but it's learning. I think what education systems need to do is allow young people learn to think, to solve problems, rather than memorize what they're being taught. And that's the only way they can take forward the future. And I just want to share one verse that a lot of people here will probably know. العلم يبني بيوتا لا عماد لها والجهل يهدم بيت العز.
The speaker just recited poetry in English, in Arabic, sorry.
Ignorance demolishes a house of pride and honor.
Perfect. Paul?
It's the culture. It's a learning culture. It's a lifetime learning culture. It's an experimenting culture. We just, got to go with the times. That's the way it is now.
Perfect. Eric?
I would say think long term. And that's why I love this visit and to learn about Vision 2030. I think every country needs a vision long term, trying to avoid the political cycle, to invest and to invest not only in infrastructure, but in our human capital.
Perfect. And Sadia, please bring us home.
Thinking of human capital development as an investment and not an expense.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Will you please join me in thanking the panel? Thank you.
Okay. That.
I come on? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sure, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have a special address. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to welcome to the stage a leader whose career has been dedicated to advancing sustainable development and economic resilience across the Islamic world and beyond. As chairman of the Islamic Development Bank, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasser brings deep expertise in global finance, strategic investment, and economic policy, grounded in decades of public service, from governor of the Saudi Central Bank to Minister of Economy and Planning. Today he leads the IDB in driving inclusive growth, fostering innovation, and enabling prosperity for its 57 member countries. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasser.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad and his companions and all they followed in the righteous path to the day of judgment. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, peace be upon you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a privilege to address
Je voudrais m'adresser à ce rassemblement distingué qui cherche à créer un futur plus résilient, plus humain, l'avenir. Donc, comme nous avons jeté notre dévolu, notre vision sur le passé, nous pensons que la mesure exercée au niveau de nos sociétés sont à l'image des investissements que nous faisons à travers notre système pour améliorer les opportunités économiques des gens qui y vivent. Nous sommes dans une ère définie par les changements technologiques et aussi la politique. Mais avec toutes ces certaintés, il y a des problèmes qui méritent d'être regardés de près. C'est le capital humain. Si nous devons naviguer à travers ces crises et nous diriger vers la prospérité, nous devons mettre nos jeunes au milieu, au cœur de nos partenariats, de nos buts poursuivis. Mesdames et messieurs, la Banque islamique de développement a compris très tôt que le développement humain n'est pas une référence, mais il est important. Il joue un rôle clé. Nous avons 55 milliards de dollars d'investissement avec 15 milliards de dollars utilisés uniquement dans les 56 États membres pour la formation. Ce nombre nous montre à quel point il est important d'investir dans l'éducation à travers les classes construites, le contenu des curriculums. Aussi, l'éducation est une porte qui s'ouvre. Nous avons plus de 2000 projets d'éducation pour 4,9 milliards de dollars. Nous avons amélioré l'accès à l'enseignement. Par exemple, en Ouganda, nous avons investi et cela a créé des impacts au niveau des inscriptions et du suivi. Aussi, notre initiative pour le financement de l'éducation intelligente a créé des impacts à travers 37 pays. Cela nous montre comment on peut contrôler le pouvoir de la technologie, même dans les pays les plus éloignés, dans les zones les plus reculées du monde. Il y a l'inclusivité qui reste notre guide au Nigeria en 10,5 milliards de dollars dans le secteur de l'enseignement bilingue pour réintégrer les jeunes marginalisés à travers le Centre pour le développement. Nous soutenons plus de 25 projets pilotes pour l'accès des jeunes et aussi l'accès pour les personnes handicapées, parce que personne ne doit être laissé en dehors du processus. L'éducation n'est pas uniquement concentrée sur la connaissance, mais sur le savoir-faire. En Guinée, par exemple, le programme de formation à travers les capacités au niveau des jeunes vont bon train. Dans les zones rurales, l'alphabétisation en combinaison avec l'alphabétisation.
Paulo Freire would be thrilled to see such a pedagogical approach. Distinguished guests, good health is not a privilege. It is a prerequisite for dignity, productivity, and national development. In 2023 alone, the Islamic Development Bank approved $1.4 billion in healthcare investments. In Mauritania, we supported the expansion of maternal and neonatal services, helping to reduce preventable deaths and protect the next generation. Our partnership with UNICEF through the Global Muslim Philanthropy Fund delivers life-saving nutrition, clean water, and essential health services to children in crisis zones. We are proud of our role in the Lives and Livelihoods Fund, a $1.5 billion collaboration with the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center, the Gates Foundation, and other donors. This initiative is transforming lives by expanding access to vaccines and improving disease. Excuse me, I think I mixed up my notes. And strengthen our primary health care. Most recently, we launched the Health Impact Investment Platform in partnership with the African Development Bank, the European Investment Bank, and the World Health Organization. This bold initiative reimagines health as an investable asset, channeling both concessional and private capital to scale up cancer diagnostics and care in underserved regions, particularly in Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to be truly ready We must ingrain human capability in every policy we shape and every investment we make. Our legacy will not be measured by material wealth, but by how effectively we nurture minds, safeguard health, and empower communities. Let us strive for a world where every child learns, every youth thrives, every individual lives with dignity. Together, let us build a stronger, more resilient global safety net, one person, one opportunity at a time. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's panel time, yes, which I shall be moderating. It's a discussion on advancing society through innovation to pioneer tomorrow. And I'm going to tell you who my panelists are. We've got His Excellency Munir El-Dessouky, President King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. We've got Margareta McGrath, Global Advisory and Strategy Partner Lead at Dell Technologies. We've got Amit Midha, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Alat here in Saudi Arabia, and giving a little scene setter at the beginning, just for a few minutes, we're going to listen to, and I welcome her to the stage, Dr. Anousheh Ansari, who is the Chief Executive Officer of XPRIZE.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to be here and participate in this very important dialogue and to discuss human capability in the age where every conversation seems to be about AI and how AI will replace humans in many scenarios. Eleanor Roosevelt said that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Dreams are rooted in a very unique and powerful gift we have as human beings called imagination. Everything we've ever created, everything we've ever built, started with an idea in our head, with our imagination. And it is our curiosity to explore, to learn, that fuels and drives that powerful gift we have, our imagination. Today, if we listen to the news, it seems like our problems are growing in size and magnitude and numbers. And it may feel like it's easier to throw our hands up in the air and give up. But perhaps not. As an entrepreneur, I believe in the power of innovation. And as CEO of XPRIZE, I've seen how innovation directed to solve humanity's grand challenges can help us build the future we want to have. We just need to set clear vision, set clear targets, and create shared incentives to achieve them. While AI can be a force for good and a tool for good, we need human and our imagination in the loop to make that future come to reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ansari. To kick things off, we're going to give a quick question to frame this wonderful discussion. So, fairly snappy answers. The opening question to all our panelists is, what single breakthrough in innovation, technology, or education do you believe could most dramatically reshape our future for the better in the next decade? Your Excellency El-Dessouky, take it away.
Thank you, Mark. And first off, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers, His Excellency Minister of Education Al-Banyan, for inviting me to be on this esteemed panel today. I am joining from my vacation, and what made this vacation a little bit unique for me was, other than the fact that I'm speaking during my time off, is that my kids were experimenting a little bit with AI. And during the vacation, my daughter wanted to build a spa. She's 10 years old. She asked ChatGPT what to do, how to do it, came up with a whole business plan. My son, who's 8, turned all of the photos from our vacation time into animated cartoons, something I think is very popular these days, until it froze, and it said you reached a limit and you can't do it anymore. And he came to me and he asked me why. So I started explaining to him what's happening behind the scenes and how each one of those cartoon images that he's generating consumes roughly the same energy of a 6-watt LED light bulb on for 1 hour in our homes. What's worse is it consumes roughly 3 to 6 liters of water, drinking water, fresh drinking water. That's what 2 of us would need to drink to stay healthy during an entire day. Although these numbers in energy consumption are getting better, the energy for 1 curie dropped by roughly 10 times compared to when it first started. It still takes roughly the electricity of 130 US households to train one of these models over 1 year of energy consumption. That's quite a lot. What's worse is that if we continue going this way, we'll consume globally the energy of countries like Germany or Sweden to keep feeding these systems, and the water of a country like Denmark per year to keep feeding these systems. This is quite alarming, and it's not really ideal, it's not efficient, it's not how things probably should be. If you would ask me where the next breakthrough would be coming from, it had to be related to biomimicry, related to how our brain works, related to using quantum. The fusion between quantum computing and AI systems, that's where the future will be. The AI quantum supremacy, where quantum technologies and AI solutions can develop cognitive abilities, perhaps even a consciousness one day. That's where I think there will be a shift in humankind.
Yeah, thank you for that excellent answer to the opening question. Ms. McGrath, please give us your take on that first question.
Thank you, Mark. And first of all, I'd just like to echo my fellow colleague here to say thank you for inviting us here. And it's a real privilege to be on this esteemed panel, but also to be here in the Kingdom. I think just to echo our fellow guest here's comments around where I see the opportunity. Obviously, generative AI presents huge opportunities. But alongside that is the focus on clean technology, right? And driving a greater focus on environmental sustainability alongside technology. I think we're going to see huge leapfrog opportunities in terms of areas of healthcare. I just look alone in terms of MRI imaging, X-ray imaging, the opportunity to create greater accuracy, the speed to market in terms of those insights is enormous. So I'm hugely excited about what Gen AI can do, coupled with the focus on clean technology.
Good answer. Mr. Midha.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate His Excellency Al-Banyan and other organizers for this wonderful conference. In terms of your answers to what is single biggest technology breakthrough or technology outcome, I think there are 5 forces coming together. And that's why it's very hard to manage just at one only. So first and foremost is we have talked all morning AI, automation, and autonomous system. That's going to continue. You have energy transition. I mean, that's a huge scenario that if you, and I would argue, if you solve for energy, you in some ways solve for the water too, assuming no other major challenges come through beyond what we know. Third is supply chain resilience. Geopolitical issues are forcing us to rethink the supply chain end to end. Fourth is the new materials are needed. It's not just a traditional product, and this requires a completely new scenario where we can apply AI to create new materials to solve the existing problem. And finally, fifth and final one is the human capital. The speed at which we can transform is still linear for human systems. And the systems we're dealing with are exponential. So there is a mismatch in terms of our ability to deal and harness and control and manage for the betterment of the humanity. That's the fundamental frame that I look at on behalf of ALAT, on behalf of Kingdom. And I'm excited that we still can do something about it to manage it. But if we wait for too long, I think it's going to get harder and harder.
Yeah, well answered. Dr. Ansari, last but not least, the single breakthrough that you believe could most dramatically reshape our future for the better in the next decade? Could be innovation, tech, or education.
I'll cheat and maybe tell you two that I believe are important. One, and the foremost that will have a huge role in everything else, is abundant, affordable, equitable energy. Yeah. This is fundamental to every breakthrough. As we heard, without the energy, we can't develop AIs further. So that's number one for me. The second one is, as we are at the cusp of actually being able to have a sustainable presence in space, I think we need to look at Earth ecosystem, not just below the atmosphere, but go beyond that and understand that we're part of the solar system and be able to take advantage of moving certain technologies, manufacturing, and capabilities to our orbit, where it will help us sustain life on Earth in a much better way.
By the way, when Dr. Ansari talks about space, she's not just making it up. She's actually been there. She was the first female private space explorer. In 2006, she embarked on an 11-day space exploration to the International Space Station. Is it as vivid as it was? Almost definitely worthy of a clap.
Thank you.
Is it as vivid as it was almost 20 years ago?
Oh, absolutely. It never changes once you have this opportunity to see our beautiful planet from up there. That image never escapes you, and it drives your vision on how you want to preserve the beauty.
Do you dream about space? Do you have
every
funny dreams? Do you?
And every time I'm depressed, I remember that we're very tiny species on a tiny planet in billions of galaxies out there.
Yes, yes. Well said. I'm glad you shared that with us. Now, we're going to move on to the role of technology and innovation in solving global challenges. Your Excellency El Dazouki, what are the biggest challenges preventing innovation from having a faster, more scalable impact on global challenges?
Thank you, Mark. I would say access to funding would be the biggest obstacle. Innovation is basically fueled by curiosity-driven research, which is basic science, which has a very long-term impact, and it's difficult to attract private funding to something that doesn't generate an immediate impact. Roughly 70% of private investors that invest in emerging technologies want to see short-term returns. And more than 60% of innovation projects fail to raise funding to stay sustainable. Those challenges are global, and without proper collaboration, we're not going to see dissemination of innovation or creativity happening across borders. So in the Kingdom, His Royal Highness Prime Minister, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the head of the Innovation Committee, has announced on June 30th, 2022, an innovation policy for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where he set an ambition to increase our percentage of GDP spend on R&D for both public and private sector up to 2.5% by 2040. That is to make sure that we have the government role in making sure that basic science is sustainable, continue, but also the link to the private sector to make sure that lab to market continues very well. And there the government plays a very big role in making sure that we can bridge the gap between basic science and industry going through applied and labs such as the ones that I manage at Caxt.
Yeah. Ms. McGrath, I know that you're very passionate, as is Dell, about using technology for social good. So how do we use and ensure that innovation isn't just technologically driven, but also ethically and socially responsible?
Thanks, Mark. I think all organizations, not just technology companies, have an obligation to make sure we live up to ethical standards. I think Dell is a founder-led organization. Michael Dell is still heavily involved in our business. And so we've a major focus around our supply chain being sustainable, about being ethical. That also is reached out into our partner ecosystem as well to make sure they mirror that. And then our customer base, right? We want to work with clients and customers that have the same values as we have, right? And I think in this changing landscape right now, I think it's more important than ever that we dig deep and look at kind of how do we adhere and build organizations, found organizations. I was just listening to, and we were talking to our Excellency earlier on, and talking about the role of startups and making sure we set them up for success so that they've got the right ethical standards, the right governance, and the right support from the get-go, right, with the right level of investment. So I actually think it's on everybody. Dell's a major player on this. It's set from our founder, who's heavily involved in the business, but it reaches far beyond us into our client ecosystem and into the startups that are in the room today, making sure that you're all set up for success with the right guidance, the right investment, and the right leaders behind that as well.
Yeah, thank you. You're a leader, your company's a leader, Mr. Midder, in advanced manufacturing and AI. How would you say emerging technologies are reshaping industries and making them, to bring up the S word again, more sustainable and efficient?
So I want you to imagine that this year we're opening up a robotics factory right here in Riyadh that is 100% sustainable, that is creating a autonomous advanced manufacturing ecosystem here, where each of these robots can be produced in lights out factory. And this is such an advanced technology that there is so much use of this for us to transform supply chain as well as manufacturing and service industry and data centers across the world. But think about the context, the leadership that Kingdom is taking in this, and Alat is, of course, enabling that, is basically to say, we will invest $266 billion in energy transition and infrastructure. We are going to make sure 50% of energy comes from clean energy sources by 2030 and carbon neutral and carbon zero by 2060. This kind of conference is saying we need to develop talent for the new kind of industry. This is not sort of the traditional manufacturing industry. For you to work in any of these plants, these are highly sophisticated plants, it requires you to have robotics engineering, you need to have problem-solving skills, you need to have semiconductor skills, you need to have other things that go in adjacent system. How do you plan these things? So, and how do you extend them? And that's what's happening here. So your question about how advanced manufacturing can help us build sustainability, I would say instead of thinking one versus the other, efficiency versus sustainability, why not leapfrog? Why not do both at the same time? And we're showcasing that as an example. You don't have to make a choice. You can actually accomplish both talent, sustainability, efficiency, and leapfrog outcome from technology and solution perspective.
Yeah, well said. Dr. Ansari, elaborate a bit more about incentive competitions. Many of our audience might not be aware, if we lift the bonnet. How are incentive competitions like X Prize accelerating breakthrough innovations to tackle all these big issues we're discussing here, climate change, healthcare, and education?
Our focus is on problems where traditional market forces, traditional capital markets have not been able to solve the problem. And sometimes the reason is complexity of the problem. Maybe it's a multidimensional problem that requires several sectors to work together. It may be that the risks are high, so we're only doing incremental change, and sometimes incremental change does not work in a timeline we have to address, for example, climate change. So that's when X Prize and our incentive competitions really play a huge role in setting the bar high. We call it audacious but achievable. And we pick very specific, measurable targets where the solutions have to really achieve and demonstrate in order to win the prize. So it forces the innovators to focus on specifically building those capabilities, and also forces them to leapfrog traditional incremental model, because traditional market forces also focuses on risk and profitability in the short term, and X Prize takes a long-term view in solving these problems. So that's why the incentives work in these very specific areas and can really unlock the potential of innovation and solve these problems for good. And over 30 years, we've launched now 30 prizes, and $500 million in prize purses. And we've seen how that money is seed capital that leverages investment from outside to come in and then builds new markets.
Yeah. Amazing stats. I love stats, and those stats are mind-boggling. I want to move on to collaboration and disciplinary thinking. Your Excellency El Dazouki, what roles do governments and research institutions play in fostering innovation ecosystems, and how would you say they can work more effectively with the private sector?
Thank you, Mark. So the role of government is always and forever lasting, and when it comes to R&D, we can borrow from the space sector. Most innovations came as spillovers from inventions for the space missions. This is always going to continue, even if there's a myth that the private sector is developing and moving forward. To push futuristic technologies, government needs to continue upskilling and training and investing in talent, but making it also very easy for spillover to happen from lab to market. And that's the biggest challenge in many countries. So in the Kingdom, the Research, Development and Innovation Committee, led by His Royal Highness, worked on an innovation strategy that builds on the strength that Saudi Arabia has in the research community. Roughly 40,000 researchers today that are doing very well in terms of creating top quality scientific articles and filing for patents, but could do a little bit better in terms of translating lab to market activities for innovation, especially that most of them were not financially driven. They don't think about financial returns, and this is common around the world. Scientists do it because they're curious to pushing the boundaries of science. So in Saudi Arabia, the innovation strategy worked on bringing the private sector closer to the lab and making sure that the transition is easier. And this is very difficult to do around the world. One thing we've done in my organization, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, is to play a better role of opening up our applied research facilities that are production level to the investor community, to the private sector, to scale up technologies that were invented in basic science from universities, all the way through the applied level to something that's ready for an investor to invest in. So our labs today, by Council of Ministers decree, provide open access to the research community and to the private sector. Our main campus in Riyadh has been converted into a science park that allows for companies to sit walking distance from the labs. But the most exciting element we added was to serve the deep tech community of entrepreneurs, building an accelerator and incubator called The Garage in CAX that's walking distance from 100 labs, that converted an old parking building that used to fit 480 cars to a space that can incubate up to 300 companies. And now we see deep tech companies from around the world coming to Riyadh, sitting walking distance from those labs, working with our 3,000 scientists, taking technologies, whether from the Saudi scientific community or from around the world, to the Saudi market, eventually scaling up abroad. We've seen huge impact in less than 2 years of roughly 7,500 jobs being created from this accelerator, with more of a valuation of roughly $2 billion combined for the companies that are there.
Yeah. I know, Ms. McGrath, you're also giving away all her passions. Cross-collaboration, partnerships. How can we use these types of collaborations, Ms. McGrath, to drive systemic change?
Thank you, Mark. I'm just so excited by what you've just shared with me beforehand as well. I think there's so much opportunity around the collaboration, but I actually think collaboration doesn't just happen on its own. You actually need to cultivate it, right? And it's finding the right partners. It's about being open-minded. I think in the tech space in particular, we need to find partners that are open to open standards, right? Particularly around AI. But I also think you need partners that are willing to go the extra mile to build out and further innovate, because we can put two parties in a room together, two large organizations or a startup and a small organization or a large organization, and expect them to connect and naturally collaborate. It doesn't happen that easily, right? We need to put the ingredients in. That's why I'm so excited by what you're doing and what you're driving, because I think truly it's phenomenal to see the growth and the appetite for change, the appetite to innovate here. So I think collaboration, this is the time, Mark, for the ecosystem. It's never happened like this before, both from a technology, a societal perspective, public, private initiatives, startups with large organizations, funding organizations. And I think we really need to leverage that. But I think it's about having the right mindset. So open standards, I think the willingness to innovate further, go the extra mile, and then to continue to refine and build it out on the same principles, right? So having that underlying value set about trying to do the right thing, tech for good, having the right mindset about ethics is really important too. But this is the age of the ecosystem, and we've got to capitalize on it. And it actually means bringing unlikely parties together. Sometimes it's not always obvious what the competencies of one organization is over another, and actually trying to work that through and say, look, we can actually drive a single outcome here to innovate and create something phenomenal for this region. So I think it really is a fascinating time, and we all want to be part of it.
Yeah, we certainly do. And you, Mr. Midha, you integrate tech with sustainability. Give us an example of a cross-disciplinary approach that could redefine industries.
So, as I mentioned, there's a lot of challenges and opportunity. Under the leadership of His Royal Highness Crown Prince, we have Vision 2030 announced, which gives us the blueprint for economic diversification, but innovation and ability to leapfrog. We're not making choices, let's do this versus that. I gave you an example of a robotic factory that actually accomplishes multiple of these things: future-ready workforce, future-ready technology, an advanced manufacturing facility, sustainability given, and certainly a showcase for what is possible right here in the kingdom. Now, coming back to it, if you look at AI market being a $2 trillion market by 2030, you look at the Industry 4.0, $328 billion market, 1 billion people have to be reskilled in next 7 years. This is, at the same time, you have to, in some cultures, you say you have to chew the gum and walk at the same time. You can't really say, let's stop the innovation because it disrupts something. You have to create the new outcome and take them head on, because that's the only way you can create the future. That is the only way you can lead and create a prosperous society, which is what the kingdom is committed to doing. So in response to you, we have examples of that we talked about, the robotics factory, SEIR. We have example of Lenovo that will also be 100% carbon neutral factory. So the more we show these examples, the more we create and train people to lead these breakthrough outcomes, the more we create the future. I will close out with this. We can choose to say it needs more training. We need apprenticeship. We need an ability to partner and leadership from the government to create industry, to create those apprenticeships. And if we don't lead it right, then we end up scenario where people are trained, they're spending a lot of time in the universities, but yet there is no outcome on the other end.
Dr. Ansari, you've got a minute and a half, a lot of pressure. How can organizations cultivate a culture that encourages collaboration across traditional boundaries to drive meaningful progress?
I think it's important to identify shared incentives. Collaboration only works if every party involved can see the advantage of the outcome of that collaboration. So a lot of our problems today are complex problems. They're not one technology or one approach that solves it. An example, we had the wildfires in California recently that has been a problem across the globe. And we have technologies out there that you would think, why are we suffering from wildfires now? Why can't we avoid destructive fires? But we had to actually launch this competition, wildfire competition, where we're bringing technologies that involves AI, imaging and sensing, satellite technologies, and ground-based technologies that work collaboratively together and can detect fires, identify if they're destructive fires, and then be able to deploy technologies to put them out within 10 minutes. And pieces of these technologies were being developed independently in different companies, different parts. And only because of the price, they had to come together and work together to provide a comprehensive solution to the marketplace. And they're all benefiting from this because now, because it's comprehensive, there are customers who want to buy this, they are going to win the competition, and we're definitely solving a major challenge in the world.
You're good at looking at the clock. Well done.
Exactly.
I want to give a massive round of applause to our fantastic panelists. Thank you so much. you can all walk off the stage over there, the way you came. Right. Distinguished guests, distinguished excellencies, and honored guests as well. In a morning full of announcements, we are delighted to announce that one of the world's leading business schools is launching its new office in Riyadh, marking a dedication to actively participate in the transformative journey of Saudi Vision 2030 through human capability development. Let's find out a little bit more.
At London Business School, we believe in the power of education to transform industries, economies, and lives. Today, we are delighted to announce an exciting new chapter in our journey. London Business School is establishing an office in Riyadh.
By 2030, we are committed to making a significant investment in the development of Saudi leadership, empowering over 10,000 executives. This is a major milestone for us as a school, reflecting our deep commitment to the kingdom, its people, and to the development of human capital and leadership under the ambitious goals of Vision 2030.
Our Riyadh office will focus on nurturing partnerships with public and private sector organizations while also creating high-quality, locally relevant content designed to address the unique opportunities and challenges in the country and in the region.
Through the expertise of over 100 world-leading London Business School faculty and contributors, we will continue to co-design alongside our clients and deliver deeply impactful learning journeys that equip leaders with the knowledge, tools, and mindsets for the future. We are excited about the opportunities ahead and look forward to deepening our engagement with you, together making a profound impact on the way the world does business.
Okay, now to celebrate this moment, please joining me in welcoming to the stage for the handover of the LBS's Saudi commercial registration, His Excellency Dr. Majed Al-Kasabi, Minister of Commerce and Chairman of Saudi Business Center, His Excellency Yusuf bin Abdullah Al-Benyan, Minister of Education, and Professor Sergey Guriev, Dean of LBS. Please come on to the stage. Now, Your Excellency Al-Kasabi, I invite you to hand over the commercial registration to Professor Guriev. Let's also welcome to the stage, for handover of the London Business School Foreign Investment License, Khalid Al-Fali, His Excellency Khalid Al-Fali. Please come up to the stage, Your Excellency. And His Excellency is going to hand over the Foreign Investment License to Professor Guriev. Right, distinguished guests, His Excellency Majed Al-Kasabi is also the Vice Chairman of MISC Foundation. Your Excellency, may I ask you and Professor Guriev to remain on stage for another announcement. Today we also bear witness to an MOU between MISC Foundation and the London Business School. This moment wouldn't be complete without the presence of Dr. Bada Al-Bada, Chief Executive of MISC Foundation. Now, this MOU establishes a strategic alliance between MISC Foundation and London Business School in leadership development, academic partnerships, research, and executive education, underscoring a mutual commitment to excellence and a shared aspiration to elevate the kingdom as a leading regional leadership center. Please, we've done the photos, I think. Please join me in a resounding round of applause for this significant partnership. Please join me in a big round of applause. And I'm sure the photos will continue. Now, across the 2 days of HCI 2025, there is so much going on. We've got pivotal conversations here in the Future Readiness arena. There are also many other areas. Let me guide you through them. Now, we have, backed by popular demand, the success stage. This is a stage telling Saudi stories of homegrown talent, entrepreneurship, innovation. We have everything from an astronomer, an Olympian, and one of the world's leading heart surgeons. Now, in our mastery stage, we have experts guiding us through key topics in an intimate format with Q&A. Why not visit the Apple Academy session or the One by Google session? And in the lab stage, we have sessions by the World Bank on lifelong learning, a topic we will also discuss right here in the arena later today, and also the use of AI in humanitarian relief efforts by the UNDP. Now, last but not least, why not visit the HCI dialogues, listen into expert conversations, put your views forward, and discover the latest thinking on topics ranging from early childhood education to health and well-being in the workplace as well. Did you know, by the way, this is my favorite stat of the day, it's estimated that the average person will spend 1/3 of their life at work, and that equates to, wait for it, 90,000 hours of work over a lifetime. 90,000 hours of work over a lifetime. Wow, it's quite a couple of days we've got here in Riyadh. Right, fantastic. Let's move on to our next fireside chat on human potential, the critical foundation of industrial transformation. It gives me enormous pleasure to welcome His Excellency Banda Al-Kurayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. Have a seat. Right. How are you feeling? Good?
Great.
Good. That's what I want to hear. How is the Human Capability Development Program a strategic success partner for your industries, the industrial and the mining sectors, Your Excellency?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I would like to start by congratulating to His Excellency for the great event. This is the second edition where we see, the world getting together to address future challenges and their opportunities. I think one of the beauties about our ability in Saudi Arabia, and I call it the art of execution in achieving our Vision 2030, is really how we work as an ecosystem. for us, the Human Capital Development Program is a great asset where we are working with them to ensure that there's great coordination between the sector and the program. It is addressing all needs of the nation, including industry and mining. And also, I think one of the most important things is the agility, and I think His Excellency talked about this morning. Today's world is moving so fast, and it is very hard for sectors on their own to be responsible for the agility in a cross-cutting element of the economy, which is education and training and skilling and reskilling. So I think that it's a great asset for us because it allows us to focus on our own plans, where we are at the same time very confident there is a great effort with great coordination for the sector to have the right talent in place for us to achieve our targets.
Your Excellency, the industrial and mining sectors are characterized by unique features that distinguish it from others. What are these unique features, especially in identifying requirements related to human capability development?
I think this is a great question. When we look at Saudi Arabia's industrial growth, started at the back of our oil and gas business to the petrochemicals, and of course the industries that are catering for everyday need. But we are progressing as a country also. The uniqueness lies on three things. One is the demographics of the country. We have a young nation where we would like to ensure that while we are building our industrial and mining base, we are also mindful of the demographics of the country and how to create the right jobs, quality jobs to the people for the future. And we are blessed that also as a country, we are not very much, I would say, having a legacy in some industries, so we can bet in technology. We are investing a lot in new technologies. The session that you had just before us we're talking about the opportunities that are there. We are collaborating with the research and development and innovation program also to ensure that the education, the skilling, the reskilling, the empowerment of our youth is also leading for talent to be not only as human capital resource, but also to innovate in the sector. I think the second thing is in today's world, the changes that are happening in technology needs to be looked at from a more comprehensive way. So, and I think one of the panelists just in the session before talked about different innovations that need to be collected to make something out of it in terms of a commercial. So we try to help our human resources, our human capital, innovators, to access industries, to test and pilot different ideas so that we can create out of this development also entrepreneurs and innovators to bring the next trend of technology or the next wave. When we look at the industry and mining coupled with the Human Capital Development Program, the RDI, the Research, Development and Innovation Program, it's creating an ecosystem where talent-based human capital is developed, where we are creating opportunities for the young in the form of jobs, but also creating opportunities in the form of actual investment or building the next entrepreneurs.
We can't have a fireside chat without asking about AI. It would just be rude, wouldn't it? So let's do it. How is AI reshaping the industrial and the mining sector?
I think we are very blessed in terms of our launch of our vision, the ambitions that we have both in the industrial development strategy or our mining strategy. we are really focusing on how we can use AI to improve our growth. I mean, today, if we look at mining, mining is sometimes considered an old industry where innovation is lacking behind. But today, when we launched our Future Mineral Forum 3 years ago, in this center, we had a small zone that we called Tech Zone, where we invited different innovators from around the world to showcase some of their ideas. It was amazing to see how small ideas can actually be accommodated in the mining sector, from upstream in mines, for example, where we can see more safer mines, more productive and more energy efficient mines, and so on. So in industry, it's the same thing. We believe that Saudi Arabia has a great advantage in terms of our energy efficiency also. AI needs a lot of energy, as you can imagine. And we are spending a lot of money to create the infrastructure to build AI, to build data centers, to allow also the investors to come. At the same time, there's a great effort from the regulatory point of view, from cybersecurity to different regulation that allow AI to function in a way that is safe and that is also well governed. And we have a program that we have launched also 2 years ago in the ministry called the Future Factories Program, where we incentivize industry investors to tap into new technologies, robotics or AI or 3D printing.
Can you elaborate on that? Because that will highlight your efforts to support the adoption of emerging technologies and automation. Mustn't forget the automation word, which all this is included in the Factories of the Future initiative.
It started all with really when we looked at the existing structure of our industrial base. Many of our industrial base was built on low or I would say labor-intensive installations. And then we started a program, how can we convert these labor-intensive factories into adopt new technologies? It will allow us to create the right jobs for our people. I think Saudi Arabia is also one of the countries where we don't have this competition, I would say, between technology and labor. We have the ability to move much faster. So we are offering consultation. So we help factories to assess their level of automation. We have adopted a global standard called SEIR, where factories will assess their level of automation, and then that will be the right base, and then we will build the right technology. We will help different investors to choose the right technology. We are providing soft loans for the adaptation of this technology, training for their people, and in some very unique technologies, we are even offering grants.
Your Excellency, you did amazing. You covered a lot of ground in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for His Excellency Al Karayev.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Let's walk off together.
Very much indeed for that extremely insightful discussion. Well, now on to our next session, one that goes straight to the heart of what it means to build people into the DNA of a company from day one. We're talking about talent not as a support function, but as a strategic force, a non-negotiable part of innovation, growth, and long-term success. Well, Saudi Arabia's first electric vehicle brand, SEIR, is leading the charge on exactly that. By placing human capability at the very center of its vision, SEIR is shaping not just a company, but an entirely new chapter in national mobility. here to share what this bold approach looks like in practice and why people are at the very sharpest end of their business strategy is SEIR's CEO, Jim DeLuca. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good afternoon, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to do a self-introduction. My name is Jim DeLuca. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of SEIR National Automotive Company. It is truly my honor to be here today at the Human Capability Initiative Forum to share how SEIR, Saudi's first domestic battery electric vehicle company, is building an automotive industry in the kingdom with a people-powered organization at the heart of it, at the center of it. You know, this is my 46th year in the automotive industry. I have worked in countries around the world with General Motors and in Vietnam with VinFast, and I can tell you that nothing compares to what is going on here in the kingdom. These are absolutely exciting and transformative times. And at SEIR, we are not just starting a car company, we're igniting an industry. Human capability is the catalyst behind our battery electric journey. It is the spark that electrifies our vision, and it is the cornerstone of all of our successes. It is where we began, and it is what powers our unstoppable trajectory. Inspired by the vision of His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, SEIR is nothing more than the physical manifestation of his ambitious vision for the kingdom's automotive industry. SEIR is part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. The work we do instills a sense of pride in our people and is woven into this vision. We're driving economic growth and diversification, stimulating investment, of course, developing human capital, and fostering a knowledge-based economy to contribute to the prosperous future of Saudi Arabia. The numbers absolutely speak for themselves. SEIR will have a huge impact on the economy. We'll attract more than 150 million USD foreign direct investment. We'll localize 45% of our product content or bill of material. We'll contribute 8 billion USD directly to our GDP by 2034. And most importantly, we will create up to 30,000 direct and indirect jobs. We've been given an enormous responsibility of building an automotive industry where one did not exist. SEIR is the first automobile company to design, engineer, source, validate, manufacture, sell, and service a portfolio of aspirational battery electric vehicles right here in the kingdom. And how will we do it? We'll do it by putting talent development at the forefront of our business strategy. At SEIR, we believe that true success stems from the seamless integration of all of the components within our strategic human capability blueprint. Our framework is simply built on 5 key pillars: talent strategy, building a world-class team; government collaboration, partnering with ministries to develop a skilled workforce, academic institutions collaborating with universities and colleges to enhance automotive education, and global partners leveraging partnerships with technology leaders for knowledge sharing and employee upskilling. And of course, our fifth and probably most important pillar, our values-driven culture rooted in innovation, collaboration, and integrity to empower and enable all of our employees. Our talent strategy is focused on building a world-class team of global and local experts. In just over 2 years, we've grown from a small team of 20 to a force of 1,500. 1,500 employees representing 45 nationalities from around the world. This diversity of cultures, of background, and of thoughts is a powerful driver of innovation, allowing us to engineer world-class battery electric vehicles for the people of Saudi Arabia and the surrounding GCC countries. But it doesn't stop here at 1,500. By 2030, we plan to expand our workforce to 6,500 employees, 65% of which will be local nationals. And what sets us apart is that we're creating opportunities that simply didn't exist before. 2,000 engineers and 1,000 operators specializing in vehicle design and vehicle manufacturing, making up almost half of our workforce. At SEIR, we're truly committed to building a sustainable company with a highly skilled local workforce. Building a new industry would not be possible without our government institutions and their absolutely unwavering support. We're privileged to partner with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Industry and Natural Resources, and the Ministry of Transport and Logistics Services, which enables us to create very special initiatives to develop a skilled workforce specifically for this industry. This exceptional support is absolutely unique to the Kingdom, and it fosters an environment like none other, where innovation and progress can absolutely flourish. This exceptional support is so unbelievable. Let me take a minute and just highlight some of the strategic partnerships that we're engaged in. First and foremost, we're a founding partner of the National Automotive Vehicle Academy, otherwise known as NAVA. It's a pioneer in technical education for the automotive industry here in the Kingdom. We have already enrolled 100 students, and they're going to classes today. This is not about what we're going to do. This is about what we are doing. SEIR is also part of the WAD program, an immersive educational opportunity designed to educate, to upskill, and ultimately to employ Saudi engineers and technicians. 43 of Saudi Arabia's most exceptional graduate engineers have just begun a 6-month program at Kettering University in Flint, Michigan, as part of a year-long immersive academic and hands-on learning experience. As a proud graduate of Kettering University myself, I know firsthand the capabilities of that transformative power of their cooperative education program. Also, as part of WAD, and in collaboration with Porsche in Germany, SEIR has offered a specialized technical training program to develop skilled automotive technicians, specifically die makers. And if you're going to grow die makers from the ground up, who better to do it with than Porsche? I mentioned Kettering University, but I must stress that the core of the educational change starts with our local academic institutions, universities and colleges right here in the Kingdom. It's crucial that we build talent here at home. These partnerships are not simply about industry dictating curriculum. Rather, a holistic relationship between both SEIR and the universities evolving together to shape the future of mobility in the Kingdom. We work with these institutions in partnership to expand their academic portfolios, moving beyond traditional mechanical engineering to eventually include specialized programs like product engineering and manufacturing engineering, with EV-focused curricula becoming integral to these programs. We're working with top leading universities and many technical colleges across the Kingdom. Actually, today, we're expanding our umbrella of academic partnerships with an agreement, an announcement with the prestigious King Saud University, the beginning of what I know will be another fruitful collaboration with the Kingdom's educational institutions. Now, as I said, we're building this industry from scratch, from the ground up, and with no existing supplier ecosystem, providing real-world experience is essential. That's where our global partners play a very real strategic role, providing our talent with access to the latest industry advancements, translating classroom study into real-world application. We collaborate with partners such as Javis, Forvia, Bentler, and Lee to facilitate knowledge sharing and upscaling opportunities for our talent. Our WAD students have already started their session with Javis, and I couldn't be more impressed with them. Earlier this week, I received a message from the CEO of Javis, and I will quote, "Your students have demonstrated impressive knowledge and engaged thoughtfully, asking insightful questions throughout. I am confident that they will gain significant value from this apprenticeship program. This initiative represents an outstanding opportunity, not only for them, but for all of us." This is how SEIR is creating our future, by empowering our people with the knowledge and skills that they need to lead the way into the future. I've taken you through 4 of our strategic human capacity pillars: building a world-class team, and of course, our collaborations with government, academic institutions, and global technology leaders. Now let me talk about the very foundation upon which we build our success, our 5th and most important element, our values-driven culture. At SEIR, we believe that our values, one team, innovation, integrity, excellence, and customer first, represents the fuel driving the success of our company, the success of our employees. Study after study shows that companies with strong values have better financial performance, customer and employee satisfaction, and grow faster. And I think I've demonstrated at SEIR we are certainly doing that. Let me share just one example of how our employees are living these values each and every day. Let's talk about innovation. Our employees are encouraged to identify challenges, to investigate solutions, and to develop initiatives to present to our Innovation Implementation Committee. Let's talk about Abdullah from our product engineering organization. He identified a real gap in university automotive programs, and he developed the SEIR CAE Challenge, a a competition that will help us identify top talent and fuel our future in the area of computer-aided engineering. You'll hear more about his success story at the success stage tomorrow. That is SEIR Innovation in Action. Our strategic investment in human capital is actively shaping the future of mobility in the kingdom, ensuring an impactful and lasting contribution to the kingdom's economic health. Look out for SEIR's first 2 battery electric vehicles to be unveiled at the end of this year. These 2 vehicles will exemplify the exciting future that we are building, with many more great opportunities to come. Most importantly, all of this is being done through the utilization of our most important asset being our people. Together, I am confident that we will ignite an industry, inspire a nation, and amaze the world. Thank you for your time and attention, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Jim, thank you very much indeed for that. Greatly appreciated. Well, I think we can all agree that it has been a packed morning full of fantastic insights into human capability. That brings us to lunch, so please do take the opportunity to visit the HCI Hub, where you'll also find the success stage, the lab stage, the mastery stage, and the experiential LabX space. I do also hope that you'll take full advantage of the chance to network and make new connections, as well as catch up with some old friends. This afternoon promises to be as engaging as the morning was, with a raft of fantastic guest speakers to delve into all that human capability is and can be. Do enjoy lunch, everybody, and I will see you back here again in 1 hour from now. Thank you so much. Well, Excellencies, honoured guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I do hope that you had a very enjoyable lunch. And it's now time to get into our afternoon sessions because there is a lot to get through, I can promise you that. I am delighted now to bring you a special announcement from the Passenger Transport Academy.
Because transportation is a cornerstone of societal progress, the Saudi Academy for Passenger Transport was established as a specialized center for training and empowering national talents through a partnership between the Transport General Authority and the Technical and Vocational Training Corporation. The Academy aims to develop the passenger transport sector in line with the Kingdom's aspirations and to drive positive transformation through specialized training programs, including executive diplomas, preparatory and specialized courses, and an executive master's program, with practical training provided in collaboration with leading local and international entities. The Academy seeks to prepare future leaders in areas such as transport operations and management, fleet planning, asset management, customer service, and modern transport technologies, based on the National Transport and Logistics Services Strategy and aligning with Saudi Vision 2030.
Well, a tremendous announcement there, just to join the many other wonderful announcements that we've had today. So up next, we are diving into the journey from purpose to passion to true belonging, and what it really means to lead with impact in today's rapidly evolving world. Best-selling author Renee Rodriguez brings powerful new data, real-world examples, and a focus on workplace wellness to show us how we can really unlock human potential in the age of AI. From building resilience and emotional intelligence to sparking creativity, Renee will explore the essential human traits that will shape the future of leadership, innovation, and community. Please welcome Renee Rodriguez.
Thank you. So why is it that we jump to conclusions so quickly? Why is it that a simple, unanswered text message can send us into a frenzy of confusion and sometimes even insecurity? Why is it that a rumor can spread faster than an official corporate communication? I have wrestled with those ideas for close to 30 years, and I've come to one conclusion, is that we live in a world, or at least we as humans have an innate inability to live in a world without story. And what I want to share with you here in the next few minutes is a psychological phenomenon that I've uncovered in my 30 years of working in behavioral neuroscience, and what I would say applied behavioral neuroscience. And understanding this phenomenon can help us understand why we love, why we fight, why we hate, and even why we grow and how we grow. And if you're able to master this, will not only transform how you communicate, but will also transform how you connect with the world. And I call it the narrative gap. Now, to understand the narrative gap, we understand this word, narrative, that we use a lot. It's become very, very popular recently. And I used to think the narrative just meant the narrative of a movie, something that I watched unfold. But the word narrative plays a very distinct role in the brain to play the role of what we call a construct of reality. Between the ages of 3 and 4, when we're kids, we use narrative to understand how the world works. Maybe a narrative for me is anything that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. My father's hungry. There's the beginning. He walks to the fridge and he consumes something. There's the middle. He's not hungry anymore. There's the end. And so when I'm hungry, engage in that narrative. And so as we grow, we realize between the ages of 9 to 13 that these narratives are driven by a set of values. Our brain actually formulates our values and locks in our values at ages 9 to 13 based on what we're surrounded by. So for some reason, this young boy is over to dinner every Sunday night in our home. And all I know as a kid that he's there. Come to find out later on that his parents weren't home. And when his parents weren't home, there was nobody to feed him. And so the narrative that I learned was, when Johnny's hungry, you invite him into your home. Now, by age 21,
We solidify those values, not just situationally, but they become part of everything. Not just when Johnny's hungry, but when anyone's hungry, you invite them into your home. And so this whole idea of narrative, I can intellectualize with you all day long, but I want to play a game with you. And so if you would, I know we're not supposed to have our phones out, but I would invite everybody to pull your phones out for just a minute and then turn it face down. This is a really important piece. So take your phones out, and let's see how well you pay attention. Can you think about, in your phone, when you open it up, all of the apps, what is the app in the upper left-hand corner? Do you remember it? Now take a quick peek, and then take your phones and place it down again. And let's see how accurate you were. If you're like me, we look at our phones every day. Can you remember what it was? But here's a different question. If you're like every other phone out there, the first thing you see when you look at your phone is the time. Do you remember what time it is? Now, here you were looking for the app, you passed right by a piece of information in search of what you were looking for, and maybe you missed the most important piece. Now, you might be saying, okay, well, Renee, you tricked me. You had me look for something else. So we're going to play another game, and I'm telling you right now, I'm going to trick you because I want to see how well you pay attention. And so let's see how well you pay attention. I'm going to invite everybody in the back, all of you to pay along with me, and let's see how well you pay attention. Let's see if you can put your hands out in front of you like this, and I need your thumbs in the air. And I am watching because I can see if you're paying attention. I need your thumbs in the air, and now take your thumbs and point them down. And remember, I need you to do exactly as I do. Your right hand, I need you to put it in the air, and this is the hard part. Cross it over and interlace your fingers. Now, I need your right thumb to be placed out. I see some left thumbs out there. Make sure your right thumb is out there. Perfect. Now point your fingers out like this and tap them together. And if you've been paying attention to everything that I've done, you should be able to do as I do next, which is this. Now, kind of wild, isn't it? So now, here's what I learned when somebody first did that to me, that there's a difference between what I visually see and what I'm paying attention to. And that what vision and attention are two very different pieces in how the brain works. And so right now you might be wondering, okay, what happened? So your brain is searching for a story. It's searching for a narrative. You might say, well, he must have moved his hand. Well, maybe I missed this, or maybe I wasn't paying attention. But I want you to pay attention to what happens in the brain, because to understand narrative, you have to understand this moment that just came over you right now. Here I was in the middle of a presentation, and I stopped. I looked off screen, and the lesson is actually inside of you. What did your brain do immediately? Because here I was in this narrative. I'm on stage. I'm here at the conference, and Renee's talking about this, and all of a sudden, that narrative stops, and there's a gap in the story. He wasn't talking anymore. And then he picks up and talks, but what did your brains do with that gap? Immediately, it filled it. My assumption is some level of stress, some question, what happened, but maybe some of you thought, well, maybe he forgot something. Maybe he heard something over here. Maybe he was distracted. Who knows what it was? But what matters is your brain couldn't handle that gap. And the reason it couldn't handle it is because, remember, a narrative is a construct of reality. And so the narrative in the story that's unfolding as me on stage, when it stops, your brain has to fill it almost instantly just to make sense of what's happening. Now, the crazy thing is that if that's a construct of reality, isn't reality just reality? I mean, isn't reality the thing that we all understand, and why wouldn't it be the same for all of us? That's probably the biggest question. Where we're having this conversation, we're saying, okay, well, there's these gaps and our brains filled it to construct reality, but why wasn't it all the same? So let's pretend that we all work for the same company, and our leader doesn't show up. Somebody over here says, oh, John didn't show up again today? He's out probably buying another yacht. I don't know how many yachts he needs. There's one way to fill the gap. But somebody over here says, hold on a second, John didn't show up? Let me call him and see if he's okay. So here we have the same exact scenario, and one person goes to an assumption of greed and a yacht, another chases the assumption of empathy and concern, constructing two coexisting realities. Now this is what boggled my mind to say, wait, I thought reality was reality. How can we have two coexisting realities? And so I had to dig a little bit further and to say, okay, why did we choose two different realities? And what I came from is that we had different sources to choose the assumption. This person over here that went to greed and a yacht, maybe last year he was trying to negotiate with his leader, and the leader said, we don't have the budget for that project, and next week he's out on his yacht taking selfies. And all he can think about is that, well, he didn't have the budget for me, but he had it for himself, and he took that assumption and placed it in the narrative timeline. But why did the person over here go to empathy and concern? Well, maybe this person knew the leader's story and that maybe his daughter was sick and in the hospital. And before the meeting, he said, yep, I'll be at the meeting after I see my daughter and make sure she's okay. He didn't show up, and naturally, this person pulled from that story, not from their own, to fill in that gap, to understand a reality in a very different way. Now, for me, what's equally fascinating and sometimes terrifying is how many gaps are happening in our reality all the time. How many gaps are happening in our narrative? How many stories are left untold, making and forcing us, remember this is neurologically based, to fill in that gap. And when I look at that, it's thousands. I tested this theory during COVID, where leaders and all of us were forced to separate, forcing these gaps to happen. And I thought back to 50 plus years ago, where most people lived in very tight-knit communities, at least where I'm from. If you went to school, you saw your teachers, but then you went to work, and the people that you work with maybe in the grocery store next to you. If you went to get a haircut, when I used to have hair, the person next to me was probably somebody I worked with. Maybe my kids were in Little League. They were coached by my boss. And so I had time to be in front of them. I saw the facial expressions and the micro expressions and the nuances. I knew just by the length of time it took them to communicate something, or the lack of communication, what it meant. And then we started progressing in technology, transportation, communication. And we start willingly moving further and further apart from these once tight-knit communities. And we did that with a consoling illusion that we still knew each other. Well, of course I know who they are. I look at my phone, I can see when they've logged in, I can see what they're doing, our productivity is great. I know how they're doing. But have I had any human connection with them? And we realized is that we were starting to lose in this advancement of technology, this human connection. We're here talking about human capability, but have we begun to lose some of that as we evolve from a technology perspective? And so when we look at this narrative and the gaps that were being created, I realized that this is an opportune time for us to realize just how these stories or our understanding of reality is created. And I was left with a question. What's the answer? And when I look at that story of the person with the greed and a yacht and empathy and concern, I realized the answer is that if the leader does not share their story, it forces everyone else to pick from their own experience to fill in the gaps of reality. And when I realized that the less I communicate, the less I share my story, the more I leave to chance people's understanding of who I was. Now, add on to that all of the cognitive biases like negativity bias and all of confirmation bias and all these biases that drive our human behavior unconsciously. I realized that I didn't want that to be the case. And so part of why I share all of this is that today, in a world that is so disconnected, I can't imagine a more important time for us to share story and who we are, and understand that the narrative is being driven by so many different entities that understand the power of this, whether it be politics, whether it be the media, whether it be us. I know for myself, when I look at this gap driven by an assumption created from a source, I have to ask myself the question, if I have multiple sources fighting for that narrative, who am I going to believe? Who am I going to trust? And that is the question. Because when we think about influence, when we think about communication, connection, it comes down to who are the people that we trust to be the sources of the assumptions to fill the gaps in our narrative and reality. And that, I think, is the biggest challenge, is to go beyond the technology and beyond these pieces and to share who we are. And so I want to leave you with this idea. It's a very simple idea, is that every one of us is a walking collection of the narrative gaps that people have filled for us. And that every single person in this room is full of stories and experiences that somebody might never know or might never get access to. And so in this world that is defined by disconnection, maybe, just maybe, our greatest human capability might be this: that in every silence between us, every miscommunication, every gap in the narrative or reality, there lies a choice. And that choice comes down to what story do we fill that gap with? And so my challenge would be that maybe we choose a story that is not of fear, but of hope. Not a story of suspicion, but a story of generosity. Not a story of hate, but a story of love. And not a story that protects us, but maybe a story that connects us. And my last challenge would be for you to think back to all of the relationships, the people that you love, the people that you work with, and to ask yourself, what stories are filling the gaps for you? Are they stories that are building walls, or are they building bridges? And we know that we need to intentionally fill those gaps, because if we don't, they will be filled by someone else. Because in the end of the day, we become the stories that we choose to believe. Thank you.
Well, our huge thanks to René Rodriguez. Let's give him another huge round of applause. I don't think I'll ever look at my phone in the same way again. What a brilliant reframe. Well, everybody, it seems that here at HCI we're in the business of bridge building, and that's what we're going to attempt to do with our next leadership conversation as I welcome our honored guests to the stage, because the challenge has been set throughout the day so far. Building bridges between education, the world of work, all with technology advancing apace. So we are unafraid now to take a range of different perspectives. You will recognize many of my honored guests. I'll remind you who they are just in case. His Excellency, Professor Mohammed Al-Hayaza, is the president of the Al Faisal University here in Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, a fabulously international university, students from around the world. Just give us a sense of the numbers.
Yes. Thank you all. First, I would like to thank you and, with you as the moderator and with excellent panel sitting here, I'm sure we are in a lively and thoughtful discussion.
We are.
And first, I would like to start by thanking the organizer and the HCI 2025, led by His Excellency Yusuf Al-Bnayan, and also and his team. And before I go to your question, since the session is talking about the leadership, we are lucky here in the kingdom. We do have the visionary leadership. We do have now, this form, this excellent, timely form, and very, very important, is under the patronage of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman. And also, he is the chairman of the program, the Human Capital Development Program. So you know how important this to the kingdom, to Vision 2030, to His Royal Highness, and also His Majesty King Salman's leadership.
It is. Your Excellency, I'm going to pause us because I want your opening remarks in a moment, but I want us to understand just the variety of perspectives we've got.
Okay.
So I'm coming back to you, but Dr. Shamla Chetty is with us from Duke Corporate Education. Duke is a globally renowned name in terms of the university, but this is helping executives learn by doing, Shamla.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you for having me on the panel today, but it is an absolute pleasure to be here. One, it's a very important time in history and the world to talk about leadership and education. Fundamentally, we're living in a time of change where business is questioned, where society is an enabler for that change. Whether it is leadership models, whether it's education, we're at a time where everybody needs to work together to say that we are aligning to purpose. And what does that mean?
And we want that in practice. I'll just quickly tell us who our final guests are. Professor Sergei Guriev leads the London Business School, one of the world's leading business schools, founded in the 1960s, but very much preeminent to this day. You've been in post how long, Professor?
About a year.
About a year. You've certainly hit the ground running. Welcome to our panel. Meanwhile, from an industry perspective as well, I would certainly say Tanuj is with us. Tanuj Kipalaswamy, who's the Chief Strategy and Talent Officer at Standard Chartered, a British multinational. But frankly, Tanuj, most of your business taking place around the world.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic to be here. Emerging Markets Bank, 50-plus markets, and looking forward to the conversation today.
Good. Well, our final panelist is Jeffrey Max, our entrepreneur in residence. Magna Petra is the name. You're not going to infinity and beyond, but you are going to the moon, Jeffrey.
We are. Our mission is a bit audacious, but we think very achievable, which is the collection and return of rare isotopes, helium-3 in particular, from the surface of the moon. And
yes.
This is used in not only in border security, but in quantum computing and in nuclear fusion.
Right, so you can see the sort of different perspectives from entrepreneurs, from industry, from world-leading business schools, university, corporate education. But what if we said this? You've only got a couple of minutes to set out your stand. Our challenge to rethink the frameworks, the strategies we'll need to bridge the divides we've been talking about. And we won't go down the order. I'll come back to you, Your Excellency. Tanuj, will you get us started with your thinking, and then we'll all be all ears.
See, the success of a good moderator is when he's full of surprises. So it wasn't meant to be in this order, but I take the challenge. Look, thank you. First, it's great to be here with all of you. I'm actually delighted to be with this panel. I represent a practitioner's view. Like I said, we are an emerging markets bank, 100,000 plus employees. 70% of our workforce are millennials, Gen Zs, and really, as a bank, as an emerging markets bank, we are at the forefront of all the big macroeconomic changes that are happening in the world. You know, the geopolitics, advent of emerging technologies, what's happening with sustainability, et cetera. And thinking about how do we evolve our workforce to evolve the changing preferences of our clients is a big part of the conversation we are having in our boardrooms. 3 quick points I'll make. First is, we are very clear that businesses today need to stop obsessing about employment and start thinking about employability. You know, we spoke a lot about generating employment as one of the things we have done. We are a 170-year-old bank, but the conversations for us have now shifted. You know, with the world of work changing so rapidly, what we are now talking about is employability. Employability is a higher order stuff than employment, and employability means continuous learning, continuous reinvention, and challenging yourself to keep pace with the time. So that's the first one. Secondly, I will say, we believe jobs have stopped being a currency of work. Skills have become a currency of work. So this idea of businesses having a war for talent has now replaced with war for hot skills, because they are clearly skills, data, AI, green skills, but also the human skills. You know, the new leadership models that Sharmila speaks about so much are going to be critical as we think about workforces for the future. And the last thing that I'm going to say is that curiosity and learning agility are 2 very underrated leadership skills. So in a lot of the work that we are doing in leadership, we are talking about learning agility and curiosity much more than we have over the last few years.
First class. So, Jeffrey, I'll be interested in a minute to see whether this tallies with what you're after as a talent-hungry entrepreneur. But essentially, honored guests, Tanuj set down the gauntlet there, the challenge for today's learning organizations and institutions. So, Sergey, pick up the baton. Our team have set us a timer of 3 minutes, but you should feel free, we know we're on the spot, to come in under that. How do you see it?
Thank you very much, Ole, and thank you very much for inviting me to this panel and to this amazing conference. And indeed, we hear what Tanuj is saying. She's not alone. All the leading businesses are asking those questions because we live in the world where many things are changing. Let me pick up just on 2 changes, big trends. One is, of course, technology and especially AI. And the other one is demographic transition. Here, we are full of young people in this country. Some other countries are aging, but both young and older countries are going to live longer. Our careers are extending, so all of us will switch careers several times. For this reason, and also for the reason that technological change is not only fast, but it's finally accelerating. AI produces new models, and the new models actually program new models. This is first time when the technological advance reproduces itself and accelerates itself. So you need to learn new skills all the time. And since your career is longer, it's impossible to think that you can get one degree. Even LBS MBA is not enough to remain skilled for the rest of your life. And this is why we take the challenge that Tanush has set seriously. And we roll out several innovations as we speak. One we simply call Forever Learning. So we tell our alumni, look, we know you've done a great job, you got a great degree, but the world has changed. Yes. What we taught you before should be updated, upgraded, renewed, so come back. And so we provide various offers to our alumni where they can come back and upgrade their skills. Then we also, of course, innovate with people learning from each other. And this is, of course, the most important feature about any university. But research-intensive university like we are, LBS, is even more relevant there because people come to see new ideas coming from professors who produce ideas and not just summarize somebody else's ideas. This is what AI can do without research professors. But so people come to listen to groundbreaking research, but also people come to listen to each other. And that's why we are rolling out an executive education program, which we call Corporate 100, which is in between open programs and customized programs, where we have an invitation-only community of 100 organizations, which send their executives from different levels to discuss new challenges together with the faculty and learn from each other. And this is, again, an idea where we can learn from each other faster and better.
I like it. Well, I hope Standard Charters is one of those, Tanush.
We are going to talk about it.
Yes. All right.
Now.
Yes. Well, we're doing deals. We're making it forever learning, Your Excellency. That could be a new hashtag for our summit here. You're rising to this challenge in your own ways at Al Faisal University. Help us understand how.
Okay. First, we consider Al Faisal University is an international university within Riyadh. We have over 40% of our student body are international students. There is a great initiative within 2030, Study in Saudi. So we are attracting more international students to come to study in Al Faisal. And we want to, prepare them for the future market. It is, fast transformation, fast change, rapid changes and things like that. So there's soft skills we have to equip our students with, and also we want them to, be, the critical things as a major component of our studies. We want them to be in the future a job creator, not they are looking for jobs. So basically, we focus on preparing our students at the undergraduate level, and we do have very, different programs for graduates, accelerated programs, executive programs, all of the different types of programs. Those who are already working and they need to be reskilled, and because, to keep up with the changes, it is very important, and we provide them with all the, means they need to improve themselves and go on. So it is a lifelong journey, education. We just want them just graduated with their master or bachelor degree, and that's it. Now, with the changing, market, they always need to keep up. So the university is open. We always invite them, and we want them to always be part of the university. And we do have a short, after they graduate, of course, the foundation has to be there. We are not talking about eliminating, the typical education, but keep up with, all the development. And in the meantime, we are shifting gradually from knowledge-based to skills-based to equip them and make them ready to the future. yes, that's what we are doing at Al Faisal University.
Yeah, and the shift doesn't sound gradual to us. It is a pace. So I'm getting the gist from His Excellency and from Sergey. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. I think we've heard that before. Job creators, Jeffrey, hopefully music to your ears. Got some competition coming down the tracks from the universities of the world. Shamla, you're engaging with the people who are already leading the corporations, and yet you've got to invent a different type of learning, I suspect not always in the classroom.
Well, it has to be highly immersive. I think you can get content anywhere in the world and for free. It's about leading in the context of the environment, what is required. And, the leadership playbook is emerging from one organization, from one country, from one problem to the other. It's being relevant in the moment and aligning to the moment. It is not around one size fits all. So the whole notion of having modules, the same types of things, the question for me, will MBAs change? It has to change. It must change, because the models that we learned previously does not exist right now. Organizations are grappling with change, and how do we, from a custom education, align and be relevant to where the organization is, even in that moment, by changing and adapting, because change is happening at such speed. So being relevant, being present, listening to where organizations are going.
And we'll pull on that thread, because I want we'd love some examples of these partnerships in practice. Jeffrey, what are you making of this? Are we creating the entrepreneurs of the future? We're in safe hands. What would you add to the mix?
I've been doing this entrepreneur thing for 40 years. And it's been across a wide range of industries: financial services, e-commerce, mobile payments, space. And as an entrepreneur, you're always faced with new opportunities. And I think what defines that entrepreneurial capability is the ability to ask, what if? What if we could do something? What if this were possible? And so entrepreneurs already live in this world of change, already live in this world of some level of uncertainty, right? If a business model isn't performing the way you expect, you pivot. And what I'm hearing in these sessions today is a lot of discussion around how do we structure pivoting in professional life and in personal life. And the topic that I haven't heard that I think is really important is personal resilience. Because when you wake up one day and the job that you've had for 10 years goes away, there's great talk about how we reskill and upskill and change, but emotionally, that's a very hard thing for people to process. And so one of the topics, one of the curricula items, which I think is very important, and it's not, you don't lay it on to an individual at the university level, undergrad, at the graduate level. You start with children. You start with, how do you create adults who have resilience, who have flexibility, who realize that their life is going to be a series of adventures. Articulate it as an adventure.
And that this is magnificent. So this is about mindset. This is about beyond the traditional skills. This is about resilience. And I want to pull on that even more in terms of other qualities. But let's shift gear. Let's get intensely practical. Tanush, what does a successful partnership look like in action? Because you can't deliver this alone.
So look, I mean, there's so many things that have been said, which I absolutely agree. Something that His Excellency said, which really resonates with me, is this gap between education and employability. And I think it's becoming very clear that the gap between education and employability is becoming wider and wider. And that is a space of collaboration between educational institutions, the experts on this panel, businesses, I would say policymakers, academics and entrepreneurs. There's a huge space for collaboration where there are some interesting experiments happening. I think there's some great work that's being done in the country that we are in today. Some of the examples, as Sergey said, are great. But I believe there's loads more that needs to be done, right? So the first point I will say is there's a space for collaboration there which hasn't been explored. The second thing I will say is when you think about skill building, it's not just in your technical skills, it's human skills, right? I try and avoid the word hard and soft skills. It's my unconscious bias. I like technical and human because a lot of the human skills around resilience, managing ambiguity, well-being in the flow of work. Personal resilience today is not about doing yoga in the office, on Friday afternoon. It's really about how do you think about resilience and well-being in the flow of work are areas where the collaboration is quite critical. Yes. And I think, my colleagues can speak about it. We've got some fantastic collaborations going with colleagues. We've got future skills academies within Standard Chartered, which are both technical and human. It's a combination of on-the-job training, but also leveraging best-in-class curriculum of education institutions in an open source way, where we provide access to that, but actually doing a lot of community team-based learning. The idea of teams learning with each other is a big shift that I've seen in this space as well.
And it'll be fascinating to hear from our educators how they're rising to that. I commend you to Tanuja's book on skills, by the way. Actually, Shamla, this isn't just about preparing leaders for the world of work. It's about serving society as well. So I'm going to pick on you, forgive me, to give us an example of that in action, that new form of leadership.
Good. Thank you so much for that. And I think building on Tanuja's piece around communities, it plays a huge role. We cannot do this alone.
Yeah.
The whole notion about collaboration, about public sector, private sector, and communities have to work together as a full ecosystem. I think for me it is the piece that I'd like to share is around the Women Advancement Program. It wasn't about a social imperative. This is about an economic strategy between Duke Corporate Education, the public sector facet, and International Women's Organization, IWFSA, that did the 1,000 Women Initiative. Why? This was around, it was intentional. The women leaders that became part of Women's International Federation South Africa were CEOs that said, how do we contribute to the next CEO? How do we produce the next two deputy governors? How do we produce the governors? We want him to become intentional. So the Duke Corporate Education did the academic lens, but it wasn't just the academic lens, as Tanuj talked about. It's the art skills, the soft skills that are important because we're teaching about, talking about resilient leadership. Women leaders need, but they also need courage too. So how do we embed that? And then exposing them to new markets, new learnings, taking them to different countries to bring in those learnings.
And that IWF partnership, I commend to all our guests to look at it in closer detail. So Sergey, the pressure is on because you're having to evolve the curriculum at what sounds a bit like light speed when we hear about these business transformations. How does that work in practice?
So in practice, it means we evolve the curriculum all the time. And so just give you an example. So a typical year in the life of London Business School is this year when we open an office in Saudi Arabia, when we launch this program called Corporate 100, where we actually roll out a one-year MBA for students who already have done a one-year master degree, like Master in Management. This is a big innovation for us because we are believers in two-year MBA program like our American peers. And we roll out a new executive MBA, where one of the formats, we actually offer two formats, but one of the formats is very blended in the sense that you study 40% in class, 40% online, digital synchronous, and 20% digital self-paced. So if you have a job, you can actually learn, you can continue to study in London Business School without spending too much time away from office and home.
Really
and so these are, and of course we also look at curricula, we look at integrated courses, we produce new case studies. This innovation is key exactly because we cannot ignore the skills that employers are demanding.
Right, so what's the challenge then? I wish we had a bit longer, Sergey, forgive me, because Jeffrey, the reality is, for millions of young people around the world, the land of entrepreneurship appeals to them. The world of large corporates does to some of them, not all. And their thinking is university, in what we see it as today, worth my time, my money, my energy. What do we need to plant into the minds of those budding entrepreneurs, lest they turn their back from what could be a very, very valuable chapter?
I think it's, with respect to my educational colleagues, I think it's about fostering a desire to learn, fostering curiosity, right? Because if we think about the impact of AI, AI can give us a lot of answers, but we need to train people to ask the questions.
Yeah.
And that's not a natural thing, right? That's where we need to train. How can you take what you know? How can you take your knowledge and your curiosity and your insight and use the tools? Don't be afraid of the tools.
Yes.
Embrace them, right? And I think that the message in response to your question is just don't get lazy. Don't stop learning.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I just
go on, Tanush, go on.
Sorry. I do want to jump in because, 120% agree. And all I will say is that large legacy businesses like ours are developing the same skills and acquiring the same skills that entrepreneurs are.
It's true.
And that's the fascinating thing. How do you ask the what if questions? My favorite quote of the day is what we are asking our people to do as well, because the business models are disrupting so rapidly.
So it's such a good parallel, right? So here's a question I'd love us all to think about, but I'd like Your Excellency to answer. I met somebody earlier today who is quite literally starting a new university. So they're unencumbered by legacy systems, by the way they used to do things. What would be your piece of advice to that person starting with their blank sheet of paper or their blank screen?
Involve the industry, involve the market people as to help you build your curriculum. We do have advisory board for each department and each college. They are the one who are giving us what they want in our curriculum. Yes. So we prepare our graduate for the markets. So this is really very important to have them, a part of our, programs and colleges and departments to help building up. Also, collaboration is very important. Yeah. Collaborations we do have, for example, for Al Faisal, we do have very strong collaborations. We do have joint programs with very excellent universities. KAUST, for example, we do have accelerated master programs for our students. We have MD, PhD program with KAUST. We do have similar programs with international students, so with international universities. So collaboration is very important. Good. So, and build the confidence within the university. So this is really important to
Helpful.
have.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Well, I secretly want to know what you all think, but I'm going to have to ask you afterwards for that one piece of advice, which we can then pass on. Perhaps it will be food for thought in the breaks. Well, Jeffrey, you can take us to the moon and back. Tanush, we will keep talking to you, but we won't mention the soft skills. Sergey, it's clear to us why you continue to lead one of the world's best business schools. Shambhala, thank you for immersing executives around the world in learning by doing, and please keep doing what you're doing. And Your Excellency, thank you for leading by example. And that key word of not excluding the people that are going to most benefit from what you're providing, involving them, co-creating together, is going to ring in our ears. So to all of you, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you very much.
Well, please, as our honored guests leave the stage this way, it's time for me to begin to set the stage for our next group conversation, because we are thinking about the future of learning, and we're thinking about how we do things together, how we collaborate in different ways, and also how this shapes our sense of belonging, how we live, work, act, think together. This next session is particularly going to be around that theme of education. It's a town hall, so you should expect some provocative points of view, and we know that not everyone will agree on this stage or in this amazing arena. Please welcome with their guests onto the stage the Vice President for Strategic Initiatives at the King Abdullah University for Science and Technology. With his guests, it is the one and only Jonathan Grant, everybody.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session on the potential to mastery, the role of human capability development. We have a shortish session of 30 minutes, so I'm not going to introduce my esteemed panel of higher education leaders, but we're going to dive straight into a set of quick fire questions, and then after that, we'll get into some discussion. So, Your Excellency, what does potential to mastery mean to you?
Thank you, Jonathan. The first thing that pops to mind when you say potential to mastery is the journey of our students we witness every day at Princess Noura University. We, as an institution, we take potential very seriously by developing programs that will challenge the limits, by developing policies that will open doors, and of course, functioning under the era of Vision 2030. Mastery is not only a goal, but it's actually a standard we strive for every day.
Brilliant. So the student journey.
Exactly.
Yeah. Dr. Ahmed, same question.
Yes. Well, to unlock the talent and potential to mastery of the Saudi young men and women, which today they make, over 80% of the nationals. You definitely to have to rely on strong education because they do have the potential and they are the pride of the kingdom and the architects to build a better tomorrow for Saudi Arabia. So it is very, very important to get a proper education. And that is what PSU, Prince Sultan University, is all about, definitely.
Thank you. So the youth again. Professor Andreas.
Anytime I think about potential to mastery, I'm thinking about the transformation of an individual, the transformation of their potential, their innate abilities, their aspirations, their interests into what will become a self-discovery, what will become an empowerment of their dreams to become the leaders of tomorrow, to have prosperous lives. And how that transformation happens relies on many things. It relies on education, on training, on discovery. It relies on practice. Practice is very important, and also expects the individual to have, if you wish, the curiosity, the inventiveness, the resiliency, and the patience, because that transformation is going to be a transformation throughout their entire life.
Brilliant, thank you. Dr. Omar, what does potential to mastery mean to you?
For me, and coming from IMD, where our focus really is on developing leaders, the parallel I view between potential and mastery is that really of knowledge and impact. And how do you take the knowledge that you may have as an individual, use it to make decisions, use it to solve problems, and use it to eventually have an impact? And for me, a master is someone who not only can lead, but lead through influence and not necessarily just through authority.
Thank you. And last but not least.
Yes, seen from the window of a business school, I think making the potential transform into a mastery, it's an engagement we need to have. It's really a societal commitment.
I think when we see what's going on in the world right now, I think there is a need for higher education, especially in business, to make our paradigm evolve so that we transform high-quality higher education in business into future-fit business education. This means that allows the students, but also executives, that train and transform themselves into our schools, future-fit, meaning overcome the obsolescence of competencies, being very determined and convinced, but also very humble in their learning process and never stop learning. So behind providing them cutting-edge knowledge, it's very important that they learn how to learn all throughout their life. So merging conviction with humility about training.
Thank you. So it strikes me there's sort of two themes coming out of that. There's a demographic theme, which is about the young people of today, and ensuring that those young people can fulfill their potential. And then there's a theme that actually, once you're in the workplace, you have the opportunity to actually master both skills, but also ways of working that are going to have the maximum impact in the future. So if we sort of pick up on the sort of first element of that and think about how we organize universities and organize university curriculum, so how do we educate people? Your Excellency, at Princess Noor University, you have emphasized this shift from sort of towards experiential and interdisciplinary learning. Perhaps you can put some flesh on that and give us some examples of where that occurs.
Thank you, Jonathan. Now, this is, I think, a nightmare that keeps all university presidents awake at night, because how do you really provide learning experiences for the current generation with all the advancements in technology and everything that's changing around us? So we created the challenge at the university. Of course, 50% of the faculty at Princess Noor University are born 1985 or above. So very young, enthusiastic, fresh perspective, and ready to challenge the status quo. So we put a challenge for all colleges, different disciplines. We called it the X Factor at the time. We wanted them to come up with innovative solutions to integrate their academia with the job market. The response was really brilliant, but one college really stood out, and given the participation of business schools with us on the panel today, I will speak about the business school. So business education started with apprenticeship historically. It's not really innovative. Simulation is also used in business education, but the college invented a year-long experience for students, creating 8 companies. The CEOs of these 8 companies come from the private sectors. The VPs are academics. There is a real market data fed into these 8 companies. They chose for this year's theme hospitality, given the great importance and the relevance of tourism for Saudi Arabia at the moment. And it was spectacularly brilliant, because the marketing students, together with the HR, the economics, the finance, all the disciplines worked together throughout this experiential learning, and the outcomes were striking. And now it's 20% of their academic score is based on the performance of these companies. Just a funny story, one of the CEOs who we were trying to attract her from the private sector to come and lead one of the companies, she said, "I'm the worst, especially when it comes to financial data. And if you're going to evaluate finance, then I will be the worst." She did the best. Her company won the best. So this gives us the idea of how synergy and team building. She was really good at orchestrating this team to come up with the best financial outcome.
And it's the students who are working as part of the team.
Absolutely.
And they're working for CEOs who've got experience of being CEOs.
Exactly, with real-life data, and everything is fed up and fed into the systems, and I welcome everyone from other entities to come and visit and see for themselves the platform, the interaction, hear from the students and from the faculty, and of course we look for a theme for next year, and we would love to hear ideas from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ahmed, as president of Prince Sultan University, you talk about pre-skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. Again, can you sort of mystify that for us and tell us what you do in practice?
Okay. Well, Prince Sultan University has 2 successful models today that being tested and validated in the job market. First model is where now the students enrolled in the college, and these are now what we say when we say pre-scaling, meaning they are fresh students coming out of the public education, coming into PSU. Say there is a transition period before they get into the university level. So they go through the preparatory year program that focus on building characters, of raising their, of course, communication skills, soft skills. This is all the process within the PYP, the preparatory year program. Then they go into the upscaling, which is really the academic program. Depending on the area they can go into, they focus on. So they will, of course, get into the university level with the academic program that they are, of course, they selected. What is the most important, the transition from academic to the hands-on training, which is the co-op program. That is what we say, the upscaling, that they apply what they learn in the classroom to narrow the gap between what they learn in the classroom and what expected of them in the real market. They go through that 7 month, and that's now why PSU, Prince Sultan University, over 90% of our trainees, while they're doing their co-op, they get job offers, and they get exposed to the market. And then when I say rescaling, this is a program that PSU offer as a community service, which deal with university graduates that have challenges of getting jobs. They come to PSU and they enroll in this program, Education for Employment, to focus on certifications. We have 8 different academies that focus on certification, like Cisco, Juniper, SAP, Red Hat, VMware, Huawei, and they go through these certifications, and from unemployed to employed that get a very substantial salary. And so we have applicants, we have more than 5,000 applicants, we only get 200, 250 per round because it takes 1 whole year. It used to take more than a year, take a year and a half, and now we're trying to narrow it to one year. And so is now, us as a university, we pay in the community that contributed to PSU establishment. We are a nonprofit private institution. And then we do have the responsibility to pay the community back for what they are, of course, definitely.
And those students going through the reskilling program, they have already graduated but haven't been able to find work. Is that right?
No, they are university graduates, bachelor degrees, and they are unemployed. So they come and join this program and go through the certification, whatever academy, one of these academies that depend, because now we coordinate with local companies like SITE, and they said we need 100 Saudis that pass certain certification. So we agree with them, and they go through the program for 1 whole year, and their job is waiting for them. It's guaranteed. So we do that for SITE, we do that for Wipro, we do that for Salam company, we do that for so many local Saudi companies.
Brilliant, thank you. Dr. Omar, we've heard of sort of 2 innovations there from our colleagues. You're a professor of strategy at IMD Business School in Switzerland, and you've written and spoken about the importance of shifting from content to capabilities. What role, talking about innovation, do you think AI, good and bad, is going to play in that transformation?
Oh, for sure. Thank you very much, Jonathan. AI, I think, is, and as we would all, I think, in this room probably agree, is a change unlike anything we've seen in recent times with regards to particularly education. And I think, if we don't view it in a way that embraces it, we'll be doing a disservice not only to the institutions, but also to the students that we educate. About a year and a half ago, we stood back and said, what do we have to do to adapt our program to take this into consideration? Content is obviously always going to be a critical element of any MBA, any business education. But on top of that, how are we going to position our students to be best successful in the work world? And for us, that came across as focusing not only on the content, but also on what we call transversal skills. And these are skills which we think will be fundamental in an AI-enhanced world to be able to use the AI as a sparring partner. So you have to be able to operate at the same level when it comes to pattern recognition, systems thinking, critical analysis. How do you ask good questions, all right? So we identified 10 what we call transversal skills, which we introduced into the very beginning of the program in a 2-week module to really ground these as, if you think of it, almost a matrix structure of education. All of these skills are fundamental for any course. In accounting, you need to understand how systems work, how patterns are identified. In finance, in strategy, in marketing, and yet we never focus on them in any one specific course. So the goal was to really identify and educate students on these 10 critical skills, which include, I would say, critical thinking skills as well as critical presentation skills. For me, the last thing which an AI will replace is our ability to inspire, our ability to lead, our ability to have strategic presence, to present. And so we also focus on those skills: storyboarding, storytelling, strategic presence. And it's fundamental that we educate our students on these skills, because at the end of the day, when you're in that interview room, these are the skills which are going to be fundamental for getting that job, combined with the more technical skills. And to basically also be able to give our students individual feedback, what we've done is we've developed different AI rubrics, which will allow us to essentially reevaluate the assignments that students turn in, using the rubrics to give them feedback on each of the 10 different skills. So we need to educate them about AI, but we also have to leverage AI in our actual pedagogy.
Thank you very much. So what we've heard there is talk about curricula and talk about technology. But one of my sort of passions in life is that transformation is actually about culture, and it's about institutions. So Professor Andreas, you're in the really interesting role of founding a university, NEOM University, from the ground up. As the founding president, how are you thinking differently about structures and culture and the purpose of higher education?
Thank you, Jonathan. Indeed, it's a unique opportunity. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. And, you know, the inspiration we have is from NEOM's Made to Change, call to action. And therefore, change is really what drives everything we do. We're approaching it in ways that benefit from all the experiments we're seeing around the world. And we heard a lot about it today. Yep. And also allowing ourselves the opportunity to assume risk in the way we do things. Because we view ourselves as an institution that in the kingdom and the world will complement all the innovations and the great ideas that are being put forward as we think about the future. So there are 4 things that we are doing we are very excited about. The first one is we are totally eliminating disciplinary silos. So our approach is driven by the fact that at the end of the day, our students, all students, are going to have the opportunity to have multiple careers. So we want the disciplines that we emphasize to provide us with a foundation on which we will have the opportunity to think about programs, academic programs, research initiatives that are driven by the challenges of today and the needs of the industries of tomorrow. We start that by actually introducing the first 2-year common curriculum. This is a curriculum that all students, irrespective of their interest, come together to take, and emphasizes a fusion of the humanities and the social sciences with AI, computing technology, and entrepreneurial thinking. We want the students in small teams to come together and think about how there's so much value depending on one another and learning from one another together with their teachers and mentors in ways that they become very comfortable about all the choices they'll have to make in the future. So this common curriculum is very important to us, and how we put it together, looking at ways in which personalized learning and pathways to learning become part of the experience of the student, leveraging AI. By the way, I don't really like the term AI. I would rather call it augmented human intelligence, because that's really what it is all about, to help us, help the students, help the professors think about this personalized approach to learning. The third thing is we are thinking of that future-proof, if you wish, education, something that we cannot do alone. We need to do it in partnership with the private sector and the government, because the private sector needs to drive very fast, and many of the things that are going to become tomorrow are going to be provided by them. And we don't want to be involved in that training. We want them to be the ones doing the training. And at NEOM, we have the Talent Academy that is a partner of ours as we engage with the way we develop talent in collaboration with the sectors of NEOM. So what we focus then is on that collaboration to be done in a way that we assume the responsibility of providing the foundational knowledge, and then the applied knowledge that is coming down the pike is provided through internships and other opportunities of working together with the private sector and the government. And finally, global partnerships. We are very big on the belief that the world, especially when it comes to change in education, needs to work together. If you notice, today's theme was all about change, was all about collaboration, convergence, and continuity throughout the lifespan of an individual. So we want to make sure that as we develop our curricula, as we think about what we offer our students, they have opportunities to study abroad, whether that is happening in person and online. It's something that we would like to make happen. Benefit from talented people from all over the world, benefit from corporations and industries that perhaps we want to partner with the kingdom to learn and anticipate what is going to happen in the future. And this way, develop this convergence of the world in a way that the future of education becomes everyone's responsibility.
Thank you very much. Professor Vincenzo, we've heard about curriculum, and we've heard about technology, and we've heard about culture. How do we ensure that we maintain access and inclusion and lifelong learning, given those sort of three paradigms?
Yeah, when I think of the impact of all this on the paradigm of business higher education, it goes to the curriculum, the capabilities, the development of competencies. It also goes to the development of pedagogical methods, and it also goes to the evolution of the organization institution itself. With respect to the content, also with an approach towards lifelong learning, I think we are convinced at the SEC Business School that leaders must actually speak the language of business, but it's not enough. They must speak also the language of technology. Nowadays it's AI, generative AI, but quantum theory is coming as well. Other technologies are coming as well. But also there is a language of entrepreneurship and innovation, not exclusively for those who want to launch startups, but also for those who are in companies, being innovative, being capable not simply to innovate, but also to experiment. It's extremely important. There is the language of sustainability. There is the language of geopolitics. So there are many languages, but you know, as soon as you start speaking 2 or 3 languages, one new language comes in a little bit easier than the others. And the role of a business school is to go one step, I believe, farther than cross-disciplinarity, which is transdisciplinarity. What does that mean? It means also breaking silos between the academia and the real world. There are still some. It means really engaging, not simply in selling excited education to customers, but in co-building customer education, which means involving non-academic stakeholders, companies, organizations, institutions, policymakers in the co-building of this customized, transformative, long life learning, which means that the business education should not simply focus on business, but if you take, for instance, AI, the technological part is important, but the whole value chain, including the robustness of methods, the quality of data, the ethical dimension, because at the end of the day, it's the human dimension that makes transformation in companies. So the idea is that the graduates must, of course, master, to go back to the first question, the specific competencies, but also we need to be able to provide them a holistic approach so as to make really the transformation that is needed. To do that, a need that we need to actually put in practice, nowadays there is the time of innovation is much faster than the time of higher education. We need to make those two timings more, I would say, in accordance with each other, because you see, as soon as there is innovation, the next one is coming soon, and higher education needs to respond much faster. Otherwise, to conclude on this, I wouldn't want that we make the same mistake we made with smartphones. Smartphones came, we were provided by a technological user guide, but we didn't need, it's very intuitive, but no one provided us with a huge social user's guide related to smartphone. So the technology actually has imposed us a way of living, and I think in higher education we should, by breaking silos across disciplines, actually put in place collaborations across disciplines, also with non-academic stakeholders, to actually make those models evolve and reinvent the management.
So I think that point about innovation and the pace of innovation is critically important. And I always amuse when you look at sort of old pictures of universities or places of learning, you know, whether that's the House of Wisdom, whether it's Aristotle and Athens, whether it's Cambridge in, you know, the sort of 12th, 13th, 14th century, it is a bunch of people around a room with a professor talking to them. And we're still doing that today. Yeah? It may be changing, but we're still teaching fundamentally in the same way.
Yeah.
I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to start with you and work back down the line. But if you had a moment of magic and you could change one thing in higher education that will allow us to transform from potential to mastery, what would it be? Professor Vincenzo.
I think it should be transdisciplinary with a 5-star seamless experience. Because when we talk about technology, it has also an impact on pedagogical methods. Of course, AI should also have an impact, but let's not forget the students, graduates, also executives are there also to live an experience, which goes also beyond the academic content. So transdisciplinary, a 5-star seamless experience.
I think that's 2, but I'll let you off. Dr. Omar?
I would say, again, building on what my colleagues just mentioned, the importance of systems thinking. I think this is a matrixed element that we need across education in order to effectively break down these silos.
Thank you. Professor Andreas?
I agree. I believe the way you do that is start with a common core that brings people together and understand the benefit of all of these that we heard.
So a single purpose.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, my opinion, I think now universities are put a lot of emphasis on ranking and some on program accreditations. I think ranking, it is very good, but I think they should include 2 main points that really reflect the reality and the mission of the university. And that is, when I look at ranking criteria, they don't have a program accreditations. They should include a program accreditation which reflects the quality of your education. And the other thing I think they should include employability. If you're a graduate, what percentage of your, you graduate, how many you graduate every year? How many percentage of them they got jobs? So these 2 factors, I think, the most important thing that should be included in the ranking process. The whole process is available and everything, but these things I would, if I have to say so, I would include these 2 important factors into the process.
Brilliant.
Changing the mindset of academia, evolving from a heavily regulated system to a system that challenges status quo, being really disruptive. Rather than just looking at frameworks, we need to be really open-minded in our new learning experiences for our students.
Brilliant. And in my view, ultimately, universities are there to serve communities.
Exactly.
So we need to be disruptive to change the way that we educate to serve those communities.
And break the silos.
And break the silos. Brilliant. Well, thank you all very much. I think we've heard today that human capability building is more than curriculum. It's a combination of culture, of commitment, and of collective responsibility. So I'd like to finish by thanking our panelists, thanking HCI, and thanking you, the audience, for listening to us. So thank you very much. 3 seconds.
Well, thank you so much, Jonathan, and his esteemed panel. So many notes to take away there, from potential to mastery, a big question that we've all been focusing on. And I was scribbling quite a few of those tips back there. One of them, the 10 critical skills, which I'm sure you'll all be interested in taking home with you today. We're going to stay on the same topic. This next panel is entitled Redesigning Roadmap to lifelong learning. We're going to take 30 minutes where the experts are going to sit down and discuss and showcase their vision for lifelong learning and, of course, those potential roadmaps that we're all looking at today for the future. Industries evolve, as we know, and lifelong learning is a necessity now, not an option. And we're going to weave together policy, education, business, all into those workforce strategies so that we can explore policies and initiatives and those business models and so much more. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage my panelists today. So put your hands together, please, for Mayank Dhingra. He is the Global Director of Education Strategy. But before him, Dr. Tarif Alama, President of King Abdullah University from Saudi Arabia. Mayank is joining us as well. We have Dr. Ute Lieber, the co-head of Development of Education, Training and Employment over the Life Course Institute for Employment from Germany. We have Chris from Hong Kong. He is the Assistant Dean at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology and Hong Kong. And of course, Ben Nelson sat right here, the founder and the chairman and the CEO of Minerva from the United States. Thank you so much for joining us. And really excited to get stuck into this conversation, building on what we heard in the previous panel. And Dr. Tarif, I'd love to start with you. You're next to me, and it's something we've been talking about before. And I mentioned it there in the introduction, the fact that lifelong learning is now no longer a luxury. It's something of a necessity, given the quick pace of the evolving world.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm certainly delighted to be here among the distinguished panel and to be discussing this fascinating topic. There's no question that we live in a world that is rapidly changing and evolving, and with all the associated volatility and complexity and so on and so forth. And let me start by a couple of numbers that will help answer your question. Recent research has projected that more than a third, actually closer to 40% of the jobs that exist today will be significantly impacted, maybe even disappear by 2030. But all those changes not only are going to change the jobs that we have, it's actually going to create more jobs as well. As a matter of fact, also recent statistics are talking about north of 80% of the jobs that will exist in 2030 do not exist today. So we're talking about a whole new spectrum today of jobs. Therefore, today, we started talking about half-life of skills. What was taken as a guarantee in the past, a lifelong guarantee, if you have a skill, if you have a job, it's with you until you retire, today has a half-life. And studies point that this half-life is about 5 years, maybe shorter when it comes to technology and digitization and things like that. And let me finish by one question. Based on, again, my background as healthcare, many scientists today believe that this generation and the future generations are going to have, the new norm for them is going to be a 100-year life. You are expected to live to be 100, which means you'll go through different jobs, different trainings, different vocations. Not only this, but also different hobbies and interests and so on and so forth. So my question to everyone, including myself, if you are going to live to be 100, are you well prepared for that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I love this idea of a half-life and the thought of lifelong learning not just being in an educational context, but beyond. And I wanted to bring Dr. Ute on that because we talked about technological, ecological, and demographic change all being crammed into that lifelong learning as well. So what's your take on that?
So I think there are three major trends on the labor market, as you just said. So we don't only have technological change, but of course we also have the green transition, globalization, and we have the demographic change, which of course differs between different countries. So in Germany, where I come from, also in many other European countries, we have an aging workforce, a shrinking workforce, but of course the situation is totally different in several other countries. And as was already said, these developments have strong impacts on the labor market. So, and the situation differs between different sectors. So we can observe employment growth in some sectors, whereas employment declines in other sectors. And while in recent years, mainly lower skilled workers were at a high risk of being automated, this situation has changed with the evolvement of AI. So nowadays also workers performing non-routine tasks, higher skilled workers, are at a risk that their jobs are taken away by AI, by information technology. And against this background, lifelong learning is a necessity and not a luxury, and you should never stop learning.
And Ben, I like your model, Minerva. For those that don't know, a university based in the US, you're kind of taking a slightly different approach. I'm not saying you're ripping things up at the roots, but you're kind of really analyzing the traditional way of doing things and thinking maybe there's a better way to approach things. And I love, we had a guest earlier on the stage, and they're saying lifelong learning is an asset. It's not an early age endeavor. So how are you approaching things?
Well, you know, I think all too often we confuse the needs of the market, the needs that people will have to be able to adapt, with the role of institutions to have to teach them those things over and over and over and over again. That doesn't happen. The reality is that we need to equip human beings with the kinds of foundational skills that they can use no matter what happens. Oftentimes people refer to these types of things as 21st century skills, but the ability to distinguish between a fact and a claim, the ability to be able to decide how to make decision trade-offs and do cost-benefit analyses, the ability to apply various statistical models or understand computational thinking, the ability to understand unintended consequences of decisions, to be able to communicate effectively. These are skills that aren't just important in the 21st century, they would have been important in the 16th century. These are timeless. And the big problem is that our educational system has abandoned the explicit teaching of these types of skills at a time when we finally know how to do so. And so what we did at Minerva was actually systematize that process of teaching those types of skills that allow people to learn how to learn, so that the lifelong learning can be at their fingertips.
And we heard that on the previous panel, you know, the fact that we need people to move on in this different direction. But let's be honest as well, if many people I'm sure sat in the panel, and we all say we want to learn, and indeed we might in our own mind, but there are challenges to lifelong learning as well. And of course we'll delve into those. But Chris, I wanted to bring you in on this, you know, establishing that growth mindset, you know, that productivity that will come from it, the implication of that, and of course innovation. How can we do that?
Right. Well, I think we always see at the HCI Business School, we always see that lifelong learning is very important for a student. So I mean, during their journey in the university, we already build that mindset, build that skill set that they will continue to learn beyond the graduation. I mean, so of course, I mean, we also support them. I mean, by building community, alumni community, in which they can learn from each other. And also, I mean, we have a different program to support them in their long-term, lifelong journey.
And building curiosity, I suppose, you know, not just learning to pass exams, building that curiosity. And Mayank, I wanted to bring you in on that because you spend a lot of time in education ministries, you have in the past as well. What's happening on the front line in terms of policy as well as the educational institutions? Particularly, I know you mentioned to me previously PPP models are so important.
So I think, you know, there are going to be some housekeeping factors for tomorrow, and that's technology competence, right? The ability to truly understand what's happening with technology, how to keep as much as physical security was an issue in the past century, how do you keep cybersecurity at the fore of it? How do you really look around the bend? How do you develop perceptual equity and then, you know, harness that for the good of the organization that you're with? But aside from that, what a lot of ministries of education are seeking is how do you build the other soft skills, right? And the soft skills are around, like we said, curiosity, right? How do you keep that lifelong learning there? But equally critical thinking, equally creativity. Because when these three come together, the critical thinking, the creativity, and the ability to collaborate, that is when you have somebody who can actually take in work in this cross-dimensional environment that we are all operating in. And then how do you also build in other capabilities which are about understanding your own self, understanding somebody else. And when you're able to understand yourself and understand others better, then you can manage the workforce better. And I think the missing angle then is custodianship of the planet, because we all have just this one Earth left. And if we do not take care of both equity, if we don't take care of the planet, if we don't take care of culture and preservation of culture, we are again losing out a lot. So I think what ministries of education and ministries of human resources are looking at is this complete quadrant set and saying how do we develop this complete human who can now join the workforce with all of these competencies and skills together.
And not kind of farming it out into these little boxes, but bringing it together. And Dr. Ito, I wanted to bring you in on that. These public-private partnerships, we hear them said a lot. We've heard them a lot in the panels that people have been discussing today. But they do play a role in supporting this further training model that needs to happen, and that cohesion that Mayank talked about there of coming together, not least for the planet itself, as well as people's ability to learn going forward.
Yeah, so I think, of course, companies have an incentive to invest in further training. We know that mainly larger companies invest a lot in training, but there are differences between different companies. So, for example, we know that small and medium-sized enterprises often lack the financial resources, also time resources to offer training to their employees. We have differences in training participation between different groups of employees. We have lower skilled employees, for example, older employees who do not participate in further training. And what I think is important is that the government, that the states supports training of those who are underrepresented in training. So companies do a lot, individuals do a lot when it comes to training, but I think we also need some public instruments to support training of those who are underrepresented in training.
So I want to zoom in a bit more now on business and workforce strategies. And Dr. Tarif, I know this is something obviously in your universities that you're going to work closely with companies and how workforces can continue to evolve new technologies and skills and the reskilling initiatives that are needed for that and learning opportunities to play into that process. So in your university, how are you encapsulating this readiness for the workplace? I know it goes beyond just the workplace from that transition stage, but how are you setting people up for the future?
Well, that's a great question, and I guess I can talk from one point about the university as a job creator, but let me focus more, just for the sake of time, on any organization. How should we be approaching that as an organization so that we make sure that our workforce is skilled for the future and for the present, actually. The future is becoming the present in a very rapid pace. Classically, skilling and upskilling and reskilling of the workforce or training of the workforce has always been an initiative that is carried out by HR. And this has to change immediately. If the skilling and making sure that your workforce is up to par with what the industry needs, this really has to be championed by the higher leadership. The highest leadership of the organization, all leaders and managers at all levels should be involved in that. All obstacles should be identified and dealt with immediately. This has to be at the core of the strategy. It has to be at the core of the values of the organization. The incentives have to be aligned, because if you don't align incentives with your strategy, with your objectives, you never achieve them. This has to be part of your balanced scorecard. And I believe that organizations that are going to be able to maintain the skills in their workforce are the organizations that are going to flourish in the future. And that's going to differentiate them from organizations that are either going to shrink or perish.
So Chris, you're kind of in the same boat, business schools acting as this conduit between education and, of course, getting people ready for the workplace, acting as that conduit between industry and academia. What role are mentorships playing for you, placements, live business cases? They're all part of the armory, so to speak. Are you seeing a progression there as well?
Well, I think it's really important that we work with different stakeholders. I think we are, as a university, we are content creator. We create knowledge and also knowledge transfer. But I think we also need to work with the stakeholders, for example, corporate partners, to identify, the knowledges, that would be useful, to the workforce. So we may co-create content, a training program together with them. We may leverage on their special skill, kind of giving more opportunity, not just, the classroom, traditional kind of learning, but also maybe, different ways, more hands-on experience, working together with industry. We also, need to identify the need of the corporate and then work with them to help them to train their workforce, not just, our own students.
Are those conversations getting better? Because it seems like we've been talking about this for a long time, ever since I was in education. Are they getting better? Do you feel they're getting more productive?
Yeah, I think so. I think now we are working more closely. We have quite a lot of different examples that working together with our corporate partner, again, to co-create content for a student, to bring in maybe business projects for students so that they can really have a more hands-on experience. We also invite, some industry people to be mentor for a student, so they get, early on, have a bit of kind of business experience. At the same time, we also work together a lot with corporate, to develop programs that would fit their workforce, so that, to help them, to continue their lifelong, educational journey.
And Ben, I want to bring you in on that because I know internships are a really big part. I was reading, I forget the percentage, but I know it's above 80, and I don't know, you can tell me, but the percentage of your graduates that have an internship before they even graduate, so they get a real taste of work. What's the percentage now?
95.
95, yeah. So you're obviously convinced.
Yeah, very much so. One of the keys to learning, to authentic learning, isn't the ability to apply what it is that you've learned in the same context in which you've learned it. Because an educational institution simply cannot prepare you for the infinite number of eventualities you're going to be encountering in the real world. And where education falls down, or educational systems fall down, is when we expect students to perform by learning something in a particular class, cramming for a test, passing that test in the context that they've learned it, but then what happens is that students very quickly forget everything that was on the test. So not only do they not retain the information, but then when it comes to the real world, and when you say, hey, apply this critical thinking tool in an effective way, they don't know how to do it. And when you have integrated experiences from experiential learning to co-curricular programming to internships, and you provide these students opportunities to reflect actively on how it is that they're applying what it is that they've learned in those other contextual environments, and you assess them on it, you now give them the kind of scaffolding to be able to take what they've learned in the academic setting and transfer it to a non-academic setting. When you traverse pathways like that in the brain, and you do so over and over and over again, you've now taught a learner how to actually authentically acquire and be able to use information. But a program that approaches that haphazardly won't be able to do it.
Because it needs that repetition and that structured environment. Exactly. Of course, we shoot out the other end of undergrads, of business schools, and then we arrive with Meg in potentially an organization such as yours, and you're going to scoop us up and put us on a continual professional development program, because as you said, there's a half-life. It's no good just having your MBA, your undergrad. Now you're going to keep us training to keep up with everything. So what does that look like in an organization such as yours?
I think for an organization like ours, it's all about capacity building. So, we are trying to make sure that we are partnering with private enterprises, with government, to build capacity at various levels. And I'll give you one example of what we are running. So with Saudi Arabia and with various entities in Saudi Arabia, we run something called HP Gaming Garage. And that's looking at skilling students on coding, design, AI, cybersecurity, blockchain, but through the gaming door. And there's perhaps no better place in the world than to do that than here in Saudi Arabia, which has this dual intersection of education and gaming. So with MCIT and NELC, we have given that micro-credential status, which means that students as young as 12 are on it, but we have PhD students as old as 60-year-old on that program as well. And then we have established a lab in Saudi Electronic University. So now you have an actual embodiment of the space where students and learners can go in, but you have micro-credentialing from NELC and MCIT. And now with Savi Games, we are launching an actual hackathon that's going to test the application of all of this. And at the end of the spectrum, we are going to have them go into the Savi incubator, which will allow for real-time investors to pitch into those, invest into these new prototypes and prototype games, which talks to the NGS, which is the National Gaming and Esports Strategy of the country.
And I want to come on to this gamification because I know Chris is nodding and you want to talk a little bit more. But before we jump onto that, Dr. Uta, all we hear about is skill shortages, all this training going on, all these lovely jobs out there, but people aren't necessarily ready for it. So how is this lifelong learning going to help cope with those skill shortages?
So, due to my point of view, I think the discussion on further training often focuses on learning within institutionalized settings, and I think what we should not forget is that also the major part of training takes place in the form of informal further training. So learning that is integrated in the work process, training that often happens spontaneously, unintended. And I think companies should also try to create a learning-friendly work environment to provide social support. We also already mentioned mentorship programs, for example. So experienced colleagues, for example, can act as mentors or role models and give advice to others and show them how to learn effectively and which training measure could be the right one.
Okay, we've only got 6:40 on the clock. I want to talk about gamification. So Chris, I'm going to bring you in first, and Mayank, you follow it second. A new way forward to bring people in this region, need no convincing about that. But Chris, from your perspective, you could talk through it, and then Mayank.
Well, I think, it is, another point I just want to bring out is really, I think we should not look at just, live learning of individual, but maybe I think we should look at the lifelong learning of organization. How we create an organization and learning organization. And I think if by developing that, probably, that create a better environment for the workforce, to engage in a lifelong learning.
So I think, there are two elements to this, right? Gamification is different than gaming per se. And from a gamification angle, we actually released something called HP Class Easy, which is a learning management system, which is with a company from Saudi Arabia called Classera. So together what we have done is we have socialized and gamified learning, which means that every time a student engages on an activity on this platform, they earn a loyalty point. And that loyalty point can either become a gamification between classes, between groups, or can be used as points in the outside world to get discounts in an ice cream store to a bookstore. So, you create a social angle, you remove the pressure of learning by creating that social gamification. And then you look at scholastic gaming, which is to say that there is no other time in history where so many students have been on one medium as they are today, which is gaming. So how do you capture their attention on that platform and then convert that into future skilling conversations, into conversations around what are the other career paths that are available? Because if you can today code on a game, you're available to the entire software industry. If you can design a game, you're available to the entire media industry. In fact, today, the automobile industry is hiring the best game designers because the exteriors of the cars and the interiors of the cars, as they become infotainment centers and autonomous driving, are being designed by game designers. So there's so much happening both from a gamification and a gaming angle. And I think the culmination of that is super interesting from pedagogy or education point of view.
And I've personally, in my workshops, seen huge benefits from that. People love a game, right? They love the competition. Sometimes we try to make the playing field maybe a bit too level, and that doesn't necessarily inspire people to do their best. So yeah, I'm totally convinced. I don't think we can have a conversation about lifelong learning without thinking about some people that don't manage to stay on the bandwagon, because we're talking really from quite a privileged position, really, in terms of undergrads, certainly for business school. So maybe, Ben, if I could bring you in on this, and Dr. Uta as well, who are you seeing that's not embracing life learning when you have those conversations, and who's falling off by the wayside?
Well, sadly, the world is rife with individuals who have not been given those types of tools, nor the bridges as their jobs, their careers are being disrupted. Much of the civil strife that we're seeing throughout the world is coming from populations that were able to make a decent, honorable living in the world that we've grown accustomed to. They're having a difficult time in that transition now. And sadly, many of the re-education programs and the reskilling programs that we're seeing are woefully ineffective. There are countries that have spent billions of dollars on reskilling programs that have been complete and utter failures. And that is because of this assumption that reskilling is about training for a particular job. They ignore the concept of training the mind for flexible thinking, for systematic thinking. That, unfortunately, takes longer than trying to pass a test to certify someone. But the problem is that our approach to passing tests doesn't actually help people in that population. And so it's a dilemma that we have to face, that we actually have to over-invest in effective systems thinking, skilling programs, but those are very few and far between, sadly.
So Dr. Uta, if you could contribute on that, and as well maybe mention, because they're a massive part of the economy, SMEs and the particular challenges that maybe they face too.
Yeah, you just talked about the dilemma, and talking about obstacles, again, barriers that prevent people from participating in training. So we know that especially lower skilled employees are less likely to participate in training. That's also a dilemma, as they are at a very high risk of being automated. So these are the group of people who should participate in further training, but they do not. That often has to do with mainly bad experiences they have made with learning. Maybe some people haven't learned for quite a long time, so they are afraid of learning. And I think it's important here to try to remove these barriers, to take away the fears of these people, and bring them back into learning.
And make it joyful.
Yeah.
And gamification.
Learning can be fun, it's just...
So Dr. Tree, if I began with you, I'm going to end with you, because I think it's something just to wrap up on everything we've discussed today, the key takeaways for the audience that's here. What should be the first steps towards building this inclusive, adaptable and scalable lifelong framework that we've talked about? What should we necessarily be investing in now to ensure that that happens?
I'm glad the question is, what should we be doing now? I think the first step is to have the conversation. We are having the conversations. We have experts from all around the world. We need to identify that it's an urgent need. It's creating the burning platform, for lack of a better term. But we are here. We have people from all around the world with different experience, with all disciplines, discussing this in a very serious matter. I am very happy to be part of this movement. I am beyond proud that Saudi Arabia today is taking a lead and is taking a very proactive approach. I believe that rather than this becoming a troublesome challenge, we may be able to create a wonderful opportunity and make the world a better place.
Well, on that note, look, 1 second to go. Big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. And thank you for talking us through the lifelong journeys and everything that's in store. We'll just make our way off stage. Thank you.
Thank you all so very much. And I'm sure you'll all agree that what a powerful session it was indeed. Sarah and panel, let's give them another big round of applause, please. Thank you. Well, designing lifelong roadmaps isn't just a policy or a business challenge. It's a human one, as we just saw in our last session there. So in this session, we're going to be getting a first look at the 2025 ETS Human Progress Report. It is a global snapshot of where we stand and how we're growing, and what's needed to ensure that progress is not only possible, but also inclusive and sustainable. Please welcome CEO of ETS, Amit Sevak. Amit, what a pleasure it is to have you with us all the way from Washington.
Thank you, Anjali. It's great to be here.
So look, before we get properly stuck into the report and everything that it encompasses, which is a lot, particularly in the time that we've got, just tell us a little bit about ETS itself and your journey within it.
ETS is an educational and testing solutions company. Our mission is really simple. It's to advance the science of measurement to power human progress. So each year, we do approximately 50 million tests. We administer 50 million tests every year around the world, across nearly 200 countries, over 10,000 centers. So we're basically in the education and workforce measurement business.
That's absolutely fantastic. Fascinating stuff that you do as well. So let's get on then to one of those, which of course is the 2025 ETS Human Progress Report, because one of the things that it does is that it highlights Saudi's optimism around education, skill development, and career mobility, which I found compelling. Why is optimism so crucial for advancing human capabilities? And what does your report tell us about the current progress therein?
We're grateful to HCDP for the partnership to be able to launch the Human Progress Report here in Saudi. We just dropped the announcement of the report today, and it has, Anjali, a startling finding. 90% of those surveyed here in Saudi Arabia have an optimism about investing in skills. What that means is that there's a belief that if you invest in your skill development, you can get ahead. That compares to our global average of about 60%. So the optimism here in Saudi Arabia to invest in one's skills is something that's significantly greater. And why is that important? It's important because that belief system powers people to want to invest in skills. Why is that important? It's because educators and universities and the education ecosystem have the power to invest in those skills because people are ready for it. So that's really encouraging. And it's a significant, stark difference between 90% optimism versus the global average of 60% optimism. And that's why this important moment just reinforces the potential of the economy here in Saudi Arabia, because that belief is so strong.
But then, of course, there is this dichotomy as well, isn't there, Amit? Because many in the Saudi workforce fear obsolescence as industries evolve, which underscores the need for that continuous requirement to upskill. So how can we help global citizens to stay ahead and really future-proof the skills that they currently have? Because, you know, we don't want all of this history that people have been through professionally to suddenly be worth naught.
This study is coining the term FOBO, which is the fear of being obsolete. And it's a real anxiety that people feel around the world about how their skills are going to be relevant in a world of work that's rapidly changing with technology and all of the disruptions that we're seeing. How do I make sure that my skills are still relevant? The report shows that here in Saudi Arabia, the FOBO index, as we call it, is around 70%, which is a meaningful number. And all it represents is this sense that people have that I need to upskill, I need to upskill. What's encouraging is when you take a FOBO index of 70% and you take an optimism index of 90%, that means that people aren't paralyzed here. They're actually pushing forward. They're saying, look, I'm feeling a little anxious to develop my skills, but I'm feeling optimistic that if I develop my skills, I will get ahead. So there's an insight here that reinforces the importance of skill development throughout the entire ecosystem.
I want to get onto something that Bill Gates said very recently. It was incredibly scary, but he said that humans will not be needed for most things in 10 years. 10 years goes like that. And he also said that expertise in fields such as education remains rare in his wording. He said that it depends on, for instance, a great teacher, but that over the next decade, great teaching is going to become not only free, but commonplace. So what are we doing here? Are we just wasting our time?
Well, Bill Gates is a legendary technologist, and of course his view that the role of technology in shaping education is going to be disruptive and profound. And while I don't completely disagree with Bill Gates in that technology is going to have a profound impact on how we deliver, how we personalize, how we scale education, I do believe that the human is still going to be relevant. The role of a teacher, a mentor, someone curating that experience is still going to be relevant. You know, we as humans, Anjali, are wired over millions of years of learning through interaction with other humans. That's just how we're organized mentally and how we engage with other people. And so I don't believe in 10 years with the snap of a finger that's going to completely go away. I think it's going to be this AI interaction with humans that's going to be the new competency. And so when it comes to teaching, I still believe there's going to be that important role that a human will play, that a mentor, a facilitator play with technology. And that, particularly because education tends to take a little time to adopt anyway, I still see in 10 years, probably even well into the future, we'll still see that human playing a key role with technology as we shape kids and adults going forward.
I really hope you're right.
Fingers crossed.
Look, we do live in a world where economic power is shifting, technology is obviously moving, crazy fast, faster than policy can keep up, for instance. So how can nations, do you think, be truly competitive in the new normal? It is something that is often talked about. Nobody really seems to have any clear answers.
You know, in the economic context, there's so many indicators that measure economic progress for a nation. We look at GDP, we look at GDP per capita, we look at household income, inflation, how much trade is happening. When we go to the education context and we recognize how profoundly important it is to have a well-trained labor force, the opportunity right now for national competitiveness is to start to really organize strong indicators of educational progress, to measure educational attainment, not just in terms of math and literacy in the K-12 context, but educational outcomes in terms of employability for leaving higher ed, AI literacy in the workforce. These are new forms of indicators that are going to have profound implications for national competitiveness. So as the kingdom is moving forward in competing with other countries around the world, this opportunity sector by sector, but even horizontally across the board, to have new indicators, to have new ways to measure. And of course, as a measurement organization, we're profoundly focused on that. But we really believe that that same focus on measuring progress on the economic context also applies going forward on the educational side.
So when it comes to human capability and future readiness, which of course is exactly what this entire event is about, what is the most important skill, Amit, that you believe that somebody should possess in 2025?
The mega skill.
Absolutely.
You know, if you go back a few decades, a lot of folks focused on one's IQ, the IQ score, the intelligence quotient. And that was really focusing on the power skill being problem solving, critical thinking. And then we fast forward, and EQ became very important, emotional intelligence, your ability to have empathy, to relate to other people. While IQ and EQ continue to be relevant, I believe that the power skill, the important skill going forward, is going to be anchored on adaptability. It's going to be much more anchored on one's ability to assess the outside world, to have that inner compass, that inner sense of where I can fit in that outside world, and then to adapt to it. It's still to have a sense of values and learning and sense of self, but to be able to navigate. I mean, navigating the moment. Look at all the global context we're experiencing, the challenges with the environment, the economy, all of the changes that are happening. An individual's ability to navigate that moment is going to be key. So while IQ and EQ are going to be relevant, perhaps AQ, the adaptability quotient, is going to become increasingly important and something that we can measure in countries like here in the kingdom as we move forward.
And just very briefly, as we wrap up, how well do people harness that, do you think? How aware are we that actually those are the sorts of things that will really drive us into the future and be competitive?
More and more companies are assessing people for durable skills, often called soft skills or 21st century skills. So these are non-technical skills like collaboration, creativity, the ability to relate to others. This is another example of that. It's an ability beyond the traditional technical skill. So more and more organizations are having hiring assessments and skill development assessments where they're looking for that ability to relate to others and adapt to changing circumstances. I think it's still in the early phases, but you do see in business schools and in many forward-looking K-12 schools a focus on teaching entrepreneurial skills or an entrepreneurial mindset. So more and more organizations are assessing and training that. Many organizations represented here at HCI are also focusing on that. And that is one example of that in the business or social context, that entrepreneurial mindset. Adaptability is a broader context. So we're starting to see it in certain places. It's still early days. But I believe as we look forward over the next 10 years, like Bill Gates said, I think more and more of that focus on adapting with other people, adapting to other cultures, and certainly adapting to technology are going to become things that organizations are going to want to measure and reinforce much, much more.
I mean, it's such a fascinating side to all of this. And my goodness, we packed a lot into that amount of time. I wish we had a lot longer. But thank you so much for being with us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Anjali. It's great to be here.
Human progress is being redefined in 2025. How we learn, how we grow, and navigate a world that is in constant transformation. As we just heard, the ETS Human Progress Report reminds us that while innovation is accelerating at an extraordinary pace, our collective responsibility must grow just as fast. Because progress by its very nature must be inclusive. It must be human-centered. And above all, it must be shared in order to be truly meaningful, and that is exactly why we are all here. And yet, insight on its own isn't enough. Insight has to be followed by action. It must evolve into impact. That starts by turning bold observations into grounded, scalable solutions. So it's one thing, obviously, to get out there and map the terrain, but it's another thing entirely to walk the road, to bring others with us, to make the journey possible for all. So let's now hear from those who are rolling up their sleeves, leaders, problem solvers, and change makers who are working every day to build a more equitable global future. Please join me in welcoming your moderator, Mark Barton, and his wonderful panel who will dive into all of this for us.
Right. Welcome back, everyone. We are gently strolling to our positions, and then I'm going to ask Benjamin to give us a nice scene setter before we kick off this panel, the Equity and Access Town Hall, Engineering the Great Equalization. So we have a lot to talk about. 7 panelists, 30 minutes. Good luck. I'm the time police, and if you go over too much, I'm going to be saying the buzzer, okay? Okay, let's get cracking. Benjamin Krause, Executive Director, Becker Friedman Institute for Economics, University of Chicago, from the United States. Take it away, sir.
Thank you so much. And they all lived happily ever after the end.
That's it. That was our 30 minutes.
So 10-year-old Henry looks up at me, all smiles, as he triumphantly claps the book shut, having just successfully read to me an entire fairy tale without any help whatsoever. I'm visiting him in rural Kenya, and even though we're not that far from Nairobi, his school is basically a shack. It lacks pretty much everything my own 10-year-old daughter, Satya, enjoys in her classroom back home in Chicago. But Henry's school wouldn't be that unusual in almost every single low-income country around our world, where 90% of 10-year-olds would not be able to read that fairy tale to me. Now, what sets Henry's classroom apart is that they've adopted a certain approach to learning called teaching at the right level, which, as you probably have guessed, means meeting students where they are, and then in the more dynamic versions, following them at their own pace. But, this is obvious, right? We know that this is necessary. This is clearly necessary, just like textbooks are necessary for classrooms. But no, actually, in fact, one of my colleagues at the University of Chicago, Nobel laureate Michael Creamer, found when he was working with schools just down the road from Henry that when he gave textbooks to classrooms, it didn't have any effect on learning on average at all. And which of us remember hearing about that one laptop per child program? I mean, when I first heard about this, I thought it was going to be transformative, but it too has failed to show the returns to education that we all were expecting. But on the other hand, teaching at the right level, thanks to researchers like Pratham's Rukmini Banerjee and another of my colleagues, Rachel Glenister, has shown to be incredibly cost-effective. By rigorously testing it, they've found that investing something like $100 returns education levels like sending kids to school for 3 years in places like Singapore or Finland. And so, as we're sitting down to think about this great equalization, what I want us all to keep in mind is we need to start with scale at hand and then follow the data where it leads. Because there are too many of us who aren't in this room that aren't facing the opportunities that this world is about to offer. And their reality demands of us to seek out the most cost-effective ways of improving education for all of us and then scaling it to reach as many of us as possible so that each 10-year-old can share that fairy tale with their family.
Thank you. That's a big round of applause. Ben took a 17-hour flight to give that speech. That was good energy. We've all got to match that energy. Pam, you're far away, but I can see you. I'll keep waving at you so we can keep that connection. So I'm just going to very quickly introduce everybody. We've got Dr. Fahd Al-Dosari, the CEO of JSTAT, Saudi Arabia. Her Excellency, Dr. Hala Al-Tuwaidri, President, Saudi Human Rights Commission here in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Ashwani Agarwal, Global Head, Skills Policy, System and Digitalization at the ILO, the International Labour Organization. Dr. Jushan Park, CEO of DQ Institute from Singapore. We're smiling because we did some pronunciation guides before, and I don't know whether I massacred it, but it's okay. Jane Rexworthy, Chair Founder, UK Skills Partnership, People First International from the UK, and Pam Sands, Member of the Board, World Employment Confederation, Belgium. Got there. Right. Let's go.
Let's go.
Are we ready? So first question to everyone. Let's keep it snappy. Because it's all about equalization. To frame this debate, we'll just go down the line. You pass it down the line. To frame this debate, please share a perspective on what equalization means in your domains. Go.
I'll just build right off of that. Every one of the 10-year-olds in this world has the opportunity to not only read, but to take advantage of what we all are talking about at this conference, the true capabilities possible for humanity.
I'll answer it in statistic office. So providing accurate, comprehensive, and timely data and statistics that covers all groups and regions in all nations, which can support creating opportunities, access to service, and access to economic opportunities to all.
Your Excellency.
Well, create conditions where everyone, regardless of background or identity, to have the equal opportunity to learn, grow, and participate back to development. And to achieve that, remove any structural barriers that can stop people from getting to these conditions.
Yeah.
For the ILO, there are two aspects to the equalization. The first one, which he also referred, is equitable outcomes, not providing just equal opportunities, which is sometimes I remember from my only childhood. See, like you are giving milk to a cat in a plate, soccer, but then you are also giving to a swan also. The swan will not be able to drink that one. So it's not about giving equal opportunity, but outcome should be the same. Both should be able to drink the milk. But another aspect is political, very important for the ILO, is when we always talk about the very important phrase, nothing about us without us. That is very applicable to the ILO, means ILO is the only UN agency which is tripartite, means where the government, employers, and workers from each country, they form policy. So here, in this case, is also at least any other stakeholder which is impacted with the policy, whether it's a women, it is any other disadvantaged group, they should be part of the policy making, planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation.
There's a famous saying that AI won't steal your job. Someone using it will steal it. I personally disagree. AI will steal our job, but AI, people who can use AI will create jobs. So my answer is AI literacy for all.
Nice, and we'll come back to that topic as well.
So for me, I think it's about recognizing that it's not equal. You know, around the world, we've got different geographies, so access is not just at starting point, it's making it education accessible at all parts of our life, because we have people working much longer in their careers, they're changing jobs. So accessibility at every stage is really important, and really thinking of the geography of our world as well.
All right, and to wrap us up on this, I would say it's the removal of barriers to employment and the removal of barriers for employers, and both need to be in the conversation. So many times we talk about employees, we talk about talent, we talk about people that do work, but how often do we talk with them? And the same is for the employers and industry, and it's time for all of us to come to the table together to act to remove those barriers.
Right, now we're gonna move on. We've done well, we just ate into 10 minutes. Vision, rights, and systems foundations. We're going to introduce the values, purpose, and big picture challenges across education, data, skills, and workforce. Ms. Sands, I'm going to come to you first. We're going to shake things up. As work evolves, we, I know you've said, must seize the opportunity to redefine its meaning and ensure it remains a vital part of people's lives. How should talent planning then, how should talent planning challenges be tackled?
I definitely think talent planning should have a refresh. What we are doing today, and many of the conversations that I'm in, is it's looked at with outdated models that are not keeping up with the fast pace of work that we have today. And talent planning models need to have room to grow, have space to look at all the different ways that we find the individuals and the talent that we need for jobs. And it needs to be those flexible strategies, both on the talent side and how we acquire them by looking at the broad range of talent available in the market, from those that may be full-time freelancers, part-time, contingent labor, to those that are also marginalized communities that we might not be tapping into in our own very backyard or globally, that have incredible skills that can help us advance that. And from a company and industry perspective, how are we also showing up with what individuals need to know what type of talent is needed in those pipelines? And that's where AI comes in as an enabler through predictive analytics and through data to get better forecasting for what do we need in the future. Looking with that, beginning with the end in mind, or beginning with the end in mind mindset of how we find the skills that we need for tomorrow and the capabilities in a skills-first economy.
Brilliant. You mentioned marginalized communities. I want to perfectly segue to you, Ms. Rexworthy, especially referring to underrepresented groups. How can inclusive skills systems and employer-led training strategies drive equitable access to opportunities right across sectors, especially for underrepresented groups?
Yeah, I think it's a really big challenge to get industry involved right at the beginning. I think you can have educators coming up with all sorts of solutions, but if industry is not in that driving seat, providing those opportunities and really thinking about the workplace and providing that information, I don't think you can succeed. And we've been really successful in seeing a skills academy model that we set up in the UK many years ago actually be replicated around this region and around other parts of the world, where you really have industry driving that agenda, working really closely with education to make sure that they're at speed with the changes that are happening. And I think without that, it's really difficult to address some of those marginalized groups that really need real jobs, real opportunities at the end of their studies.
Brilliant. Dr. Park, you introduced the concept of DQ, which is digital intelligence as a new form of human intelligence in this era of AI alongside IQ and EQ. It's become a global standard for digital literacy and skills, and it's been referenced in over 100 countries. What exactly is DQ, and how does it help bridge the digital inclusion gap?
Thank you for the question. While I was listening to all the wonderful talk, actually, I wanted to share more fundamental thing. So what is IQ, right? IQ is human intelligence for industrial age. And it was born early 20th century, 1900s. And that was a time this current education system, the schooling education system, was born. So if you think about this IQ era, means that high IQ means that you're successful in the industrial era. But the thing is that that equation is broken. High IQ means smart, and AI is smarter than us. So we are living in so-called AI era. What does it mean? So this morning, Her Excellency Minister of UAE talked about the paradigm shift. I think it's exactly correct. What does it mean is that we have shifted the era from industrial era to knowledge era to AI era. So what worked before does not work. So when we just think about skill itself, we are just losing the ground. Horse is faster than human, but we do not run against horse. We ride horse. So when we just focusing on the skill is that, hey, you run against horse. How can we make human can be faster than horse? What we need is a new paradigm of human intelligence in this AI era. So when I developed this DQ, I was thinking about, can we make the human intelligence 100x, leveraging technology, but rooted with human value, moral value. A lot of people actually today talk about the moral value. It is not something that is a good to have. It is a must-have. Anybody can have 100x capability with AI. So if you think about generative AI, it democratizes technology, knowledge, and all. So even teenagers in their bedroom can create bioweapon that only can happen in the state-run lab or Harvard lab. That's possible today. So this enormous power is at hands of everyone. So imagine if there's no moral value, it's actually gone. So what we think is that the DQ in digital intelligence is, yes, I will stop.
I'm being the time, please.
I will shut up. I think I get the message across.
Brilliant. Dr. Agarwal, that was fascinating. Coming off the back of that, best practices. What global good best practices exist for ensuring skills development issues are both accessible and inclusive?
As I mentioned earlier also, the first point is that at the policy level also, involvement of all stakeholders, particularly those disadvantaged groups, they should be part of it. So multi-stakeholder consultation is very, very important. In many countries, only government makes the policies, they implement the policy, that makes a challenge also. Second is that we keep on talking about lifelong learning system, flexible systems, but in reality, how many countries have this kind of a flexible system? You know, if a person requires a short course training to learn something extra, what facility, person will not even know if this program exists, where the program exists. The guidance system doesn't exist, employment services are not very functional. So, and then funding issue. Who is going to fund those kind of things? So very good examples are there. So like Singapore, France, they have set up individual learning accounts. So every year you get amount, then you decide which program, as per your requirement, you want to do. So, and then skills recognition mobility is very important, irrespective from where you are learning. First, recognition, mobility. That recognition should be valid within the country and outside the country also. And then database monitoring and evaluation system. So, you get really evidence-based what is happening, what is the outcome, what is working, what is not working, and then based on that, providing that feedback loop into the policy. So these are some of the best practices are there.
Thank you. Your Excellency, I want to look at things from the human rights perspective. What role do you think that universities and colleges play in defending the right to education as a human right beyond employability?
Well, thank you for mentioning beyond employability, because all of these great ideas and initiatives should also focus on the relationship between employed people, and this is or employer and employee, because that's at the core of the relationship between people in general. And I think universities are not just training centers. You don't just go there to get a degree or learn about a skill and then move to work in that field, if people work in the same fields they studied. But it's more of an ecosystem where people, first of all, it's their first step into civic responsibility. They learn about volunteering, they learn about doing social work, and also they get the learning material about principles of human rights and what it means and all of that. And then in some programs there are customized courses on, for example, ethics, like School of Medicine or teaching and all of that. So if we look at the experience of a student in a university, it's pretty much holistic, ideally, yes, but it kind of prepares that student for the real world in the sense that they get to understand how this endeavor generally includes, and therefore all of that preparation should have human rights in it, in all of these aspects put together.
Thank you so much. Dr. Al-Dasari, let's talk data and statistics. I spent my entire working life talking about data and stats, being a financial journalist. How can better data and statistics help policymakers both target and measure progress in reducing inequalities?
So the short answer, better data and statistics helps you better measure and identify gaps and inequalities. However, I have to stress that you do need to invest in the quality of the data itself to fully understand the inequalities and also gaps. Technology is changing. The technological advancement is actually key element in using multiple sources of data, administrative records, surveys, in addition to satellite imaging and other sources of data that can help you improve the quality of data. And to your question about the best or international best standards, international standards helps you measure your success compared to other countries, to other regions. And that's where the international standard is very important. My final point here, and it's very important, the local demand is important. So as a statistics office, we produce many statistical products to identify these gaps and also to help policymakers in making their decisions. International community as well, and also local community, they demand more and more of these statistics. So statistics office should be ready with the best quality possible to support these initiatives.
Ben, you've looked at a bit of data in your time, so how do you as an economist approach challenges of global equity and access?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, I strongly encourage people to invest more and in higher quality in statistics offices. So, getting better at administrative data really starts moving us, because if we can't measure, we don't know, right? But I alluded to some of the research on teaching at the right level, and because of that research and an iterative relationship between the innovators and the implementers and the researchers over multiple countries, That innovation is now benefiting tens of millions of children in dozens of states in India, more than a dozen countries in Africa, and we're really able to take it to a significant scale. And at the same time, we're saving millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars that would have otherwise been invested in things that weren't working, that we thought that seemed at their surface obviously were going to work. But until we had the data, until we've done the work together, we don't know. And so we've avoided wasting resources in that way.
Yeah, I want to move on to exploring what tools can actively create inclusive opportunity. 50 seconds each, or the time police is coming out. Okay? Pam, you say traditional talent acquisition and retention methods are outdated. How do we enhance workforce agility then?
I think it's asking the why question first. And so many organizations and collaborations don't ask that. So what are we trying to accomplish? What is the why? And then look at some other things. Whose workplace is it? That's always important to know from a labor and regulatory perspective. But also, how's the work going to get done and who's going to do that work? And in order to get better at moving us forward at the speed of light for talent planning to meet the needs of business, it's co-creating with data, with digital technology, and everyone in the equation and the ecosystem.
Yeah, well, kept to time. Brilliant. Ms. Rexworthy, we've talked a lot about collaboration today, cross-disciplinary partnerships. What role do international collaboration, public-private partnerships play in building future-ready, sustainable workforces, particularly in emerging economies?
I think that's a really important question. I think what we do at the UK, we have the UK Skills Partnership. We work with a number of education partners within that to provide solutions. So we're looking at kind of not just one option. We look at what's best in the country. So we look at public-private partnership, local, national expertise to actually come in and co-create and use some of the best practice that we've learned, but working across more than one individual organization. This is about co-creation, partnership, collaboration, and then providing solutions that provide people with the core skills that they require to be able to transition in their working life. And I think that's really important, those foundational skills, but co-creation, partnership.
Dr. Park, you spoke earlier about AI won't take your job, but someone using AI will. Give us some practical ways to bridge the growing digital and AI skills gap.
I'll make it 30 seconds this time. So I was actually thinking about on the way here, on the plane, if I were minister of some country, what should I do? Two things. One, change the DNA of education. So no longer IQ is the goal. I call it DQ, but whatever, the new intelligence in the AI age. In order to do that, we talk about lifelong learning for AI literacy. But what do you mean by lifelong learning? Currently, everything works in silo. If I were a minister, break the silo. From born to pass away, before, during, after work, come together. Industry, across country, it has to work together. So benefit is actually emerging country, not developed country, because developed country, all the system is too rigid.
Nice. Dr. Agarwal, I want to move on to solutions and measuring of impact, so important. You look at digitalization globally. What's one tech solution that could be universally adopted to boost employability, and how do we measure its impact?
You know, one tech solution which everyone's mind come easily, and particularly after the COVID time, it became learning management system, digital skills platform. But I will go much beyond that one, power those tools. Because learning systems online can always take place, will always be there. But here I'm going to tell an example of a platform which is not only learning management system, but it is whole managing, assuring the quality of a system. For example, if a country is there, we are talking about lifelong learning, delivering micro-credentials, small programs. Sometimes it could be few hours also. Now, how you will ensure a particular person is really has gone to a training center, learned this one, or not learned this one? How you ensure that training is taking place in a remote area somewhere? So now India has established SID, which is called Skills India Digital Hub. Now I went there, a control room center. I asked, okay, take me to, and India is a big country, 1.4 billion people. How you monitor that one? They have more than 20, 30,000 training centers, which they are providing funding to improve. At a click of one, immediately on the screen, they could see what is happening currently in a particular training center. So all training centers are linked. Now they have placed special cameras, which can tell you, is it just a dummy photo, or is really person is working there or not? Yeah. Then they have linked every person. When a person is doing, there is a digitized version of this one. That really, that person, for how long that person has remained. So I'm just giving one example of this one. I'll stop here. So that's what I'm saying. This kind of, we have to go beyond learning management system. We have to go look into the whole system management through the digitalization.
Yeah. Right. Your Excellency, I want to get a sense of how we can learn from what's happening here in Saudi Arabia. What lessons can be drawn from your nation's approach to aligning human rights principles with education and economic opportunity?
Well, education is just one feature of it, because Vision 2030, for example, is a national transformation vision that covers all aspects, and it's basically a human-centered vision. 2/3 actually of the programs in the vision are centered around human rights specifically. And the others eventually will benefit people's rights. So education and access to education and all of the aspects pertaining to the human-centered angle to education is based on, first of all, does education teach human rights? And this is what we've been working with the Ministry of Education on for a couple of years now, and it is progressing very well. And also the other side is the operational level or side of education, which means measuring equal access for people with disability, bullying issues, also covering all levels of education to all and all of that. But if you look at a national level, a program like this one is an example that I have never seen anywhere else, because it's a national program that literally exemplifies what it means to have education at the center of a national transformation journey. So it starts with early education, early development, and then supports the family of children in helping them engage more with the educational system and all of that, until the lifelong learning. And in the middle, of course, it covers the upskilling, reskilling, people with disability, their definition, and all of that. So this is what Saudi Arabia is going through nowadays. This program has been on for 3-4 years now, but eventually we will see the outcomes, inshallah, in the near future, before 2030.
I'm going to be told off. I'm going to give Dr. Al-Dosari a quick question. How can we use stats, Dr. Al-Dosari, to direct funding to the most undeserved regions or demographics? Yeah. I promise you I'll close after this.
It's always challenging for statistics offices to cover smaller areas in any country. In Saudi Arabia, we invested heavily in producing data and statistics on a regional level, reaching around 1,000 indicators. As I mentioned, we use satellite imaging to go to 100 by 100 square meter and understand access to services, access to education, all of these important indicators. So the relevant departments would use this data, which is available also on our website, to actually build their funding strategies. I'll stop here to give you some time.
I have to leave it, otherwise I'll be screaming. You don't know what's happening in my ear right now. There's screaming, throwing of pans, all sorts of stuff. But you gave a brilliant scene setting. but thank you so much. And I want to give a big round of applause to our fantastic panelists. I wish we had more time. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much. Let's all. Thank you so much. Well done. Okay. Now, we have a special address, AI and digitalization of the workforce. So we're continuing with that theme. I want to welcome to the lectern Sami Al-Ajmi, Senior Vice President of Digital and Information Technology, Aramco, Saudi Arabia. We'll come to him in just a few seconds' time as the stage is being committed. Let's go.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor to stand before you today as we gather to discuss one of the most vital drivers of our nation's future, our people. At the heart of this gathering is a vision that echoes through every corner in the kingdom. A vision that has been stated by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and I quote, "Our real wealth lies in the ambition of our people and the potential of our younger generation. They are our nation's pride and the architects of our future." End quote. These are not just inspiring words, but rather they are a call for action. A call we are all answering across government, industries, education, and innovation. In the course of the next few minutes, I would like to take you through how we at Aramco are taking this call for action and this vision into reality. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to say that human capability development has always been part of Aramco DNA. For decades, we heavily invested in talent development, sending thousands of Saudis to world-class educational programs. These individuals have come back with vision, a desire to give back, and a commitment to advance both Aramco and the kingdom. I saw this as a leader, and also as someone who has lived this journey. I joined Aramco as an apprentice right after high school, and with the company's support, I earned my bachelor's and master's degrees more than 2 decades ago. That journey shaped who I am today. Ladies and gentlemen, since we started our digital transformation journey at Aramco, we knew at heart that the success of our journey would not come simply from systems or softwares, because technology alone does not transform organizations. People do. And that is why, from day one, digital upskilling became a core pillar of our digital transformation. Digital upskilling has become a movement that cuts across every department, every job function, every level in Aramco, including digital and IT itself. We made clear promise to our workforce: technology will not replace you. It will amplify your ability. It will free you to innovate, to create, and to lead, to drive value. To make this real, we launched digital literacy programs in partnership with industry leaders and top universities. These programs covered current technologies and also explored emerging fields like quantum computing and artificial intelligence. We made sure these programs were inclusive and available to everyone, from technicians, engineers, to executive leaders in the organization. Let me bring this to life with a few examples. For our professional employees, we partnered with universities like Georgia Tech and KAUST to offer part-time master's program, and also with universities like IE, where we introduced stackable degrees, offering employees the flexibility to grow through self-paced lifelong learning. To broaden access even further, we launched My Learning Platform, a centralized digital platform to deliver digital upskilling for both professionals and executives, with over 75,000 expert-led courses and 150 skill assessments. Since its launch, it has been accessed more than 6.1 million times, which is a powerful reflection of how our people's hunger to grow. We didn't stop at formal learning. We launched over 130 seminars covering vital topics, such as cloud computing, Internet of Things, and generative AI. And to support our executives, we introduced DEEP, our Digital Experience for Executives program. This program equips Aramco top leadership with a digital mindset, along with the tools to champion transformation and drive value in their respective domains. But as we empower the broader workforce and leadership, we remain sharply focused on our digital core. We are investing in advanced programs to keep our digital information technology teams at the cutting edge. Because when your core is strong, your entire system is resilient. We are also committed to advancing research and development of digital technologies in emerging areas. We have established research chairs in quantum computing and cybersecurity through strategic collaboration with 3 of the top national universities. And when we adopted AI across our operations, we identified a critical need. How do we keep our AI and data scientists up to speed with rapid AI developments? That is why we launched our own AI Academy in collaboration with leading institutes such as Caltech and Beyond Limits. We have also reimagined our specialist development program to ensure that they offer world-class career paths for digital professionals. But our ambition does not end with Aramco. We recognize our role in shaping the national digital ecosystem, and that is why we joined hands with the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, the Technical and Vocational Training Corporation, and the Communication, Space and Technology Commission to establish NETA, the National Information Technology Academy. Since 2018, NETA has trained and graduated more than 3,800 Saudi citizens, accelerating digital capability at scale across the entire kingdom. Respected audience, the results of these collective efforts speak for themselves. Aramco is now the only company with 5 facilities recognized as Global Digital Lighthouse by the World Economic Forum for their excellence in 4 IR technologies. We have also been ranked in the top quartile of digital maturity among global industry peers by independent benchmarks. But what truly stands out is not the technology. It is the people, the ones who learned, adopted, and led. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the crossroads of AI, digital well-being, and human potential. Let's remember this. The true measure of transformation is not the sophistication of our technologies. It is the empowerment of our people. Yes, technology may accelerate our journey, and yes, data may guide us, but it is the human potential, the curiosity, our resilience, and our creativity that will truly transform our future. And in doing so, we bring to life the vision articulated by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Let's continue to invest in that ambition and unlock that potential for our organizations, our country, and our shared future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sami, there for an amazing update on the information technology and digital landscape there in Aramco. As you know, all of you know, it's one of the biggest corporations in the whole world. All eyes are on it, and to see what they're doing with digital and technology in this space with Beyond Readiness is, of course, incredibly important. I have my esteemed panel for our next chat. That's Manufacturing Futures, Human Capability and Industrial Diversification. Please take a seat, gentlemen. And we have with us Dr. Mohammed Al-Taibi, the Acting Head of Research and Development at RDIA, Abdulaziz Al-Udan from Sabiq Shared Services, Ryan Fayez, the Deputy CEO of NEOM, Farhad Hamamuddin, the CEO of Saudi Tourism Authority, Dr. Mark Honeckal, who is from Rheinmetall Air Defence, all the way from Switzerland, and Gabriel on the end, Semelas. He is the President of Airbus Africa and Middle East, and flying in all the way from France and flying out shortly, right? So we've got him for 25 minutes only. So, I've had the privilege of spending a lot of time with the Saudi Tourism Authority and watched you literally take off like a plane. I mean, the figures are phenomenal. If I could start with you, Farhad, in terms of how STA is preparing the workforce to meet the diverse needs, and also cross-collaboration. So much of that is important in your industry, I'm guessing.
Yes, of course. So I think the global tourism sector faced one of the toughest challenges of retaining talent post the pandemic. The sector lost 18% of its total human capital and only gained back 2/3. 1/3 is simply unrecoverable. In Saudi, the situation is a little different. We are on a hyper-growth mode. And as far as the Saudi government ecosystem, you have the ministry that is leading the human capital strategy and the L&D development efforts. STA's role, Saudi Tourism Authority's role, is to look at the total experience of the visitor. And while in the past, we used to look at tourism sector as aviation and hospitality, today it's the total experience. And with the total experience, you know, we look at the future skill sets, and you think of building destinations at scale, or it's digitizing services. So we always say we need to digitize the expected, but always remain humanizing the unexpected. And as you digitize, you need the data analytics, you need AI first thinking, you need tech and, to eliminate all this seamless friction in the service. But always remember that we are in the business of memorable, curated experiences. So cultural immersion and cultural literacy, creativity, thoughtfulness remain the core driver of success in tourism, because that is what will lead the memorable experiences of Saudi.
And I'd like to build on that with you, Ryan, if I may, in the sense that human capability, which is very much on the title here today, and that diversification. What to you does it mean, and what are the most critical trends that you're seeing at the moment?
Thank you very much, and thanks for HCI for inviting me among this esteemed group of panelists. When it comes to NEOM and when it comes to human capability and human capital, we need to go back to the vision of NEOM. And when you look at the vision of NEOM, which was very carefully worded and crafted by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, who was the chairman of NEOM, it talks about attracting the greatest minds and best talents and empowering them to embody pioneering ideas and exceed boundaries. So when we think of what actually defines NEOM, we didn't talk about capital as the source, or we didn't talk about buildings. We talked about talent and brilliant minds. And we genuinely believe that will ultimately attract the right capital, the right businesses, and the right industries. When we look at it today, that manifested itself in about 5,000 people strong workforce coming from 106 countries, really very well diversified, and a huge investment in human capability building. In addition to that, it's not just the attracting the greatest minds and best talents, but also giving them the opportunity and empowering them to try things that's never been done before. When we come back and think about what NEOM is about creating the city of the future, starting from where other people left off and creating something that's never been done before. And engraved into the vision statement of NEOM is the ability to not only attract, but give the opportunity to experiment, empower, and live in what we call is a living lab into creating the city of the future.
And I want to pick up on that preparing for the future with you, Gabrielle, because that's what we're doing, again, in another fast-paced industry. So how are you attracting and retaining that talent in such a competitive market?
Oh, it's a good question on that, Sarah, because at the moment, for Airbus, it's very important to keep that talent and attract that talent into our company. One of the key things we've been building is an employer branding. So we spend a lot of time internally within Airbus in developing a purpose, a sense of belonging to the company, so that people feel they work and they share the passion for what we do in the aviation and the defense industry. So we pioneer sustainable aerospace for a safe and united world. That's the purpose that we have, and that trickles down the organization, and it goes together with the values that we have. So we have very strong values, also from the leadership all the way down to the shop floor. You know, customer focus, being resilient, being there for the customers is one of the key ones that we have. Also, we do a lot of investment in terms of training, development. We created the Airbus Leadership University, where we offer courses for the employees, not just for the executives, but all the employees. There is a budget reserved as well for employees annually, so that they can do trainings, some mandatory, some of choice, and to be discussed with the management. And also, of course, we foster a diverse and inclusive workplace. We're very much about that in Airbus, and I think it's the value that we create through having that diverse here in the region. Just to give you an example, out of the 3,000 people that we have over 60 nationalities, both in Africa and the Middle East, so it's exciting.
It's the hidden treasure in this region, I have to say, the mix of nationalities we have working together and bringing that innovation together. But you mentioned a very important word there, Gabrielle, resilience, and I want to bring it back to you, Dr. Mohammed. How to build that resilience through exposure to real work. I was talking about that in my previous panel, and also embedding that entrepreneurial spirit into these capabilities as well. So how are we going to do that?
Thank you very much. Here in Saudi Arabia, actually, we are taking innovation seriously. So there is a national mandate that we have to take the country forward through innovation that build the research and development. And within the heart of actually this research and development and innovation strategies, that we have to have enough and build enough capability and human capability to take us forward. So Saudi Arabia is planning or have a goal of having more than 140,000 scientists, researchers, and entrepreneurs that actually can predict and solve the problems of the future. So this is mainly how the innovation, the whole innovation strategy is built around talent development. We need not only, as you mentioned, not only scientists who can actually be subject matter expert and look for the solution, but also entrepreneurs who can take the solution to the market. So this entrepreneurial education is very essential pillar of the talent development within the innovation ecosystem in order for us to find the right talent that can not only invent the new idea of the new solution, make it work for a practical world where we can develop products and innovation that will solve our problems. So this comes hand in hand. We think that innovation is not kind of one problem which can be solved in the lab by scientists, but also the entrepreneurial.
It's kind of embedded through the whole thing. Yeah. And Mark, I'd like to bring you on that because we were having a bit of a giggle before talking about the commonalities of manufacturing, tourism, and emerging industries. And at first thought, you're like, well, how do these three go together, right? Particularly when it concerns workforce and future needs. But we came to a conclusion, didn't we?
Thank you very much, Sarah. This is a good question. When I saw it and got invited to this panel here, I said, what I'm doing here right now. But when you think about it a little bit, then you find more commonality than you think in the moment. So we're talking about here tourism, very nice. We heard about aerospace industry, and now we are ground-based industry, manufacturing. But what we all do here is we serve the public. We are on public service. We are following the needs of these mega trends, which is mobility, security, in my case here, recreation, bringing people to safe places where we can recreate their minds. And I think if you then look at this purpose, and we heard something just before about expecting the unexpected, doing immersive experiences, it's very interesting to see that in the end of the day, even in this industry like mine, which is looking much more now delivering for this urgent need, but in the end of the day, the user is also getting this experience from us. Here you have tourism, very nice, you want to have a full experience there. On our side, it is like we want to perform that the performance of the user is in the very best way. So there's more than when you look at it and at the second glance. So there is this is like let's say there's more than what you would expect in the beginning.
And you raised a really important word there, safety. Now, it's one rabbit hole we can go down in terms of safety to be creative, in terms of human capability, safety in more than its literal sense. But given the industry you're in, Abdulaziz Sabiq, safety is pretty important. And when we're talking about human capability and transferable skills and things that are non-negotiable across an industry, I guess safety is one of those that you're absolutely embedding, and maybe AI is helping you on that journey.
Well, absolutely. When you think of probably the last 50 years, one of the greatest changes that was introduced in our industry and others as well is AI. And basically, AI is all about commoditization of knowledge, something that businesses differentiated themselves in the past by exclusive knowledge or know-how. In the chemical industry, AI, we'll try to leverage AI as much as possible. The focus that we kind of criteria that we follow on AI adoption is quite simple. Things that are repetitive and recognizable, less ambiguous, are targets of AI. So less ambiguity, more repetitive, we go and deploy AI as much as possible. But even with that said, there is human elements and factors that we continue to preserve. AI is kind of an extension of human capability, and I think that's the narrative that we need to adopt right now. If we continue to think that AI is a rival to us, then it's going to be competition between us and AI. But if we change the narrative to have AI as an extension of our human capability, then we introduce a completely different dimension. This is what we're driving at SABIC from a safety point of view. So in the plants, there are policies, procedures, standards, AI-enabled biometrics recognition, facial recognition. But still, if people are unaware of the hazards that they are or the working environment they're working in, it's still an issue. So what we try to do is simulate hazardous situations to people, to bring it home, to make sure that this is real to people, that they recognize that safety is a priority, and we weave that into the value system rather than policies, procedures, and standards.
So yeah, and all that rush to technology and new things, some basic things still hold true within an industry, and we'll get onto those. And Fahd, I just wanted to bring you in because you are at the epicenter, really, of the nexus between governments and their businesses in what you do. So what are you doing to future-proof the workforce and create the collaboration and build those career paths for the future?
So, Sarah, I want to go back to your previous question and resilience. I think there is a general fear that is growing about the uncertainty of the future of the workforce and the job market. I just want to say, in the case of tourism, tourism will still be true to the jobs that still have low skilled but high on authenticity. So the human factor is going to remain there as a key advantageous benefit that destinations offer. So while so many sectors are losing jobs to technology with automation and now AI, tourism will still reward those that are not techie, but rather humane and authentic. So that's one. Second, you asked me what is the role of government in this case. I'll take events tourism as a sector. I mean, tourism, you have leisure, you have religious, you have business, but I'll take out of leisure events travel. In Saudi, when we started, the government did set the ambition high. The private sector, usually this is a private sector business. It's not a government business. Usually in other mature markets, they say government's business is to get out of business. In our case, because the ambition is so high, the time limit is so stretched or so tight, we had to take the risk on behalf of the private sector. So we took the investment on all number of events. We actually had 10,000 events funded by the government. That number of events shrank to probably 6,000, and the rest are now funded by the private sector. So take the risk. What's bankable, pass to the private sector, and what's not, you continue fueling, innovating, and stretching the ambition.
And I think in KSA, as many people will know from the audience, the government sector's got slightly longer working days, right, than the private sector as well. So, but I wanted to pick up on that ambition because Ryan, ambitious projects, Neom by its very nature is innately one of those and is futuristic and is involved in technology. So what's your vision for that innovation and technological, industrial diversification and how you're going to integrate that into your strategies?
I think when we look at Neom, Neom is not a real estate development project. It's a project that it's creating a new economy. And when we create a new economy, we've identified various sectors in which we would like to innovate and take where other people left off and build those sectors of the future. We've identified 15 sectors that are going to be the cornerstone and the economic engine of Neom. What we're pleased to see is many of these sectors, or some of these sectors, actually transpire and come to life actually quite sooner than we expected. When we talk as an example of design and construction sector, we're now innovating with Samsung and automated rebar caging assembly at a scale that's never been done before, given the scale of the ambition that we have. Same thing with green hydrogen, building the largest green hydrogen project in the world, funded by private sector capital as well as the banks, in addition to Neom funding. In addition to attracting tenants such as Data Vault, who's building a 1.5 gigawatt net zero hyperscale data center in Neom and in Oxagon. So it's not only thinking of how can we innovate, but also creating an ecosystem and an environment that attracts the talent and the capital and the businesses that will innovate alongside us to create the city of the future.
And retain that talent. And Gabrielle, I want to bring you in on the retention, that continuous learning program. How are you integrating that to keep people thriving so that they want to stay with organizations such as yours and Neom?
Yeah. No, absolutely. In our industry, of course, aerospace and defense, the new technologies continue to evolve. And nowadays, much more than before, at a faster pace. So the skill sets required, the knowledge, the capability of the people, the employees, is changing at a speed we've never seen before. There's manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, there's AI coming up. We need to look at the future, how this is going to impact our future workplace, because we have to be ready for that. We're integrating it, and we're investing a lot in making sure that we keep the people up to speed with the knowledge. And this is a big part of the budget that we have in HR, in enabling those people to keep up with these technologies. It's advanced materials, it's not just AI, it's new sustainable aviation fuels, It's about new engine manufacture. How do you integrate in the aircraft, folding wings, new materials, so many things that keep coming. So big investment required for the future to keep up with that.
So Abdulaziz, I think you're trying to spell SABIC here because we've got safety that we talked about and now adaptability. So if we had more time, we could get to the full name. But adaptability, I love when I spoke to you earlier, no boxes or boundaries. And your favorite question to new recruits, what is that and why do you ask it?
Yeah, I usually have some time with our new recruits. And usually my first question is, what makes the human species the dominant species? And then I always notice them looking at each other as a kind of an awkward question. But the humans are the dominating species because of adaptability. We're able to adapt, we're able to morph, we're able to pivot based on change. And this all comes together in times like we're in today. Ambiguity is the name of the game. It's going to stay with us for a very long time. Instilling the capability, the comfort with uncertainty, I think is something, part of the soft skills that at SABIC we're trying to instill very early with our new recruits, our young talent. Being comfortable with ambiguity, taking risk, working within the organization hierarchy, but not confining itself to it, because organization hierarchies have been created to run repetitively, a high level of certainty on outcome and execution. And this is not accustomed or fit to a time like we're in today. Ambiguity requires flexibility, or agility as a better term than flexibility. And that's created by creating tiger teams, focus groups, cross-boundary or cross-functional teams. And we've run a couple of pilots at SABIC on high-profile projects that we ran, and we actually developed these models to work not within the organization hierarchy, but outside of the hierarchy, and work together based on common value and common objectives. And what we've noticed was that the results were completely phenomenal. Whenever people are given the objective, a shared value, a shared commitment, and are not tied down by the organization hierarchy, you find that the execution and the outcome is very different. You find that with entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs do not slap into an organization hierarchy the first day they operate. They work with a very agile setup that allows them to move and pivot quickly.
And it shows the importance of trust, right? Allowing people to be creative. Let's stick with A. Mark, I want to bring you in on this, and this is availability and workforce demand. What has improved over the last few years, and what do you think we should list as our top priorities for the future?
I want just to give a personal idea of AI. I think we heard it already. It's a very important tool for us, also for our employees to get more efficient, to tackle all these challenges which we are facing. But it needs much more. It needs always the human being around. And we've just had a discussion about the Jeddah Grand Prix, which is happening next week here. So think about if there would be an AI driving the car. Nobody would go there, would be interested. You need people there. You need people. We have to put people there in the center. And this is exactly where this is my point here, to bring people to a position where they get their emotion, where they can bring in their best skills. And what we have to do, of course, from the government side, continuous education, like also our company is doing this. This is the Swiss system, is very open to this from the very early ages to, I think, until retirement. So we are looking always to bring people to a position where they can enhance themselves, where they get emotions, where they get better. At the end of the day, we want them to be productive. We want them to be creative. We want them to solve problems. And I think this can be only done, this cannot not be done by AI, must be done by our people, and we have to bring this.
We also need cash. I'm going to squeeze in money as well. Dr. Mohammed, sorry, just a brief answer to this one. How do we support that commercialization, that capability building through strategic funding pathways?
In Saudi Arabia now, we are focusing on different areas for innovation. We're focusing on health, on sustainability, on energy, on economies of future. We are actually, maybe I'll quote my colleagues Abdulaziz and Fahad when they talked about the adaptability and the uncertainty. Actually, to innovate, you cannot think of the same way that the solution of today has happened. We need to think in a different way. So this is where the entrepreneurial mindset need to come in and take this scientific discovery into something that actually can meet the demand of tomorrow, can bring a solution that never existed before. We hope that with this entrepreneurial mindset, the commercialization will take place, because we are either meeting a demand that we expect tomorrow or a demand that doesn't exist today, but we hope it will take place in the future, because as life change, we can adapt and we can deal with this asset.
And I want to bring both of those thoughts together and give the final word to Fahad. As we rush to the future and we get ready for that, as you were saying, Dr. Mohammed, we need to retain some charm of the past to keep things on an even keel. So maybe you want to share some advice to the audience.
My advice, and maybe ask of everyone here, that as we learn adaptability, technology, analytics, and all of design and creativity, leveraging AI and everything else, let's make sure we don't unlearn the best thing about us, the Saudi hafawa, the Saudi welcome. Because only that will bring the best, unexpected, memorable delights to our guests to Saudi Arabia. And let's not be innovative about it. Be true to our heritage. Do it like our grandpas and grandmas do it. They did it best with the most genuine hearts, and that's the universal language that everyone gets.
And that's what's making your strategy so successful. We've run out of time. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Really, really appreciate all your thoughts today. And another round of applause, please, for my panel and all those insights on human capability. Thank you so much. If you'd like to come this way. Shukran jazilan. And of course, now we are absolutely delighted to invite to the stage Lucien Ziegler. He is the managing partner of Red Salt Advisory, and he is the co-host of the 2030 podcast. Now, he's going to be coming for another highly powered 20 minutes, so you need to invest that time wisely. He's going to be talking, which is something very dear to my heart, and name my company after it, Amplify, accelerating and amplifying learning and capability transformation. This is what he's going to talk about, so listen in for 20 more minutes. Thank you.
Amazing panel to follow on, but we will be excelling in that department. I want to, with this topic, we have so much to discuss. This expert panel really brings a great sort of rounded out diversity to this topic. And I would like to just kind of kick it off and bring it over to the panelists and have them introduce themselves, what they're doing. And let's start first with Dr. Modiat Jamea, Group VP of STC. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me tonight with these excellent speakers talking about this very important topic. Well, I am, as you mentioned, the STC VP, but most importantly, I am the Academy Dean, which is the corporate academy of STC Group. We are in charge of developing the whole organization, the whole group, on different level of topics, starting from fresh graduates until board members. Developing them in different competencies and different knowledge aspects, I would say, and that's what we do at STC.
Excellent. Over to you, Dr. Yasser Al-Onayzan from Alam.
My name is Yasser Al-Onayzan. It's my great pleasure to be with the esteemed panelists and the moderator. It's great to be with you, great to be with the audience. As I said, my name is Yasser Al-Onayzan. Prior to my role now, I've been the CEO for the National Center for AI in the Kingdom. I have been in the AI field for quite some time, before AI was a thing. I survived the winter, so I'm hoping now the spring will be a better time for AI.
It's cool. It's a pre-AI view on AI. Love it. Now, let's go over to Alessandro Galvani, CEO of Age of Learning. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Yes. Also excited and thrilled to be here. It's wonderful to be with all these great guests. I am, as you said, the CEO of Age of Learning. Age of Learning is a leader in the ed tech space. We make software for young children as young as 2 years old. We are well known for our flagship program, which is called ABC Mouse, and has been used by more than 50 million children worldwide. We also have programs for the classroom, my Math Academy, my Reading Academy, both adaptive AI driven programs. All of these have elements of gaming, and so it's gaming, it's somewhat gamification blended with education in a way that is very effective.
Alban Deshalat, G2 Sports CEO. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Alban. I'm here to represent G2 Esports. If you don't know what is esports, it's like a competition of video games. And if you don't know G2, we are considered as the Real Madrid of esports. We have 10 teams in 6 games. We have 40 million fans, and we are across the globe with different teams. But tonight, we play against Falcons, so I know it's a big game today.
You probably have it on. You're watching it like
I was watching it before, yeah.
Well, let's talk about gaming and let's talk about gamification in learning and developing human capabilities, the subject of this forum. I'd like to just hand it over to you, Dr. Moody. Would you talk about what you're doing and how this sort of approach sort of amplifies learning in what you're doing with STC Academy?
Absolutely. As I mentioned, the Academy from STC is the learning arm for STC Group. In 2024, we delivered more than 500,000 learning hours, and that's translated in more than 100,000 learning opportunity for our employees. As I mentioned, we are the digital enabler for Kingdom and Vision 2030. We have a diverse topics that we need to cover. We have a lot of employees that we need to develop, and we have an engagement that we need to increase. If we continue developing and delivering our learning solution the same traditional way, I don't think we will get the engagement that we wish for. Therefore, we've been switching to the gamification methodologies for the past couple of years, meaning using a lot of simulations. We have a lot of data sets that we can build on simulation that help our employees simulate real case scenarios in order to help them develop strategic thinking capabilities, decision making, and also understand the latest technology challenges that can bring them. Nevertheless, putting some stress that can make them operate under stressful situations. And that also can link to a lot of gaming skills that they do outside of their work and their job. So we do that in different topics. We have a leaders school and we have a professional school. Both of them, they work heavily on designing a program. And these programs always focused on, again, developing the most engaged learning solutions for our employees. Also, we use AI. AI is a very important tool that we have been activating in order to customize the learning for our employees. We have a set of competencies mapped to each job, and in order to get more customization, we need to build learning journeys based on these competencies. So we've been exploring this kind of methodologies and learning opportunities in order to get the most engaging experience for our employees. As you know, Saudi is a young generation, and just following the traditional way of learning, I don't think we're going to get to the level of capabilities and skills that we wish for as a company who is considered as a digital enabler. So we invest a lot in redesigning our programs, reimagining, and in very innovative way, how can we be an innovation center, not only a learning center.
Saudi Arabia is a young country. It's also a very connected country, 99% internet penetration. Very interesting. Dr. Yasser, over to you. I know gaming and gamification is not specifically what you do. We did talk a lot about sports in advance of this. Take a stab at it.
So my interest in gaming is as a user rather than as a developer of games. I also happen to have 3 children, so most of my, let's say, extra budget goes into gaming. So, but I look at it from a technology perspective. I've been working on AI and developing AI models and solutions and so on. And more recently, we're working on large language models. We have been developing Alam, which is the Saudi version of building a language model that is able to understand the nuances of the language in Arabic and many dialects of Arabic as a first-class language rather than being supported as an additional language that gets supported. And I think the technology is very key to gamification in general, but it's also very important in keeping the engagement alive. Gamification is all about engagement. It's all about getting the other side excited about what they're doing with you. And you hope to achieve good objective through that exercise. And with the technology, you're able to understand how to make the other person tick and being able to use that to your advantage. So I can speak in a manner that is engaging for a teenager. It's very different than with a professional, for example. Same thing with understanding how they speak, the language and the slang that they use. Having an AI model that understands all of that gives you the ultimate ability to personalize and customize. So you can actually build journeys for the individual rather than for a class of people. So that's the interest that I come in, is we are building these large language models that are being able to use as part of this journey to make the engagement model much more potent than what has been developed so far.
Yeah, gaming makes things fun. So if it's learning, you're learning and it's fun, right? And speaking of, Alessandro, I mean, this is your space, right? So speak to that point about gamification, the impact.
Yeah. So I think that's exactly right. So in the simplest form, children really love to play games. And so if you can blend education with gaming and then add technologies like AI to provide personalized paths, to provide each child with an experience that is unique and specific to their needs, then you can get very outstanding results. Like we're seeing with our classroom products, my Math Academy, my Reading Academy, that we're doubling the learning gains compared to traditional programs in very short periods of time. Again, the gamification is part of it, but it's actually gameplay that children really enjoy, and so it provides motivation, it provides engagement, it provides persistence, and we think that with this kind of a framework, not only are we teaching them the basics of math and reading, but we're actually teaching them a lot deeper capabilities around systems thinking, logical thinking, problem solving, really making them much sort of better prepared for a complex world.
Yeah. Alban, how about you? You're in the esports space, so gaming and gamification is key.
Yeah, I'm not in education really. Our domain is more like winning trophies, building teams that perform at best, hopefully tonight. I think for us what is key is that, contrary to traditional sports, it's super easy to scout the high potential players because everything is connected. So we go online, we see the ranking, top 5 players, we know them. We know their parents, we know where they play, we know where they're from. I mean, we selected the players from Bahrain 2 years ago. She was 16 years old. She immediately popped up, and we selected her just by the score she was doing. So easy to scout players. What is harder is to make them play as a team. They are connected, they are super full of skill and energy, but they don't know already how to communicate. They don't know how to become this unit that wins the games at a high level. So we put a lot of efforts with performance coach and some seminars, some boot camp where we just talk about other things than video games to enable them to acquire these soft skills.
So gone are the days of flying to Brazil to find a football player in a small village. It just pops up, comes to you, it's data-driven, right?
It's much easier for us. It's very data-driven. We know which player has the skill to perform. We don't know if they have the potential to become a team.
Yeah. I want to talk about AI. I mean, that's sort of the elephant in the room. It's elephant around the world, right? I mean, it's transforming the way we work and the way we learn. Talk about what AI means in your business, how you're leveraging it, and where you think it's going in the next few years in terms of your utilization of AI. And I'll kick it to you, Dr. Modi.
Well, it's very important. AI is stepping into every field, and it's not only related to certain fields in technology. AI is in HR, AI is in marketing, AI is in every function in the organization. So understanding how can you leverage AI in your day-to-day activities and get to more sophisticated tasks to do is very important. People, I think they're getting frustrated understanding that AI might take their jobs, do what they should do in AI instead of their as employees. But what we do is we tell them the power of AI, how AI can help you to do your job better, elevate the skills that you have. For example, developing a full marketing campaign using AI. This is something that is very interesting for our marketing people. To learn how this powerful tool can help you to do more quality, targeted, customized solution that you can deliver for your customer. So AI is helping us in every field. And again, as I mentioned, it can help us to develop a customized learning in every field. For example, if I want to develop a learning journey for an employee in that specific job with that specific competencies, all what I need is just add it to my AI engine with all my learning solutions over there, and it will pick up from different libraries and build the journey according to what I need as an employee. And that will increase the engagement. And that was a problem that we have previously, is to get people or employees engaged until the end of the learning journey. As we mentioned backstage, we have a lot of mandatory courses, for example, that some people think it's boring. How can we make it more interesting for them using a customized learning and customized journey for them? So AI is very powerful, and we need to think as it as an ally rather than as an enemy. And I think a lot of amazing things can happen just from utilizing this tool.
Absolutely. Dr. Yasser, that's good news for you, right? So
absolutely.
Please, yeah.
Work for us and more customers. And more seriously, I think that if you are a developer of the technology and not using it, you really don't have the right appreciation of what is being developed. You have to always look at it from the user side. It's not about the technology. Many technologists unfortunately fall into the trap of falling in love with the technology rather than what the technology can do for the individual or the entity. And I think it's what is critical about AI is, again, as many others have said in the previous panel and in this panel as well, it is not about replacing humans. We are not here to replace humans. We are here to bring in the right tools to augment what humans can do. And I think that what the technology, the evolvement of the technology recently can do wonders in many different fields. And it has been focused in the past on repetitive tasks. Now even high-skill things are being augmented and facilitated through AI. And I think that you can think of it as a far more intelligent search engine that will be able to answer questions. And the next step, what the leap that we're taking now, is on the action side as well. It's no longer giving you answers. It's actually doing things on your behalf as well. And I think that's really where it makes a difference.
Yeah, it's great, but this panel is still moderated by a human, so upskilling, right? So
for now, at least.
For now, yeah.
Yeah,
you next year, maybe, yeah. Alessandro, we were talking about how you're using AI really in a lot of your tech stack, and I'd like for you to sort of expand on that and talk about how you're using AI to make your products better and more accessible.
Yeah. So we were actually one of the first companies to roll out ChatGPT across the enterprise at Age of Learning. And this was before they actually had an enterprise version. And we've been very aggressive in adopting it for the company and to improve our productivity. And it's had its very profound effect across departments. We've also dedicated teams of engineers to making sure that departments like HR or marketing can leverage the technology. One of the examples, this just happened literally a few weeks ago, is that we were able to pull together our tools with different AI agents to actually start solving some problems that were impossible to solve by a machine just up until months ago. So we're fixing bugs entirely. So this is software engineering work that is being entirely done by AI agents. So that's moving very quickly. On the product side, we are being quite prudent because they're not foolproof, these large language models. And we really use it in a couple different places. I think one is where humans can double check the work, and so translations, voiceovers, and then another where some error is acceptable, right? So places like the adaptive engine that makes sure that children are moving to the right activity, but only really chooses among a set of pretty good options. So even a mistake is acceptable, and it's quickly self-correcting. But it does play an important role in all our products as well.
Alban, you have this is going to be a two-part question for you because you're in esports, and so AI can help with what you do, and we want to hear about that. But also, AI might be or could be a threat in esports because it could facilitate cheating, or you could be playing against a bot, right? Talk about AI in your business.
I was going to say, I'm going to first tell you where we don't use AI. On stage, if you go to a competition of esports, first thing that the organizers are doing is they're scanning all players, so that they don't go on stage with like a USB stick or anything that they could use to trigger the software of the game. So on stage, it's just human, keyboard, mouse, the game. Level playing field, everybody play with the same attributes. What is interesting is how we use it in preparation for the competition. We have a lot of investment right now in terms of like analyzing the competition, watching every information we have from them, every video, to understand the patterns and learn faster than the others how we can counter them. And similarly, combining all the changes of the game that are happening every 2 weeks to create new strategies, new combination of champions that will give us an edge for the next game.
Well, this has never happened to me as a moderator, but we are just out of time, and we're just finishing just before the time has run out. So if everybody would please give a round of applause to the panelists here. Thank you guys so much. Really well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much indeed, Lucien. As the honored guests leave the stage, let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much. Well, the good news is we've got a fantastic conversation still to come, which is really, in my view, it's going to be bringing connections to life. So let me tell you about what we're going to do now. We're going to take an organization born out of the Ministry of Culture, all about preserving some of the most beautiful skills and traditions, if you like, for the next generation. We're going to put them alongside one of the world's most renowned funders, especially of the visual arts. And then into our ingredients mix, we're going to place somebody who knows an awful lot about creative and cultural partnerships. Why don't you give our three guests a warm round of applause as they come to the stage to reimagine culture in a digital age. Here they come. Welcome, Dr. Suzanne, Catherine, Noha, welcome. Well, here we are at HCI, and we have three formidable guests. Firstly, and I've given the trailer out already, Dr. Suzanne Al-Yaya is with us, who leads the Royal Institute of Traditional Arts, also known as WORTH, here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Welcome to you. Catherine Fleming is the president and CEO of the J. Paul Getty Trust, so one of the world's best-known names. Literally thousands of grants over the last decades, totaling over $500 million. Thank you for being with us, Catherine. And Noha Katan is another brilliant job. This is the Deputy Minister of National Partnerships and Talent Development at the Ministry of Culture in Saudi Arabia. Why don't we go off script just for a change? If you only had 20 seconds each, why is reimagining culture important? Dr. Suzanne.
We need to be alive and revived.
To be?
Alive.
Yes.
we need to have it alive for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. So that sense of preservation.
Exactly.
Catherine, why should we be reimagining culture?
So that people understand that it isn't outside of us, it's what we are, it's what we create and are part of, and we need to stop alienating ourselves from it.
Right, it's not out there, it is within us, it is part of us. Love that. Noha, what would you say?
So culture is our identity, what we are, who we are, and I think we always need to stay relevant. We need to stay up to beat, up to par, and just stay very true to ourselves.
Right, so this is the setting for us. What you're doing, Dr. Suzanne, is very personal. This is about shaping the next generation. So I thought from all three of you, we'll get a snapshot of your work. Tell us how you're doing it.
Perfect. So at the Royal Institute of Traditional Arts, also known as WIRTH, coming from the Arabic word heritage, what we're doing is dedicating our work to bring the traditional arts to be preserved and also develop it for the newer generation. WIRTH consider a platform that we celebrate from it and preserve the art and also reimagine Saudi Arabian artistic heritage. Also sharing its stories and honoring its creators. And most importantly, we support and inspire the newer generation to learn, master, and bring the traditional arts and heritage to the newer generation after them, and maybe fill the gap for the cultural sector.
Right, and you're filling that gap through connection. This isn't just documenting what was, you're passing it, helping it to be passed on through personal, just tell us how that happens.
Well, maybe I'll come back to WIRTH again. Through WIRTH, we do serve our mission through many services, which is educational, one of them. Under education, we have three kinds of education program: the academic, that we serve our programs under the three colleges that we have, and then we have the continual education program that serve a wider, bigger group of our audience and beneficiaries. And lastly, we have the apprenticeship program, our unique apprenticeship program that maybe I will touch on it more.
Yeah.
So what we're doing more, and what the core of what we're doing is creating the environment that supports the meaningful relationship. It's a very unique relationship that happens between the master artisans and the apprentices.
Yeah, and it's that cross-generational connection that's so interesting. So I'm keen to get more. I want to get our other guests in, but just briefly, Dr. Suzanne, what does that phrase, taking traditional arts into the future, what does that mean?
So in their journey, in the beginning of their earlier stages, they learn the techniques in its very traditional way.
Yes.
And then after that, when they advance in their learning, they start looking into those techniques to fit it with the market needs. And they start bringing innovation, bringing creativity, and also improving their entrepreneurial skills. Yeah. That's what I mean with bringing it to the future.
Got it.
Without creativity, I mean, the culture and the heritage will not stay alive.
Because it just strikes me, Catherine, that this opportunity is enormous. You say culture is in us. Give us a sense of what you think the Trust, but also others in this field can do, particularly to deepen cultural understanding, because this isn't just in the United States, this is globally.
Yeah. Well, we're extremely fortunate in that we are several things at once. We're a museum, so we can have people come and experience art in person, but we also do research. We do conservation all around the world, sort of like Médecins Sans Frontières. We can send teams, as we have done, to all sorts of different places in the world to work on cultural heritage. And we're a foundation. As you said, we can make very significant grants in support of the production of culture and the sustaining of culture by others. So we're able, sort of multidisciplinarily, to work in the cultural sphere and to do it at home, at our museum in place, but also to do it all around the world.
Yeah. And so it's easy, isn't it, when we hear or read that word preservation, to think that this is about encapsulating what was. And yet, self-evidently, you're about driving the future as well. I'm just trying to reconcile those things in my mind.
Well, look at the example of Diriyah here in Riyadh. It's an ancient site that is being preserved, conserved, restored, but at the same time being framed very much as part of the city's present and future.
So this is Diriyah, City of Earth, UNESCO World Heritage Site, a brilliant example. Noha, we've heard a word this morning, harmony. Now, if anyone can give us an example, I would hope someone leading on partnerships at the Department of Culture. Actually, give us a snapshot of your work, and I wonder if that word harmony resonates, if you'll excuse the pun.
So I think, first of all, working at the Ministry of Culture, we believe strongly in, just as well, in preserving our heritage and our culture and national identity, and working on fostering new forms of cultural means of expression, taking that into development and new forms of expression, if that may. And harmony, as you bring it up, is, I think, funny enough that we work in partnerships, which is all about harmony. What you do with your partners, how well you establish common goals and common angles to work on, and finding that, striking that sweet spot where you are both working towards a similar goal at the same time. We look at the Ministry of Culture on key areas of fostering those relationships or those partnerships, be it in talent development or in developing infrastructure for the culture sector in Saudi, or even legislation and policies with other government bodies, funding in other areas as well.
And I've warned you all that we like surprising you here on our stage. One message that came through this morning was about we've got to start young.
True.
So is there an example on education, particularly for children and young people, that you can take us to, Noha?
So the ministry started working on the National Talent Development Strategy for Culture back in 2021. It launched it, and it came up with more than 25% of our initiatives in our project at the ministry now focus on talent development and education. And we have 3 key initiatives that we're launching actually this next year with partners, one of them for fostering early talent with integration of culture and arts subjects in curricula in schools from K to 12, which is supposed to be at a national level starting next year. We're also starting culture schools, taking young talent and really polishing and harnessing those talents early on to develop them to become the next future leaders of culture sector in Saudi. And last but not least is a culture for school children sponsorship program, or scholarship program, sorry. So the scholarship program for our young students then takes them to opportunities abroad to really bring that bridge and communication together.
And so, Dr. Suzanne, just give us a sense with the apprenticeship program, what sort of age would that be starting? Is that just for younger people or all age?
No, it's over 18.
Okay.
So that's after school.
Yeah, that's that after-school category. Fantastic. But let's just remind ourselves the origins of Worth actually came out of the ministry itself. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So this is a proper success story.
Yeah.
Catherine, let's flip to the digital side, particularly the role that you think digital could play, particularly widening access. What do you see the opportunity being?
Well, we have 1,500,000 works in our research collection, and in our museum we have over 150,000 objects. Obviously, we don't have the space for those things to all be on display at the same time. And while we really advocate for the personal encounter with art, we also recognize that it's a privilege to be able to get on an airplane and fly to London or Los Angeles or wherever it is and go to a great museum. So it's really the digital that makes it possible for us to make all of our collections accessible to a tremendously broad array of people. We're completely committed to what's called open access, meaning we believe that all of these materials should be available free of charge for anyone who wishes to use them for educational purposes, for their own scholarship.
Yes.
As long as they aren't putting them in an advertisement, we're happy to let people use them free of charge.
Right, just do it as they... No, sorry, that was the wrong line. Now, thank you, Catherine. Now, Noha, quick question on digital. What we're seeing in the kingdom is just this absolute burgeoning, particularly of young digital talent. So give us a snapshot of the sort of skills that they will need and how you're supporting them.
So today we're dealing not only with the digital savvy population or young adults, but we're actually dealing with digital natives, right? They were born using tablets, all sorts of technology on their day-to-day, be it in education settings or outside of it. So the ministry targeted a lot of these programs to looking at AI integration and use in arts and culture, be it in visual arts, museums, and fashion design and so on, blockchain when it comes to music and other industries. Use of technology came a lot in COVID when we wanted to display and get to people even back when they were at a certain time back at home. So there's definitely a lot of integration and focus on how technology can come to either broaden the audience and reach a younger audience with typical culture expressions that aren't there, or even get them to be trained on it.
New kids on the blockchain, I think they're calling that. Very helpful. Thank you, Naha. Now, I'm not digging for a scoop, but am I? What's next for Worth, Dr. Suzanne?
That's what we really like to talk about.
Yes.
We're very excited to start a new chapter when we move to our headquarters in King Salman Park within the RAK district. So there we can amplify our impact. We will have a special library, special labs and workshops.
So this is workshop space.
Exactly, and the 3 colleges full equipped with all the labs that we need. Then we can connect to a bigger and a wider community. We can even connect to the world. We can start.
When?
Hopefully, what do you think, Noha? Hopefully, hopefully the end of this year, or maybe or the beginning of second year, inshallah. Come next year, inshallah.
Does this count as an announcement? I don't know.
No, it's not an announcement, actually.
Okay. Good. I know, good. I don't want to get us in trouble. Okay.
We would like to be optimistic always.
Thank you, Dr. Suzanne. Catherine, thinking about the future of partnerships, what excites you? I mean, personally, again, there's a lot of good jobs going around here. You've got an amazing role, right? So what excites you about the work that you know your trust and colleagues are going to be able to do, particularly on partnerships in the years to come?
There's no way, no matter how wealthy an institution you run, there's no way that you can do things on your own. The only way to do them properly is via partnerships. Yes. But if you're wealthy, you want a partner who doesn't love you just for your wealth. You want a partner who can bring something to you that you don't already have, just as you can bring to them something that presumably they don't already have. So the best partnerships are ones where you have a real shared commitment to the project that you're undertaking.
Right, look, can I just say, we love you despite your $7 billion endowment. Can I just make that?
9.5.
9.5? 9.5?
Our love just grows.
You never believe Wikipedia, that's what I'll say. Okay, but on a serious note, let's not assume that you've got everything you currently need, Catherine. What sort of partnerships would you welcome more of? What would be the type of partnership?
Ones that are going to last for a long time and that will have a component that can be applicable in other contexts. Yeah. We always want whatever it is that we've developed to be a form of knowledge or technology that others can take, again, absolutely free of charge, and apply in other contexts.
That adaptability, that scalability, that reach.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, Noha, forgive me, in about 30 seconds, the sort of, a minute, the sort of partnerships that you think we need in the future. I don't just mean in the kingdom, I mean globally.
So I love that the last remark at 5 or 6 plus p.m. Panel that we're having today. I hope people are still awake and eager to hear this. But in terms of partnerships, I think at the ministry, we have been very keen. We're already living culture, the future of culture in Saudi Arabia as we speak today. We're manifesting it. We're building it with our own hands. We're looking for those partners that are going to share that common objective of realizing the future, delivering impact, and making sure it's at the broader scale. So if we can do that, that would be wonderful.
And that has run through every conversation I've had with our guests on and off stage. Whether it's centered or not in Saudi Arabia, it has been a global conversation. So thank you for all that you're doing on that. To Noha, to Catherine, to Dr. Suzanne, thank you very much indeed. Brilliant conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, time is ticking, and I do wish we had a little longer, but as our guests leave the stage, let's zoom out a little bit from conversations about culture to conversations about the planet itself, the earth beneath us, the atmosphere around us. We're going to have one of our final group conversations of today, but I hope that you've had, and we hope you've had, a really thought-provoking first day with us here at HCI. We're back for a huge amount more tomorrow on a very action-packed program indeed. Just to give you a sense of what this next session promises to contain, it is about Earth's renewal. It is all about sustainability and climate-inspired innovation. We're in safe hands. Welcome, please, our chair for the next session with her guests. It's Laura Buckwell. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi. Please be seated. Yes, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to the final session, in fact, here at HCI 2025, and it's a good one. You're not going to want to miss this, because as we know, ladies and gentlemen, we are faced with one of the worst crises of our time, and as we all know, that is, of course, the climate emergency. But it's situations like this, in fact, that really put human potential to the test. So it's time now that we turn our attention to how sustainability and climate-driven innovation can really spark the kind of human genius that we really need today. So I'm delighted to have an exceptional panel lined up for this last session. But before we do the introductions, I'm going to hand over now, in fact, to Charles Hopkins, who is the UNESCO Chair in Reorienting Education towards Sustainability at York University, Canada. Charles, why don't you start us off?
Well, thank you very, very much, and thank the organizers for this opportunity. It's wonderful that we're actually addressing sustainability in a context of capabilities. I can't think of any attribute or capability that is more important at this point than dealing with the future of the planet. Right? So it was kind of disappointing during this whole time here today. I haven't heard sustainable development goals. I haven't talked to or haven't heard that much about this topic. At any rate, I think when we come to attributes, I think of them and the capabilities, what's behind this whole conference, at two levels. We've been dealing primarily with capabilities on a personal level. But we should also be thinking about them on a societal level. And I haven't heard that much about it, and I'm sorry that that's happened. As I say, the idea of embedding these kinds of attributes into our education systems at all levels is extremely important. Education is society's way of preparing our future generations, giving them the capabilities that are so needed. There are four basic areas in education: to know, to do, to be all you can, and to live together. Those are the four big ones that UNESCO has developed and put out. But that living together, we need to shift when we look at the calamities and what is going on around the world at this moment. When we say to live together, we must say sustainably, right? To live together sustainably has to be the new way. And with others, where others isn't limited to other human beings. It's about all life. So I hope that we can bring AI and economic attributes and capabilities and so on into the discussion. But what is the purpose? What is the purpose of all this? We need to have that kind of a discussion. So I'll throw that out for openers. Thanks.
Very, very well said, and that leads us perfectly into this discussion. As you mentioned, human capabilities, really embedding this at every single level. So I wanted to turn over to Thama Al-Shahan, Chairman of the Board of Directors for the Energy and Water Academy. Really fantastic to have you here. Now, you very much focus on providing young Saudis with high-quality training in terms of energy, water, and other related sort of areas as well. And you've led some major initiatives as well at the EWA. So why would you say, in your mind, is vocational education and training, why is it so important for the green transition?
Thank you for the question. And I might try to simplify the question and then I'll try to answer it. Because everybody, when they talk about the AI, they talk about renewable, digitalization, they think that you need scientists and you need sophisticated engineers to do work. But let me explain the whole chain of the work associated. So we have equipment manufacturer. You need somebody to build the equipment, make the equipment. You need construction team to build those renewable plants or anything that is related to climate change. You need a builder. You need an operator, people to operate, and you need also people to lead that chain. So it's not only engineers and scientists. So you need paraprofessionals who can operate as well. So our academy provide that missing piece of the chain and allow the graduate to have hands-on experience on how to keep, like what Charles said, in their paradigm and their mind. For example, we are right now, our academy is 100% works on renewable energy. The first phase was built by our students. So they get the feeling how they can convert those theories into practice. Your question, if I remember right, you said also other initiatives I think we feel proud of. What we did also on the academy, we have embarked on a couple of initiatives. One of them, we were part of leading workforce development program that we look for the unemployment sector within the country who were having like history major, who has art studies or religious, and we reskill them to be renewable engineers, to be safety officers and whatever, in a very short program between 6 to 8 months. And the result was really amazing. As many companies have transformed their hiring strategy, and they start looking for this. So we have a lot of activities we have been doing in that field, in the other initiative in the institute. We also did a lot of work related to like cars, working on electrical cars and whatever. So these are what I want to share.
Some really impressive initiatives there. And as you mentioned, it's this practical experience that very much embeds that type of education into your students. That's the proper way to learn at the end of the day as well. But Jonathan Ledger, really wonderful to have you here, Skills and Personal Body Specialist for the Department of Trade and Business for the United Kingdom. Now, educational institutions are often criticized for lagging behind industry needs. So what changes do you think need to be made to make sure that graduates aren't just aware of sustainability, but they very much are, equipped to actually drive innovation themselves?
Thank you so much indeed, and a real pleasure to be here this afternoon. Actually following on from the last speaker, but there's a big gap between education institutions and green skills in the sense that employers need and industry needs. There is some areas where it moves closer together, but generally most institutions don't work in the pocket of industry sectors. And so how do they know what the latest green developments are? So I'm not talking about greenwashing, where we just add the word green to the front of something. We're really talking about taking sustainable development goals, looking at the whole chain of skills and training, right from labour market information all the way through to curriculum development, standards, occupational skills standards, and out the other side in terms of certification. And how do we make sure that that curriculum really truly demonstrates sustainability in all of its processes and teachings? I think the other part is around how employers can work really closely with the institutions to retrain the teachers. So I'll give a couple of examples. If we look at something like 3D printing, which has come in, there are 3 or 4 standards of it around the world, but it keeps changing every year. How does a teacher keep up to date with that? Really, they've got to be in industry to truly understand it. So if employers and institutions work closer together, you will help keep the teachers up to date. That means that young people get the right kind of skills. But I think it goes further down the education line. So I think we have to start in secondary education. We have some programs in the UK around green skills, looking at, for example, the print sector, sustainable printing, packaging, all of that. And it starts at the age of 8. And I think it's a mindset shift that you have to make with young people and get them on board with the message of sustainability. And then when they grow up, they will love it so much that they carry on doing it and it's part of their normal work. For us, as older people, we've lived in a world that didn't, care that much for climate, and so we're kind of having to make adjustments, and that's different to being born like it. Does that make some sense? But I think, industry play a big part, and I work in 78 countries, and I work closely with the likes of UNESCO and ILO and others around the world, and what we really lack is a partnership between industry and skills bodies to make skills truly happen in this sector. There are bits of it happening, but in most countries, they have an occasional word with an employer and they call that employer engagement, and it's not. You really need to kind of be in bed together all the way through the process.
Really marry the two. There's still a lot to be done.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, really embedding this at a very young age so that next generation knows of the importance.
It needs to be like normal behaviour, unconscious behaviour rather than conscious behaviour.
Yeah.
And that's what we're not at yet.
Yeah. Very well said. Radia Sadawi also joins us, Chief of Energy, Climate Change and Natural Resource Sustainability Cluster at UNESCO, which was very much set up to promote cooperation between member countries across Western Asia. And I know that you lead on energy transition and climate change regionally across the MENA region. So I was wondering whether you could maybe give us your take on how education systems can very much better prepare future generations. What do you think needs to be done?
Thank you very much, and I think the other speakers at the stage, when we speak about the just energy transition, the just is important, independently what you said yourself, be it a rich country where you have the capacity in order to reform your education system, or you don't have. And this is where globally the question is. Definitively that the just energy transition, which is at the core of the sustainability, it's about the human capital before speaking investment in terms of infrastructure. And definitively education as the core from the primary school to the universities and the research. The major skills gap, maybe I want to indicate, starting by the sustainability aspect, which we cannot dissociate between the economic, the social, and the environmental aspect. And the issue of the education that we have currently is not integrated, and the integrated approach is not there yet. And this is at all levels of the education system. More importantly, that with this just energy transition, we come up that we have a huge skills gap when it comes to what we have in the marketplace compared to what we are looking for. Specifically, the skills gaps come how the education system can cope with. Number one is the cross-sectoral coordination, specifically the water and energy and agriculture as an example, and biodiversity. especially in this region where we suffer from climate change and land degradation, desertification, water scarcity. So the skills that we need to have in the education system, we need to embed this and ensure that we have engineers, be it in energy, electricity or water, for example, very much understanding the cross-coordination between the sectors and the technologies. And number two, I would say also in terms of the education system, is the inequality and the social justice. We speak in how we, in the region, for example, and in the kingdom, how we progress as much in the gender aspect, but the social aspect, actually, we can address the social aspect between disability on the gender if we change in the education system at the outset, how the social norms need to be embedded in order that you adjust the unemployment that we have today, but also you have more educated people who understand the social and economic environment at the same time. But more importantly, also, I would say that the integrated approach needs to look at the whole value chain, and this is where the education system is missing. It's not about renewable energy, it's really about the whole value chain. This is what would make the difference.
Very well said. You mentioned the skills gap there, which leads me on very nicely to Peter Terriam, who is the sector head of energy for NEOM. Really fantastic to have you here as well. Now, NEOM, as we know, is going all out on renewables. It's known as the land of the future. So how on earth do you get the right skill sets for a project of that size? Because, I mean, we are looking at quite a big skills gap at the moment as well. And a recent report stated that 1 in 3 companies faces challenges when it comes to the right skill set in sustainability. And tell us a little bit more about how NEOM relates to the Human Capital Initiative at the same time.
Yes, happy to do so. And I'm a bit fascinated to hear how the discussion is very much focused on education and academic systems to prepare people. We know that most learning you do after school. Most development of capabilities is being done outside of school. So where does NEOM fit in this? Yeah, to create an environment in which capabilities can be further developed. And let me make that link there, because NEOM is known as land of the future. Now, future is about innovation, but we know that today's innovation is tomorrow's history. The only constant factor is the people. It's the people capabilities and how they develop. So it's about human capability development. And what you need for that, and I loved what Charles said, you need a sustainable environment that looks at a long-term solution, because we know if we continue to do the things as we have done them and are doing them now, it will not be sustainable for the further outgoing future. So we have to do things different, which means it's about mindset. Because also on capabilities, I can dare to say that the capabilities you learn and you need today will not be the capabilities that you will need, in 1 month, 1 year, and in 10 years. So it's about creating that environment that is sustainable, looking at a long-term future and perspective. And then I think it's about more than hard capabilities, it's about mindset. And your mind is focused by a purpose. And that is what NEOM is about. The purpose of NEOM is to create the land of the future, to crack the nut on solving problems that we currently have at hand, which are not typical for NEOM. Global warming, arid environment, access to nature, livability, all of those aspects. If we can solve them for NEOM, we can help to solve them for the world. Now, that is a beautiful purpose to be part of, and that is the kind of mindset we are looking for, and the kind of curiosity in going outside of today's boundaries to look for this path to the future.
So it's more of a mix of sort of outsourcing talent and also upskilling and reskilling within the ecosystem.
Well, I would say it's more creating an environment. And what drives that environment and what drives innovation, and we talk about mindset, is also diversity. So we're not looking at one mold of people, we're looking at diverse people, because innovation doesn't have a passport. It doesn't have a cultural background or an age background or what have you. So creating that diverse environment and making that work. Diversity only works when there is inclusion, and inclusion is being driven by working for the same purpose. So diversity and that purpose are very well an important recipe of creating an environment in which capabilities can be developed, further on. We'll pick them up from university, and of course we will cooperate and make sure that they have the hard skills that you need. But I think it's also important that the educational system looks at mindset topics. How do we make people feel comfortable with being outside of the comfort zone? because that's how you embrace and go to new barriers. You know, that's scary. And how do you deal with that? You know, that is something which is way beyond the laws of physics or anything like that. That's developing personality, that is giving them a starting point from where we can take them on and have that environment in which they can continue to develop those capabilities.
Very, very impressive indeed. Now, we've spoken about collaboration. That's been touched on a little bit here and there. And Charles, as you mentioned, you know, it's vital that we include sustainability into the education system, really embed it, in fact. We've spoken about collaboration. There's obviously the government, there's educational institutions, but what about public support in all of this? How important is that?
Yeah, but public support is crucial. Politicians, at least in Canada, their main goal is not necessarily good government. It's more about staying in power. And I think that's true of most countries. So until we can build public support to support enlightened leadership when it shows, that's important. It's public support to understand the radical change that's needed in education. Right now, it's our most educated countries in the world that are creating the greatest problems. Think of that. We need to have some very profound change. We need to clarify the purpose, well-being for all, forever, you know, building in compassion and so on. You can't do that to an education system without public support and public calling for it. So even changing how we think about it. Right now, we build sustainability around fear and about giving up something. What we have to do is change. We need to work with social scientists, psychologists, and so on to figure out new ways of talking about it, new ways of presenting it, and new positive approaches.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
We are running out of time. But moving on to Thama there, what do you think is standing in the way of faster innovation? Is collaboration the key to sort of getting it right the first time?
Well, if I look at the challenges, I used to be working with the private companies where I receive all the talents which have been coming from the system, and now I am responsible of providing talents to the system. So I could see from all. So I would say number one challenge in mismatch between the quality and number. Majority of the systems, education system and the workforce system, in many countries, they work on supply more than the demand, what is needed, but they go and supply more talent than what is needed in the market. Also the quality, and if I look about the sustainability and the area of renewable and the climate change, majority of those skills were not available 5 to 10 years ago. So we are talking about new skills, we're talking about a new education, new curriculum and whatever. We're not talking about the conventional, what has been for a very long time. And also at the same time, even though it has been very short time, but they are evolving. I will give you a story. We built one laboratory in our academy, and after 6 months, we realized that we need to replace them to make sure that we are up to speed in the market. So this was one area which is about a skill match. Second, I would say also society awareness gap. Still, we need to make sure that the society, they know that the sustainable jobs are there, attractive, and they are for long term. We need to have it embedded in people's mindset that for sustainability start from early education. And I like Charles and Peter when they said about, so we need to build from the beginning, because people think that knowledge is changing, technology is changing very quickly, and they'll be left behind. And so we need to make sure that we put... Also, there are companies, I would say, the short-term thinking. So we know that sustainability and renewable, you need investment. You need to put upfront investment, and it is paying dividend for long-term. For short-term, they may slow down, and they may not move forward. I would say another element is institutes, colleges, and academy, they have been doing this conventional teaching for a very long time. So to change and update their curriculum and methodology may be of problem.
Thank you so much. Sadly, we are running out of time, so I'm heading back over to Jonathan very quickly. Now, many employers, they know the urgency of sustainability, but very much struggle in terms of investing into this new type of skill set at the same time. So what is the best strategy for businesses in order to actively cultivate these different types of green skills?
That's a really good question. I think there's two parts. One is turn skills into business speak, because there's a return on investment. UK studies on apprenticeships, for example, in green, show that an apprentice within their first year, for every £1 you invest, you get 7 back. We don't talk about the business proposition of skills. We talk about the skills gap, skills shortage, and the cost of that. We don't talk about the investment and the growth and the return that we get and treat it like a proper commodity. And we would do that if we were buying a big machine. We would look at the 5-year life cycle of that machine and say, how much does it cost, how much will we make, and we'd look at it in those terms, but we don't do that with people. So that's the first thing. I think the other thing is we have to recognize skills as the #1 topic in every country I go to. So I work in 78 countries, and every minister tells me skills, skills, and skills. The problem is skills gets the least investment in all countries. So higher education pours billions into higher education. We get lots of clever people with certificates, and the problem is we've still got a skills problem. So why are we investing all that money when actually we should be coming back and looking at the base skills that we need and thinking about how sustainability fits into the skills and driving it from the bottom up. By the time they get to university, with all due respect, it's a bit late.
So Radia, in your mind, how do you think climate action can actually help create jobs at the same time? And especially for women and underserved communities, what does it mean for them? And what are the biggest and most urgent skills gaps in the sector?
Yeah, I think climate crisis as a global crisis, it needs global collaboration, but also regional and national collaboration. And specifically for those who are in need, as you did mention, for privileged communities, it needs integrated solutions where decentralized system, for example, you did mention renewable energy, in all areas where you have the issues of access, the focus on human capital, especially women and youth, they are the drivers. If you build their capacity through an integrated solution, so you equip them with the renewable energy solutions, decentralized solutions. You give them the right capacity building, not just for the energy, but for the productive sector, like the agriculture and ecotourism and all of that. But more importantly, also you help them to build their capacities in water management and all the solutions that can be decentralized, but help also to address the access gap, to address the gender balance, but more importantly, also to create communities that are resilient. But certainly, also reverse knowledge when it comes to the solutions that work in, for example, Latin America, can also work in sub-Saharan Africa, and this is where the added value to add. But since you mentioned also that, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is investing also through the Sustainability Fund a lot in these vulnerable communities, and focusing also on the gender aspect and focusing how these decentralized solutions can help to address the last mile.
Thank you so much. Very well said. And finally, back over to Peter. Let's talk about NEOM for a little bit. What specifically do you think the energy sector in NEOM can very much contribute to human capital then, rounding up?
Well, I talked about the environment that NEOM is going to be. But in order to build NEOM, you first need to build the critical infrastructure. And water and energy is part of that critical infrastructure. So what Tamarek mentioned as the example of the 100% renewable supply for your academy, that is what we're doing in energy right now in an XXXL format. So imagine the learnings that your students had there in an early phase. That's how they can have them, within energy in NEOM. And I think the challenge, we're not going for 60% renewables, 80% renewables, 90% renewables. No, 100% renewable. Yeah, because less bad is not good enough. And you will see a shift of mindset if you put the bar not at 99.9, but put them at 100, yeah? Then you suddenly have to go into different thinking, different working, and different solutions. And that's the environment that specifically in energy we can already offer right now.
Sadly, time is never on our side in these sessions. We cannot thank you enough, though, for being with us here today, for sharing so openly. Still a lot to be done, but a lot of progress that's being made, which is brilliant to see. So thank you so much to all of our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our final panel.
Well, a big thank you to Laura Buckwell and her panel. What a day we've had, from lifelong learning to human progress, from tech-enabled inclusion to cross-sector collaboration. Today we've seen that going beyond readiness isn't just about preparing for the future, it's about actively shaping it. Well, that wraps up day one. I do hope that you get plenty of rest before day two, because we're going to be going even further. I wish you a very good night, and thank you so much for being with us today. We shall see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.